Okay, here we go. So yesterday we did some stuff and we started by creating components, each component to enable us work effectively. So we started with button components and we did lots of stuff. Actually talking about using booleans, that's boolean, I just call it boolean, sorry about that. Using boolean, creating variants, instance swap, text, and so many other stuffs. So we also created a logo and we actually started with the walkthrough, the splash screens, the walkthrough screens. So you guys would put the things in their right places. So that will be our assignment this week. But before we get to that, we moved to creating the account. We use this simple process of creating an account, and I told you why we chose this process of creating an account. So use phone verification. You can always use several verifications on this, and creating an account, then welcome. So there's one thing we didn't really check yesterday. Are we even really following Alex user guide? Because we need to always check back to our user guide to see exactly if we are doing the same thing. So I'm going to pop back Alex guide so we'll see if we are doing the same thing. So as far as we have done, we've created the getting started. So, and Alex exploring the dashboard of offering comprehensive overview of the income expense. So the only thing I think didn't really reflect here was budget. But why I made my decision not to put anything budget related on the homepage was so that the homepage won't be stuffy with so much information. So that's why I had it. It's already on the menu. So you could make the budget and have a budget stuff on the homepage. So depending on how you want to go about it or interpret the client's view, right? So today we are going to talk about the budget, income tracking, and income tracking and expenses can be in the same page. They don't have to be separate. Then budget customization, fund transfer, then analytics, real-time notifications. So there are some stuffs that are not in the design, and there's some stuffs that you're going to add. That's for the assignments that we're going to be doing. But for today, we are going to continue by going to the budget page. So we did the sign up, and I also showed you how to, let me, I also showed you how to do a slide yesterday. So I think the slide was the only difficult thing here. I felt that we've not touched, and I feel we've already done this in our first. So if you were wondering how you get this and put it in the shape, it's not that difficult. So first of all, draw your shape, then you bring in your icon. So say for example now convert. So let me get this icon first. Even finding the exact word, it's a bit hard to get it. Okay, refresh. So you come here, come into your component icon, and okay. So I will go for this. Then you bring it in, and you can select everything to make it and delete successful computing to you. Centralize it, position it, and we have this. So you can increase it, decrease it, depending on what you have. And also you can also copy the text and make sure you are using your text style so that whatever you change would affect all your designs. So you choose 12. And once you do one, it's easy. Okay, why you notice why this is happening is because of it is inside the group. So we have to remove it from that group. So it's inside this group. So we have to remove it and let it be fresh outside. So we notice that even if I cycle it, it's not. So first of all, we have to group this. Then this guy. So today we're going straight to action. Okay. Then these guys, I'm going to centralize them and make sure you see that even with small spacing, as a designer, all these little things matters. Just make sure everything is centralized or properly balanced. So with time, your eye will be telling you what's balanced and what's not balanced. So the next thing is, color. So you apply the necessary color. I think the color for this is green. Then sometimes you just cycle it, you go to selection, you could see the other color that's there instead of going into the nested layers. Yeah. So you come in and I think white. So this is white. And this is how we got this. So it's actually quite easy. And you group. And the next thing is you just duplicate. Once you do one, the next will be easy or the rest will be easy. So when you do one, you can have this and it's cool. You can use auto layout, or what I mean if you can use auto layout is if you have these two already, you can just use auto layout to add them together. Then anytime you just duplicate Ctrl D, you have another one beside it, right? So you can now start changing the stuffs, or you can even create this as a component because anytime you create anything that has to do with what do they call it, up, down, because why I simply create this as a component, this thing keeps, we had this frequent, right? So you can create this as a component where you can change the details and everything. So anything you feel like will be consistent in your design, I always say it, create components out of them, right? So I think I don't know if there's anything here you did not know how to do, and if there's anything here you did not know how to do, just let me know because I feel you've done this and you already know how to go about this. Same thing with our menu. It's just almost the same thing, just that the sizes are smaller, and we've done the menu from our previous class. So and another reason why you are saying it like this one fence is about visual hierarchy, because remember I told you I would always tell you the why, right? So because of visual hierarchy, anything that is selected would be highlighted, right? So if we move to savings, savings will be highlighted. And I did a component of it. So take for example now, if I move to savings, you could see it. If I move to history, you could see it. If I move to settings, you could see it. So I created a component for each and every one of them. So, and I believe you all know how to create components. And when you do your assignment, I will attest to that. So, yeah. So the next thing that we are doing today, we're going to the budget page. Yes. So me, I called it savings, and let me. So and remember, it is always good to name your files for documentation proper, right? Just in case you are working to programmer, it's very, very, very important. Everybody has different styles of documentation. So if you meet any pro, and just tell them how do you document and can give you a new light into the whole thing. And always name your things properly. You can see onboarding is still in this one. So all I just need to do is I hit, and I am going to miraculously bring in my own budget page. Drum roll. This is it. I know you're not seeing it. So I'm going to zoom in. So you are going to see it very good. Okay, so this is the budget page. Nothing too fancy. Let me zoom in very well so I can see it. So I know it's a little bit, like I say, I think I'm even seeing it now. I think I still need some adjustment. Yeah, still need some adjustment. See, even I that design still see some things I need to adjust. So this is my budget page, right? And you will be wondering, okay, why, how, so why I separated the budget page from the home page is sometimes you can from your home page fund and from your main account. We have two accounts here. We have the primary account, that's where you receive money from. That's our home page here. Let me go so you can see it. So because this is not just about designing, this is about why things are being done. So now remember, this app, there are rules and regulations. This app, the person cannot create budget from a foreign account. He or she can only create, that Alex can only create a budget from the Naira account. So because of that is the MVP. So maybe later in future, you can create budget in different currency. right? So it's only in Naira you can create or have a budget. And there's what we have. We have in the budget, you notice the budget title and the targets. So the target is 2 million and you have saved so far. So I know that there are some things here that you would say, okay, how did I get to do this? How did I get to do this? Don't worry, I'm going to show you guys. So I think everything here, the only thing you probably might have not taught you or shown you is this guy here. So I'm going to show you how to do this and how to effectively. And this thing is actually, it works with calculation, this stuff. I'll show you how and why. Okay. What next? Okay, yeah, we still have our history here. So this history belongs to the budget, right? And this particular savings account can only create 2 budgets at a time. So when he has exhausted this budget and he has, finish the money in it, he can withdraw out of it, right? So, like I told you, there are many things that can still be created. For example, now the screen, when you click on add, is not here yet, even the home page. But based on Alex just wanted to see an overview of what his app does, right? So that is why we created an overview of what the budget is. So now, here you might see a question mark and you might ask, okay, why is that there? So here can be a question bubble, and this bubble can talk about when the user taps on it, they can talk about, what the budget is, and probably sometimes it can, have a link to a YouTube channel or an inbuilt stuff where there's an explainer on how to save, right? So everything is intentional. There is a reason for everything here, right? And you can turn off. Here we didn't do the turn off when you turn off the board, like if you don't want someone to see your prices, right? So you can turn it off and turn it on. And in most banking apps, there's something I like about that. When you turn off a particular thing, it affects even the price, even the currencies. I think GTBank does that. So when you're creating these things, that's why it's good to check apps around you so that you know what's right, what can be done, and what cannot be done. So you do your research. So it's not just about designing screens. If you don't know what you're doing or you don't know what is applicable, you'll not even know what to do. So now, let me see if there's anything I've not covered. Yes, and also if you notice the notification icons varies depending from here. If you check this, the notification icon represents this, and we can have transfer. We can have notification from this also here because we fund our account, that's this main account, from this one, because the main account funds this, because without this money we can't have this. So sorry, you are seeing something here and this is lower because of we have moved money from that side. So this notification is representing this icon. So if you see this icon is savings, anything has to do with savings, you can have it here. So there are other things you can do to make this page more beautiful. And there's one thing I also noticed in most bank apps, they don't usually use red to signify minus. Only few systems does that, or few app does that functionality. So I don't know why, because sometimes I need to know what was deducted and what to easily spot it, right? So that is my reason for actually having these in red. So for every deduction would be in red and every income would still retain its black. I could not, if I did it green, it would be too much, greens in. Yeah, it's still nice. You could do it, but I expect it was going to be too much greens, right? So yeah. So now, how do you do this, or how do you do the cycle? It's not difficult. First, you draw a normal cycle. Then, when you draw a normal cycle, if you notice there is this stuff here that is hanging out on the cycle. All you just need to do is drag it, then drag it to the center. The more you drag it, the more it expands. You get, so the more you drag it, the more you expand. Let me draw it again. come here and you drag, then you shift it. You see that there are three, then shift this one to the center. So you have it, you can have it this way. It goes both ways. Let me go to the beginning. You can have it go this, if you bring it here, and if you bring it here, you can have it go this way, and you can have it go this way. So now, where the magic comes in is if, okay, I was trying to say why it's this thing. So you check the starting point. This is the starting point. I like the starting point to be at 90 or somewhere around here. So reason being that it should have a start to an end. So you see clockwise, you could see. So now I usually duplicate it in two, but before I duplicate it in two, I would first of all, so note this edge, if I zoom in, this edge is not as smooth as this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just come here. But I just put it at 100 so that I don't have issues with it. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate it. And you know how to duplicate that. You use Ctrl D to duplicate. So the one at the bottom, if you watch my mouse at the side, I would just drag it to the very end. And when I drag it to the very end, the one at the top, I would just change it. Because of, you might not be seeing what I'm doing, but once I change the color, you will now see the effect. So if I change it to this, you can see this, right? And the truth is, this actually work with percentage. This is, if you come to your left, sorry, your right-hand side, you could see the sweep and you could see the ratio, right? So what does this mean? If I say 90%, let's say 70%, I'll put 70%. You could see it goes 70%. So it is not just, they didn't just do it for doing sake. It actually follows percentage so that, you know, for, I don't know, to just make things right? So, and you can manually adjust it yourself and you have that smooth stuff, right? And this one increases and increases the space in between the circles. So if you check, the more, say for example, I want to just increase it and just maybe probably give it some effects, you can give it that. So that's simple as it is. So I think this is one of the new things that is in this design. So, and this, you can create a chat bubble. It's not hard to create a chat drop down. You can have something like this. That's a chat drop down for this. Like if someone clicks on it, you can choose a chat drop down, or you can, you know, whatever you want to do. And let me show you another type that people usually do. That's if you sometimes, let me reduce it to, let's say, so sometimes you would have that question mark here. So if you don't understand what that thing is, so that it may not be a question mark. Sometimes it might be if there's an exclamation mark. Yeah, it's exclamation. Yeah, exclamation mark. So you can have an exclamation mark here. So this is more to this side. So when someone clicks on it to tell you what this is about, right? So if you want more explainer, and there's another part of design that probably I mean not, but I'm going to still shed more light into it, and that's what we call walkthrough. This walkthrough is different from the beginning walkthrough. Have you gone to an app, like for example, now you downloaded an app for the very first time and it tells you next, 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 next. There are some apps that you need to do that for, especially when the app is very confusing and you just need users to know what it is. So you can have that as a feature in your app. When there's a new user, once the person on board, there'll just be a guide that'll tell you next, next, next. I don't know. I'm going to show you if I get a sample, I'm going to show you what it is. So now to design a bubble, it's not that difficult. You can have different types of bubbles. So you can just simply draw a shape, and then you can have this or a triangle sometimes, depending on what you want to use. And it's just an illusion, right? That is a chatbot, as simple as it is. But sometimes you want to make things, since this one is 8, you just have here, oh, that's too much. Let me give it 4, that's half of that. Okay, that's too much in the way. Give it 2. Okay, so that's it. This is cool. So you can have this chat bubble at this side, and we group everything. Then you bring it here. So now you can have this here, and you can actually adjust just this side. You just show that you're talking from that end. So now, but the question you asked me that, okay, is it not overshadowing these and everything? Yes, it's going to show you. Then don't forget that it text will be here, but there's what we call shadow. You can apply shadows to your design, right? But don't overuse it because sometimes shadows can be, weird. So now, how do you apply shadow? How do you apply blur? How do you apply all these things, right? So it is not that difficult. You come down here, and it's something we've not touched since when we started this class. So, and that's what we call effects. Yes, you can actually add effects. So you come down to effects, you could see it gave it a shadow, right? You see that beautiful shadow at the bottom, but I feel like it could be better, right? So you can have X and Y means the side is going to go either left or right, Y axis or X axis if you did maths at the time. So, so if you check, see this is it in real time, and this, so you can do it like that to see where the stuff is going. Then this is the blur, how much blur you have. So sometimes, most of the times, what I do is I just reduce this sometimes, just give it 10. And you can see that it's a little bit more subtle than the way it is. So in case it was somewhere here, you could see that it's a little bit more subtle than the way it was before. And if you want to make it, you can increase the blur. So if I give it 15, so I can see it very well. I give it 15, then I come here and let's say 10. So it depends on what you want to use it for. So take for example, now you can actually blur a particular section. Take for example, now there are some persons that they want to create more. Take for example, they want to create something like an hover around here. Let me duplicate this so that I don't do it on the original stuff. So note, apart from the project, it is, we trying to understand so many other things in Figma, right? So there are different ways to do this. There are some persons that if they want to, like, take for example, now you click on add savings, you can choose to have this as you can choose to open this in another page, or you can choose to have this. I think this is a new method that has been around for a while now. Sorry, I'm supposed to do that to the bottom. Let me see, I have to be consistent. I use 17 here. I have to be consistent. So because of this particular guy is above, so I would have to remove him from here to be normal. Then bring this guy up. So I bring him down. Okay. So yeah, there's something I was actually looking for. So just remember, I don't have to make this bottom, so I can just bring the bottom down. Okay, then I can turn this to white, but before, sorry, white. I need to get this guy's information. Okay, yes, let's change it to white. supposed to be, okay, I just with black. So why is it not changing? Let me reset all. Okay, yes, I think it was tempered bits. Yeah, turn it on. Okay, and then let's change it to white. Correct. White, then no. So this one is supposed to be white. So you may ask, okay, how do you get this? You have, like I said, you have two ways to go about this, right? Let me turn this one off. You can simply say everything inside this box. Let me put this box in. Everything from here down to the very last guy here. I'm going to group it. There's a reason why I'm grouping it. So it's going to be easy for me, and I lock it so that whatever I'm doing on top of here, it's not going to affect me. So I'll lock it. Then I have two options. Most persons have different, feel to it. So you can bring in a shape, a much bigger shape. Have it here. So this guy too, the time will be under this one too, because everything is going to go appropriate. You see what I'm trying to achieve at the end of the day. So you have this as black, and you can reduce the opacity to, let's see, sometimes leave it at 50. And leave it at 50. And remember this guy. So you bring in both in, and voila. So remember that remember when you clicked here, it takes you to this place. So remember that navigation. So sometimes that has not been done in this design. So I just wanted to show you that you can have the option to do this. And you can have the option to, when the person clicks here, it takes them to another page. But the reason why we don't take them to another page, because of easy access. Why take it to another page when I can still be in that same page and see an overview of my balance and know what to add, what to remove, right? So you on your own can do your own screen. I'm not going as far as creating the ad and subtract and everything. So I'm just showing an example of an overlay, but sometimes you can go as far as making this blur. As if you go back to the effects, sorry. And another thing again is the same way you add styles, you can also create a blur effect or a shadow effect. If you create a shadow effect and see that, oh, this particular shadow is a very nice shadow and you use it often, you can create it and add it to your style. So the same way you're having grid style, color style, and all these styles, you're also going to have your effect styles, right? So I'm going to click here. What did I select? I'm going to select this. Then I'm going to come to effects, and I'm going to, there are different kinds of effect. Like I said, there is inner shadow. We already know shadow that is inside. There is outer shadow, and there's layer blur and background blur. So background blur, if you check, as I'm over rounding it, you could see. So background blur actually blurs the background, right? And I can still do a layer blur. Layer blur means this particular layer, I would blur it, right? But background blur means anything behind this, it does not affect this, but anything behind this guy, it's going to blur, right? I'm going to show you what that means. Let me remove him outside. Sorry. Let me remove this guy outside so you see what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm supposed to, it's not. So between this guy and this guy and this guy. Stop. So if you check this is, zoom in, so you see the difference. So if I do this too, and I call this layer block, this particular layer, if you check, the thing in the background is not affected in any way. It's this particular layer that is affected. If I choose background blur, if you check, this guy is not affected, but anything at the background is affected. That's the difference between a layer blur and a background blur. This particular guy is not affected, but everything in the background is affected. So that's one of the easiest way to explain it. So that's why you can use your blurs effect. So Sometimes if you don't need this to be, if the person doesn't really need this, and you want to be consistent with laws and you want to add laws to your design. When you want to create menus, if you check an iPhone, you put, I know your mind is going to your menu. This guy here can actually be a blog. Yes, it can actually be a blog. So let's get here. So this is background. We can use background blur. I prefer this. So if you do this, you can have it blurred and your details is going to be here. So that is one way to apply effect. So you have the effect shadow, you have, go back to it, you have your effect and drop down shadow, inner shadow, and layer blur and background blur, like I explained. So let me keep this so that you guys can access it and have access to it in the Figma file. But I think I sent this link to where are my design files? I'll just drop it here so you can. After Alex, based on our story mode, Alex has seen his budget customizer. He can choose to withdraw from his budget. He can choose to. So this budget, trust me, this budget can go as advanced as it can be, right? You can even have budget tracker to like track things in it. So this is just an MVP of this budget tracker. So there's other things. This is telling you percentage. Another reason why this was done is telling you the percentage at which the budget is almost full. So telling you the percentage at which the budget is almost full and telling you the amount that you have to go to. So in a very simple screen, a lot of things can be done. And someone can see this my design and even redesign it and even make it much better. And I know that you guys have awesome ideas, right? So yeah. So the next and important screen is the history page. Well, the screen doesn't have much headache. It's easy. It's not hard. So, oh, I need to change this to savings. Savings. So, like I said, we paint it. Then this is my history. So people call it history, some people call it transaction, all the things. Rum rows, this is my history. So history here, you can see this is my history for almost everything. So here I have drop downs. It's a little bit, it has a filter. So it has a filter as a functionality. So you have a filter where you have type. Remember that we have two types of accounts. In my design, I like making things very simple. I don't like it, right? So you have the type, account type drop down where I didn't do the drop down, but based on what's forgetting his name, Alex. So it needs an overview, but you can do your drop down and say, okay, because when you're designing to a programmer, you would need to know what type of account. So if you did drop down for this is I'm actually doing a drop down for people that's sorry for stuttering a little bit for the budget. So if you want to see the budget type, you see all the transactions for the budget. And when you drop down the budget, you can drop down the transactions for either income, expenses, and everything. So you see, it is just, or you can select here first, income, and you select the account type. So whatever way you want to do it, it's that simple. And you can draw, okay, let me give you an example of how the drop down can look like. So let's do a live drop down, right? There's nothing bad about that. So you can have a live drop down here, and you can have this as a stand. So stand. Then I have this as white. Okay, let me put this white. Then remember, if you see, this is the essence why you bring in shadows. And if I had saved my shadow, right, I could have used it to apply this here. So I didn't save it, or I didn't make it a style. So I am going to a few seconds. Sorry about that. So I am going to add my effect, and I'm going to call it drop down. So you see the marvelous thing about this one. So I'm going to shift it, maybe tilt it to this angle a little bit because that is where I need it more. Then yes, I forgot about the spread. Spread is how far it can go, right? Spread is how far it can go. Then I can choose. Many persons have these settings online. You can go around and check for best shadow settings. You can play around things. So yeah, and the blur, I can take the blur to, let me see, 15. Okay, so if I take the blur to 15, I can reduce the spread. So you see how it's looking nice, and I can reduce it to 20. So now someone can see the difference between this and this. So when you click on your drop down, this is your drop down shows. So I can easily have this. Let me bring this one up. I can have this as account type. I think there are two account types. So I can have this. Let me I think so let's say kind of so that it needs to be even. Yeah, so I think it needs to be even on both sides. I think we are all seeing the shadows. So just in case, let me zoom it so you see shadow very well. So you can have this as your drop down. Then remember we have main accounts. We can call it main accounts, and we can call these budget accounts, budget or savings account, depending on what you want. And sometimes you might to give the developer an overview of so another reason why people actually use frames over shapes is, let me show you. If I had this as a frame, let me convert it to frame. Frame section. This is the special space. Yes, frame section. Then these guys, then under this frame, I click on click. Okay. So now the problem is if you create a frame, that particular effect is now hidden. That particular what do they call it? Shadow is hidden behind the frame. So you have to apply that effect on the frame instead of the shape itself. So there's something I want to show you with the frame. So if, for example, if these guys are in the frame and I'm going, the frame can tell you the distance between the top and the bottom. When I mean the top and the bottom, so if the frame, let's say let me don't delete this. Before I delete this, let me save this as a style because I think this shadow is nice. So I'll come here and call this shadow. And I will, oh, no, this is search. Sorry, my bad. You come here, this is style. We're going to call it shadow. And we can call it we just name it for drop downs. So, drop. So, correctly. So now, that's why if you notice, if you come here, you can see this style. So I'm going to delete this. I'll delete it. Then our frame, I'm going to give it a fill. And I'll change that fill to white. Then I'll take it to, I think we use 17, right? We can't see it because of there's no shadow. So now how do I apply the effect? I'll just come here, and because of I've already saved the effect, it's already here. I'll just apply it. Voila, the job is easy. So you can also create a shadow component when designing and create everything. So instead of you to go and download someone's design component or design system, you create a system gradually. So now the next question is, okay, how do I know that in case someone hover or select, how does that effect show? It's not hard. You can just come here and create a shape that is not that big, drag it to the center of where you have this, bring it to the bottom, and you can have different styles, right? You can have, that's why I said you keep testing to know what your design system would look like. You can have this style, and you will check if we're having this consistency of white on top of black. But yes, this is what we doing right fine. So this is a drop down, just in case you guys were asking. I don't think this is 10. Because clicking odd 10. So as you can see, this is our drop down, and trust me, there are various styles. You may not even do it like this. You can even do it like this. Like, okay, if I adjust that, duplicate, there's what we call non-destructive editing. If you come from the graphic side, don't destroy your editing because non-destructive editing. So I duplicated it because I wanted to try something out. So I would push it to the left-hand side. I'll try something out. Then you can have this one to be the faintest of all color, and you can have this as black. This is another style, right? Or if this is not to the green that you want, you can have this green. You see, this is a style. So it all depends on what you want to do, right? So you have this is just even for drop down. I created two type of styles you can use. So when designing, you keep having different iterations to see what's best and what you can use. So that being said, on a drop down, so you can have this drop down, and once you have, and you can create this drop down as a component, right? You can just create it and have as many, let's say 5 drop downs, and this guy, you mesh them together, and simple, and you can create an hover effect. So on to the next. Don't worry, we're going to prototyping today. We're going to prototype our screen and see the magic between back and forth, right? So yeah. So what next? Looking at this, I think we all understand this very well. So this guy has a drop down for the programmer. You can duplicate this and put it here to explain to him that okay, this is what this does, and you can explain the drop down, and he too can understand what these drop downs are for, because sometimes he can only imagine. Sometimes some programmers only understand back and forth, right? Or how do I put it? Garbage in, garbage out. What you give them is what they produce for you. As simple as that. So you have to tell them, okay, this is what it is and this is what it's not, right? So as you could see, it is each icon. Some companies just choose one icon for notification. No, this is notification is different for transactions, right? So you can just have several. So these ones are representing anything that has to do with savings, and this one has to do with them. So some persons' history can go as advanced. Some people can even have a wheel. When I mean a wheel like this guy, that has different charts, like food. That's depending on how your app is. It can go very advanced, right? So we don't have to limit it to this kind of thing, right? But me, I'm always on simplicity, and depending on how advanced the app has to be. So this is our savings page, and we can have, I'll keep this so you guys can all see it to use. I won't delete it. So you can from G, and then just turn this one off just for typing sake. Right. Let me do this one since we already have this one. Okay, so this is history. So remember, naming is very important. Not everybody have time to name, but because of I've been working with lots of persons, both stakeholders and everybody, you have to name the files. Can't escape it. But what you necessarily don't need to name is these guys here. You don't necessarily need to name them. So the next and important screen that Alex needed was, let's say, it didn't state it. I think we've done almost every screen here. Okay, what we didn't do and what you might do in your assignment is real-time notification. Then when it comes to analytics and statistics, you can use your history as analytics. And you can also have like I was saying, a chart to say, okay, if Alex had a spending, if he has a spending where anytime he does a transfer, you have the option to say, okay, this transfer was meant for food, this transfer was meant for this transfer was meant for that. That means you have a statistics page here. So history and statistics are two different things, trust me, completely two different things. Or you can start with a history, right? Where you can see all the history of everything and see everything. But you have a statistic page, analytics, where okay, everything that you've transfer as food will be in one side. If you electronic bills, everything, you can have it separately. So you can choose to have that in your menu and have more menus, right? So I think one of the pages that as a UI designer, you might find it very hard to design. It's simple, though, but you don't even, the problem is not the design, but what it needs or what it needs to have is the settings page, right? So let's get back to settings. So don't worry, as you are growing in UI UX, you will be understanding so much, right? It's just take it one step at a time. But just know that once you are giving a client a what do they call it, a quote, take into consideration um, take into consideration the user you are building it for, the admin, how many users, some apps have more than one user, the admin, then if there's any other thing that is very, very, very important. So settings. So this is what I had as my settings based on what I have here. As you can see on my settings page, I have profile accounts, which I have edits. I have account visibility. I have savings management, balance limits. So if you want to limit the balance and everything, and it can, that's the limit. When I mean balance limit, how many zeros can be there, right? You need to know, okay, when it's in a particular zero, you now say dot, 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 dot. It can happen, right? Profile management, it can still be the same thing as this. You can either click this or click this. You have help and support, switch accounts. If you have multiple accounts, you can switch it and can also be somewhere else. Then you can have password, two-factor authentication. You can see how I subcategorize them, right, into different categories. It can be anything for you, depending on what settings you want to have. And as the app grows, you can have different settings in your system. I don't know if you get, so all of you were spot on with each and one of you that answered. You were spot on your answers, and there can be more to this, right? Okay, I think you don't have a question. You said God help you. Well, it's a journey. You take it slow, and you will surely get there. Because me, I don't want to put fear in your body. But me, it took me a long time because I had to learn by myself, right? But as the world is, you guys are closer to information than we were that year, even if it's not far. Like 8 years ago, it's not far, sure, but the informations you are having now, like in 6 weeks class or in 3 weeks, you're able to get information that I got in 2 years, right? So all you just have to do is practice, consistency, and you will surely get there. And as you are doing it, you can take up little projects, tell your friend or your even some of you may be working. So you tell the company that, oh, okay, can I just create the sample for you? You create it for them, and do a sample of it because that's how best you learn. Then, if you see a particular thing that has issues, let's say a particular platform that the UI is not correct, or may probably feel that you can update it yourself, yeah, you can do that. But one of the best set of portfolios to create is creating ideas from scratch, right? You can solve a particular problem, it doesn't need to be elaborate. Take, for example, now, Instagram on their homepage. Instagram could have search, right? On their homepage, where instead of you come to someone's page and scrolling down different files, you can just have a simple search. You can have that as a portfolio, prototype it, and people will see that and like, oh, you're thoughtful. Sure, you don't need to create the full system, right? You can just look for simple loopholes and work on it, right? Banking system, majority of them don't have there's what we call this when you die, next of kin. Yeah, most banking apps don't have next of kin feature, right? You can actually work on that. A case study on next of kin features. I think these people have it, this saving app, Piggyvest or something. Yes, they have it, but most banks don't have it. So you can have next of kin features on banking case study. Work on it. Simple. So a case study doesn't need to be too much. You can start small, then do elaborate. Like this one now, you can prototype this, and if I prototype this now, right, you think it is a real app and you will see the functionalities and you want more out of it because it's a simple thing. That's it. So we need to go into prototyping now. So prototyping is the ability to bring your designs to semi-life, right? So people could click on it and be able to see it. So you have different flows. We come to prototyping. Remember, we already have this screen and we can do so many other things. You can have your starting point. You can have various starting points to your prototyping. Take for you're welcome to be. So take for example, you have you want to create a starting point for new users and reappearing happy. Sometimes I used to get that wrong. So users that come back to the app again for the second time, right? So you can have different starting points for that. But for our app, this is a starting point. So we'll create a flow. All you just have to do is from your design, you switch to prototype. And this is where, let me show you. I don't know if I have a project that I can share to show you what a prototype looks like. Like when I think prototype is one of the sweetest and painful part of design that you can have. I think not text. Let me check this. Wait a few seconds. So I'll show you how large it is typing UI can look like. Yeah, I think selling is there. So there's sometimes when people post online and they show you web and different lines connecting each other and the rest. So let me show you an example. So you can see that this one itself is even cute. To see all these lines going from one place to another, like switching and scattering up and down. This is prototyping, right? This is, and they can be as advanced and way more advanced than this. So that is just an overview of what prototyping can look like in its full glory. And there is more. I think I even have one that even when I did it, I was even scared because of I did not even know what was linking to what, and I thought of it because I have a little bit of an issue. I forget a lot. So I didn't even know where one wire was coming from. I had to calm down, read, and started following and tracing just to tell you how much the typing was. Yeah, and when you use the app, it's seamless and it's very sweet. So now let's start. So now if you want to prototype, there's this thing, you click on prototype, and there's this way you can tap, you can drag on anything. So this little snake-like guy, you can tap it on anywhere, tell it to enter here, depending on where you're. So now prototyping is like I told you, holding your friend hands. We've done the screens, and now want to do a real thing. It's like we carrying our friend hand and moving them. So when I click here, it takes me when you usually on is it on tap, it has different options. So you can play around this because we going through everything might take a lot of time. You can see on tap, on drag, on hover, while pressing, keypad game, mouse, and everything after delay, meaning there's some pages that loads. So you can have an after delay stuff. And this prototyping can go as advanced as it can be, right? But we're going to be doing basic prototyping today. So we're going to use on tap because we can't. The best way here would have been the best movement here would have been after delay, right? After delay, when you're on this screen, it just moves to the screen. Or that makes it just give it the issues. So but let me just do it on tap so that we'll be conscious of what we are doing. So when you click on tap, it takes you here. Then remember, when you click on sign in, you see why it's good to label your stuff. You see now that these guys are now expanding. So I hold my control minus to zoom out and find sign in. You see. Then I don't want to go here first. So just giving you guys an example of this. So you can then create an account. There's a reason. Okay. There's what I wanted to do. So since these guys, sorry, since these guys are the same components, I can drag all of them at once because they do the same function. They still take you to the same page. So I can just do this. I just thought of it. So when you're doing this, you have to think fast, right? So you don't do things repetitive. You have to be fast to thinking. So you see that I linked all these guys to this. Then same thing with this. I can zoom out. Sorry, that's create account, right? Create account. So remember, this is our flow one. This is flow one. So we don't even have more than one flow. So now, right, you can also, let me see, let me see, yeah, let me just choose the image. Let me see if there's an option to slide. Sorry, no, not yet. So this is like, you can select the screen you want to move. If your screens are not much, but hardly, and there's instance, dissolve, smart animate, with push, slide. Right? And you can play around this. Whatever effect you do, you can just have two screens and be playing around them because with time, you'll not be able to do everything. So, sorry, I'm not just going there. On tap, you can come here to on drag. Let me see on drag. I want to be sure that I did the right thing. So to see your prototype, you can just click on this. So now if I click on tap, you can see here. So I want to see on drag. Oh, nice. Nice. You see that drag worked? See the drag work. So let me do it again. You can refresh. Let me even change these screens so that we can note the difference between them. Let me do this quickly. So we can know the difference between screens. Just once. Okay, so yes, so we prototyped here on drag. We had this on drag to this side. We can drag this, we should have made here on drag, right? But I just choose the image so we can do that. So same thing we're going to do from here. That's this picture to here on drag. Then remember, you have to do it as you're doing it forward, you have to do it backward just in case. So you come here and do it here, still on drag. Then do this one from here to here. Still on drag. So now let's see how this is. So you can tap here, then on drag, you see it's on drag, on drag, on drag. Okay, sorry. This guy, did we drag for this? Okay, so these two are most effective. I don't know why it's not dragging to this like that. I'll check that. So, oh well, so you can do that, or you can simply on tap. You can do it, but these buttons are too small, so you can have the drag. And you can even do it on play, like it can play. If you want to do it like that, you can make it play by itself. That you just let it on delay, you set it on delay automatically. It just go into the next screen by itself. You can actually do that. So I think one of the most important screen here is create. So we will go to create, and you can always have this back button. So we have these guys. Okay, no. I'm doing something very dangerous. Sorry. Only this button gives you back button privileges. Sorry. Got this. So this takes you to the last screen. On tap, always check this thing because you can make a mistake. So you just have this continue. Just do this and always remember to take it back, like back, forth, back, forth. So sometimes after designing, when it comes to prototyping, I can take a separate day to prototype because your brain will be fried from the previous day. So you just have to calm down to the prototyping. And the other prototyping tools, so it doesn't have to be Figma, but since you are working here, doing everything here, why don't you just prototype it here, right? So this takes us here. And okay, now let me do that delay, meaning once this place doesn't have anything that is clickable, right? So I'm going to do this place will come here on after delay. You can set your time depending on what you want to do. So let me show you what that is. If I click on create, I click on next, I click on send code, receive code, then I wait, and automatically it takes me to create page because of the timeline I said I didn't have to press anything because that is on delay, right? So the next thing we have to do is so we have I think we've prototyped for the onboarding experience, right? So I think one of the next important thing is to type this because after this guy, we enter. So click on get started. Let me zoom out. Takes you to the home page on tap. Also check it. So then remember you have to be very vigilant on anything that you can still go back here. That's if you didn't create your account right, you can still go back here, but you can choose not to. But depending on what your screen is saying, and you can choose to go back to create. If you don't have an account, let's come back to the creation process, right? So you could make sure every element in your design is clickable, right? So please, you can snap this when you're done, snap it. And Twitter or Instagram page. I am now a professional designer, even if you don't even understand what's happening. So yeah, you can trace each line instead of seeing every line. You can trace each line and see what that line does, right? So I just want simple prototyping, nothing too complex. So the next thing is on our home page, we don't have much to prototype because if you just click on your savings, it takes you to savings, right? And if you on tap and if you click on your home, it takes you to home, right? On tap, sorry. On tap, nothing too serious. And we don't need to prototype this. Normally, it is when you click this, it takes you here, and you can click on an empty space or just do the full distance. So when someone clicks on this guy and there's an empty space, it takes you back here on top. Simple. Then I think one of the most important thing we did again is we did transactions. So history. So history does the same thing. Everybody, what I used to do sometimes is I just take everybody to home page. Right. So let me don't rush. So you come here, this guy takes us here, right? And okay, so it doesn't get you confused. This guy, the home page 2, takes you to the history page. We do it small, so you don't get confused. Then let's just do settings from here at once, so we are done with anything regarding home page configuration. Then you have your settings. 7, and remember, always check this back if not. Okay, so we've done everything that has to do with this. Then yes, settings. So we've done everything here. Let's go to this guy. So this guy's going to be back to any guy. So let me zoom out. Home page. Let me zoom into that number. So this is savings. So savings. Always check on tab. And settings. I think we're now on the last one. So don't worry, when we are done, you see that it's going to all this that will take us like plus 10 hours. It's simple interaction with very sweet. Then I'm not gonna prototype this because it is when we click here that takes us to this place, and we just take this one back here. So you have to be conscious of every that thing, right? So home page. Ooh, that's really good. Okay, I think we even need to. Yeah, stage instance. Then we have history. So this guy. So now let us see our magic that we've done. So at the end of the day, we have this beautiful wire. The wires are not much, it's cute. And you can use this wire to do your, imagine you just, at the end of the day, note, you can actually prototype this on your phone, right? But the only thing is, you download Figma and whatever you are saying, I can't show you my phone screen. I don't know if there is a possibility to do that. Uh, okay, I will check about that. That's if I have the possibility to mirror. For now, my iPhone can't mirror. It's only my Samsung that can mirror. I would have shown you that for Figma, one of the best way to actually even see this is actually putting it on your phone and actually typing, doing the process, tapping and the rest. It's very, very seamless. The wire is really beautiful. The wire is really beautiful until you start it. You have, but I'm already having headaches. So let us see our app. And if you want to present it to the stakeholders, you can just create full screen. And when you tap, in case you forgot what you've prototyped, you can tap on the button and see it. So now this is for the stakeholders. You're like, hey guys, welcome to Remota. And I want to present this platform to you so you could know how to pay me well my money. But I don't want to tell that to your stakeholder. So now let's get started. Remota, when you come to Remota, you can check through different experience and do whatever you want to do. Sorry, the last one is not clicking for some certain reasons. The developer will work on it. So the next thing is you have the option to choose to sign in or create an account, but signing is a very simple process. So you just start to create accounts. And I can always go back at any time. So create this, click on this. You put in your PVN, that imagine you had an elaborate screen, right? This would just look like real app. So then click on send code, then code send verify automatically comes to create a page. Then we click on get started. Oh, okay. While our presentation has spoiled, we did not create button to get started. Hey, okay. Sir, please, I'm coming. I'm check the back of the app. So we forgot to create one screen. Okay, yeah, get started. Presentation don't spoil. So good lesson for us. Always check the prototype before you do live presentation. So get started would take us to the home page. So now we have get started. So yeah, I'm back. So we come to get started and you explain the page to them and tell them that when you click on savings, you see everything around savings, and you can also go back to home page, to show them and tell them the experience. And from home page, you can come to history. And if you click on account, you can see the drop down. Sorry, can click on account. Oh, I did the wrong. So you can see the drop down, and you can go back and you can go to settings and see everything about settings. So, sir, I hope the UI has been able to convince you that this app can be done, and you pay me this. So, I think this is where we almost draw the curtain for UI. And if you have any question, let me know. This is what we are going to do. Remember, I dropped the snippets in the class. So we are going to build these not just in design, but we're actually going to build it live. So this is the snippet, and this is how the landing page looks. It's not something too serious because I didn't want to do something too serious and we would have issues implementing it. So this is a very simple landing page that you can, so you could see the effect. And I know you guys are seeing things like, oh, okay, you can do some, you can do some, you can do almost everything here. So, and here, just a simple 3-section pages, I think, yes. So, and there's one thing you need to learn with design. I'm going to be showing you or letting you understand how the web works, right? So like in mobile app, we have the header, we have the body, and we have the menu, or I'll just say probably menu most of the times, and have settings and pages inside. But for websites, you have to be conscious of what you are doing and making sure you know every bit of what you are doing. So for example, now this place in this site, we call it the hero section. This is the header. You can have more than, I think, max 3 headers. Like you have the main header, you have a sub header, you have the third header, right? Some website has more than 1 header. And this is your hero section because this wins people's attention, and many other reasons why they call it hero section, right? Then we have different sections. So this is section 1, this is section 2. So different section. Like, but in websites, if you are doing code, there's what we call header, body, then footer. I'll show you footer. We didn't do a footer here, but I'll show you footer when we are building the website itself. So, but this is just the header and this is the body. Like the full, everything here is the body, and body has different sections. So we have section 1, section 2. This is section 3 into the various sections, section 4 and section 5. So different section in a website. So the next thing that we would get to understand, we're going to come back to the design, but there are some other things I need to let you understand very, very well. So in the world of design, there is what we call, not design, in the world of development, there's what we call no code and code based platform. So now, what does this mean? No code means building a site without code, without doing any line of code. And I think some platforms actually do that now, like Webflow. Webflow is a platform where you can build a full website without using code, right? And they have tons of things. But the problem with Webflow is, and what I'm trying to teach you guys is, when I'm using WordPress, the reason behind me going WordPress is, if you are building for Nigerian-based clients, majority of them will not be able to afford the Webflow fee, right? So it can be another class for another day. So, but if you have clients, you can even be a Webflow designer, right? And focus your attention on US-based clients. It's a very, very cool thing you can do. So Webflow is one platform you can build without code and has tons of crazy things, right? So there are other platforms like Whisk. There are many, and there's VZY. VZY recently came out, and it's owned by one of it's owned by a Nigerian, right? Creates websites 10 times faster. I think in less than an hour, a minute, you can pull up a website. So there are many kinds of website builders out there that you don't need code. Then building a website with code is building a website from scratch. You have to learn development and everything, but it is not compulsory. Nowadays, you can whip up a very nice, good website and it's going to look cool. So WordPress, what can you build with it, right? You can build, let's say I would use the word almost, let's say 50 to 60%. Now let me not go 60, but I think 50% of the websites in the world right now are being built on WordPress. And WordPress is a tool that you can go with no code to semi-code, right? Not using too much code, and you can still use code. If you're a developer, you can use code to PHP developer, you can use code to enhance your WordPress site. And as you are going advanced with it, you'll be able to dodge it because there are some things that you'd want to do. Even me too, today, I'm not a full coder, but trust me, copy and paste does the job, right? But I still need to understand the code because if I don't understand it, I would not even know what I'm copying in the first place, right? So you still need to know how to play around with few code lessons. But if you don't want to go into the code route, you have no problem. So what can you build with WordPress? You can build a portfolio website. You can build an e-commerce website. What does e-commerce means? Website where people sell products. Like, for example, one of our clients' websites, that's Doreen. So this website is actually built with WordPress, and you have various sections from where a customer can buy things to where the customer can check out, and you can put your products and everything. So imagine you focus on building websites for only skincare businesses. Like, that is your focus. And you know there are many of them. Trust me. Imagine you just do the calculation. You charge for a starter. I won't charge below 200K. But for a starter, you can charge 200K for a website to make your hands strong. And you can whip up a nice website and focus on skincare brands and do that. As I told you, the world is so large that you can focus on a particular set of persons and still make money out of it, right? You can focus on people that sell cosmetic bags and the rest. So as you can see, this website has different sections and everything. And customers, or you guys are probably have to be aware of her. I think Very Dark Man took her issues one time. So yeah, like I said, this is an e-commerce website. You have your shop where the user can buy and notes. I know you would also be asking questions like, sorry for the information overload, but I'm just giving you an overview of what WordPress can do, right? So um, you can view the products, see what you are going to do. But what we are going to build is not an e-commerce website. So probably that's going to be for premium classes or maybe classes in the future. I can't promise anything right now. So you can see related products. You can even upsell. There's what we call upsell and downsell. That is another thing for another day. You can add to carts, and you have add to cart functionality, and you can check out or view. So this is WordPress, and you can do so much on it. Or if you want to go the agency route, and again, you can actually imagine I can sit in my house and she would receive her money. She's not in this place, right? And this you can build and pitch to your customers. They can have websites where their customer comes and pay for their products without even stressing themselves. And she being in her own house will be making her money. So let me remove this one for my cat before I go and mistakenly press by. Right. So the next kind of website is like a portfolio website. So take for example now Kool website. I don't need to go much further than that kind of stuff. It's a portfolio where there are many pages and just mainly talking about your products, services, and the rest. And you can list your portfolio jobs and everything you've done. You could scroll down depending on the method that you want. The truth with WordPress or the truth with websites is how good of a designer you are. Trust me, a good designer will handle this my website and probably change it to something I have not even seen, right? So it is about the design. The tool is not the problem. I don't know if you get me. So you have several pages, and as someone that you are building design for, what we've been building design for was mobile apps. For websites, you have pages like homepage, about us, and the rest. The same way you build user flow and user architecture for mobile app, you do the same thing for websites because it's still a flow. How does one person move from one page to another page? This site is not complex. Imagine you are building a banking website. Trust me, you see pages that enter inside pages, that enter inside pages, that enter inside pages, and sometimes if you're not careful, you're overwhelmed, right? So you can have different functionalities and have different things in the website, and you can have booking, chats, and you can even have a live chat. Like I think this she doesn't have. I think I have a live chat. Live chat also enables you to live chat enables you to have different things on your website, like people or customers able to chat with you online. Like if someone comes to my website like this, I actually know it should notify me. So this is what I mean by live chat. You can use a third party platform. So WordPress allows for third-party integration. You understand what third-party means. Third-party is just something that you can't do by yourself. Someone else can help you do it. That's just what third-party means. So WordPress can help you build portfolio websites, e-commerce, subscription. The list is very long, and some persons now are taking WordPress so advanced to even using it to build apps. I'm telling you, like communicate apps with it, but that is on the long run. So that is why I choose WordPress in terms of building website. Doesn't mean platforms like Shopify is bad, but because of you have to pay things in in dollars, I do shy away from all those platforms because most clients here in Nigeria can't even afford. We should not even go about the dollar thing, right? So, but if a client is in US, cool, they can afford almost all the expenses and everything. So yeah. So there are two things you have to also note in websites before the website is being created. Before we even start talking about websites, there are two things you have to put in mind. There's what we call domain and hosting, right? So after designing, the next question is, okay, what next? Because that's going to be the question. The next question is the what next answer is simple. You need to have a hosting and you need to have domain name. So what's a domain name? The domain name is what we have here as www.coolcat.com. Let me use this analogy. It's one of the simplest analogy is imagine you buying a land and that particular land is more like the hosting, right? So now that particular land, you need to get C of O. That's the thing that they'll give to you. That is the domain name. Then what you build in the house is the website. So the land is just the hosting, right? You can buy a hosting and you don't build anything on it. So when you buy this hosting, they're going to give you, you're going to be able to transfer that your design and build it with WordPress. You know, people build bungalow, people build mansions, people build schools, people build crazy things on their land, right? So hosting, you can build apps, you can build crazy things on their land, right? And that's how I like using the land analogy. So it's going to be very easy for you. So now the next question is going to be, where do you register this website? There are two platforms I usually use. Mostly, I don't use Nigerian-based hosting platform because they give me stress. So there are a lot of things you will learn from hosting. You need to work with speed because this at what speed rate does the website open? It is very, very important. Is it easy to navigate? Do they security issues and so many other things will give you reasons why you should choose a good hosting provider, and you're going to choose them for a long run. It's like you guys marrying each other and the relationship is going to be long, 1 year, 2 years, and the rest. So two platforms I usually use is one, Hostinger. So there's one platform, Hostinger, and another platform I usually use, but once in a while is Namecheap. So these platforms allow you to register and host your website. So you can search for your domain name. That's why when you are branding, you need to tell the person that is doing the logo that, okay, first, before I do this logo for you, let me check if someone else has not taken this name. So you come here, even if you're not registered, you can come here and say, let's search in case Damilola wants to start a brand and she wants to name it Damis Pro. You can come here and search www.damispro.com. You can choose, and there's what we call TDL, that's .com, .org, there are many dots, right? But why people go for .com is because .com means .commercial. And because it's, that is what people, know more than any other thing. So the closest to it is if you have .org or .net. So if you can't go for .com, you can go for .net or .org or .co, right? But if you can get .com, that is the most preferable. There are some time in future, you can even buy anything that smells or relates to your brand name, like Apple. Anything that smells or relates to that name Apple, they've bought all the domains. So you can do that in future if you have the money. So now, for example, now search damispro.com and it will, oh, Damispro, go and save this thing, or I can save this name, and the day you are going to come to look for it, you buy it from my hand for millions of dollars. So yes, people are into the business of looking for domain names and selling it to people that did not register it on time. So you could see that Damis Pro is available, and there is .com, .org, .bot, .net, .ai, and so much. And you could see the amount. So now this is domain. If you go to hosting, there are different kinds of hosting. I'm not going to go too much into it or too deep into it. There's what we call dedicated hosting. There's what we call shared hosting. And majority of the time, this is what we use, shared hosting. So if I come here, I think here is going to be simpler for me to explain it. So we have shared, we have WordPress. Don't go for this WordPress hosting. You get why? Because I would explain that later on. There's VPS hosting, there's dedicated server, you owning your server, right? That one, don't mind that one for now. So, and there's what we call cloud hosting. But what we go for is shared hosting. You and someone are probably sharing the same hosting. It's like you buying in an estate, you guys are sharing the same land, right? So, but dedicated server is more like you owning the estate. You can build anywhere in the estate. So I think that's one of the easiest explanation. So cloud is like you owning the air above your estate. It's air, it's in the cloud, right? So, and it's faster. So that is one example way to tell you about shared hosting. And most houses in Lekki, where they almost look alike, and they are fence to fence, that is shared hosting. But the other person doesn't see what the other person is building or owns, or they don't even know. So just like everywhere is all blocked. So that is so much on registration. So we are going to be working on a platform. And when you register to this platform, it's not hard. You start with the hosting, you choose whatever plan that you want to use. And note, when you register, each of these platforms have their user experience. So you would have to learn their user experience and get to understand it. But majority of them have one particular thing I would show you. So before I go and continue, or before I continue what I'm saying, do we have any question? Because I know I've poured a lot of information right now. So before I continue, is there any question? To register a hosting provider, I may not be able to do that because I don't have card with me, but it's not hard. First of all, some platforms allows you to choose your hosting and domain and register it at the same time. And when you register it, some platform actually sell you what we call SSL certificates. Different, right? So what we have, or what we understand as SSL certificates is this guy, or what we understand as SSL certificates is this guy. Come in. Okay, so Google has changed their UI, but anytime you come to a website and you see this padlock here, it's what we call SSL certificate. And sometimes you come to a website and that website will tell you this website is dangerous, do not visit, and so many other stuff. So yes, that is the job of an SSL certificate. So some websites give it to you for free, while some websites give it to you paid. So you have SSL certificate like padlocks. I think, let me go to Chrome and visit, not now. Let me just visit something quick. Let me just go to Instagram. So now this padlock, yes. So this padlock you are saying is what we call SSL certificate. So a website without this padlock will you will not be able to access, you'll be able to access the website, but to tell you this site is not safe. So SSL certificate is very important. And some site, like I said before, give it to you for free. So now when you want to register, Like the only problem I have with Hostinger is you have to buy the domain first before you buy the what do they call it? The hosting before you set up everything. So they have an issue. I think they need to fix it. But with Namecheap, you can put everything in one cart. That's e-commerce. So another thing again is when you are building an e-commerce website, it doesn't just have to be selling products. These guys kind of they productize their services. So there is services that are being productized. Even we did it in a way whereby our website is being productized. So we put everything in one package and sell it. But the only difference is you still need to contact us to book the services, right? So that is one difference. So to buy a hosting, you just come to the hosting platform, depending on who you are going with. Then you go for the plan that you choose to go with, right? So these guys, you check their plan very well. Everything matters here, right? From you see website speed, you could see the speed, and be careful. These guys are very tricky. Even I noticed this of recent. They might sell a cloud hosting beside another platform. So just be careful when doing your registration. So you can see how many you can on this particular hosting, like house or this land, you can register like 10 websites on it. So you could understand, still using the house analogy. Then they give you 200 gig of storage, right? Fair somehow. Then daily backup, valued at. So this is marketing tips. They tell you that this thing that they're giving you for free is valued at $25. Just the marketing tactics. Then free SSL certificates. That SSL certificate I talked about. Bandwidth is how far your website can carry, the amount of visitors you can carry. So this is one thing when you're building a website, when you hear, Jumia has crashed, all those things have crashed, there's so much a website can carry, right? So the more the bandwidth, the more users it can carry. So when you notice that your website keep crashing or shutting down, you need to go and increase your bandwidth, right? So email, they give you free domain, www.yourname.com. CDN, this is content delivery network. Meaning, what does this mean? Content delivery network means there are sometimes in Nigeria here you have customers from over the world, but you don't know whether your site is loading in that particular location. So take for example now, people in Netherlands may be having issues loading your website, but content delivery networks enables you to store your website and they can load it perfectly and distribute your website to places that it can access on the normal day. So if you check here, let me see, they highlighted optimized website speed for catching content for multiple servers globally and deliver it for visitors in the nearest location. It's just, this is many English, just what I said. You get. So you can see here and see, this is their premium. Can you imagine? They made business. Let me not go into the strategy. These guys are, corny. They made the expensive one in the middle and made the less expensive one in the right. So when you're building websites, this is marketing strategy that you can adopt, right? And so now at the end of the day, you choose a plan. So for example, now I click on add to cart. I am not buying this, please. I'm only going to show you how to do it, but I won't go ahead to buy it. So it's going to load. You can choose between 1 month hosting is like you buying a land, but you are renting the land. It's like lease. So now this time around, you're not buying the land for a long time, you are leasing it. So you say, okay, 12 months, lease me this land for 12 months. I'm paying for it and I can build anything in that place, right? So it's not like buying it outrightly. I don't think those platform allows for that. So it's only when you buy your dedicated server, you can do that, and still monthly. Then you can choose payments method. This is what we call payments method, right? So if you are going deep into web development, you understand what payment method and payment gateway. That is why people like Paystack, Flutterwave, they came out in Nigeria because there were no other payment method than PayPal. And PayPal, we know the story. Nigerians can't really use PayPal. Google Pay, the wahala. But you can also have payment gateways like CoinGate on your platform. That's if you have the necessary documents. So you fill in the information, and when you are done, you'd have a hosting. So I'll show you how Hostinger's platform is inside, and how Namecheap platform is inside, not their welcome this. I'm talking about where you are going to install WordPress to, right? They are two different things. So why I'm not going, sorry, I know you guys be wondering, okay, are we not designing this? So why I'm not going fully now here is we already know how to design. This one is, I'm going to show you some things that you might not have known how to do, right? So, but this is the main thing. Because if you don't know how to do this, you will not even be able to start or build your site in the first place. So the first thing is Hostinger. So this is what Hostinger looks like. So after installing, I can't go down so much because there are clients' websites in the platform. So this is what Hostinger look like. You could see in one account, I have several hosting for each client. So some client chooses to have it on their own account, but we can choose to have it on our own account. So if you could see, this is hosting, and I'm not going to give you an overview of this because this is like another thing for another day, right? So, and you can learn because all these platforms have different interface. Because I will show you this interface today, and if you go to another platform, you see different interface. All you just need to do is learn or go to their how-to page on how to use it, and you're able to use it. So, but my own Kool is, let me show you how to install. So now, this particular platform, this domain name is available. This is my name, oshebuge.com, and imagine nobody has this domain name. So I am very proud of this. So before I built something here, but it's down and I didn't focus more on it again. So you can have this and come to manage. So when you click on, sorry about this, when you click on manage, you can have this is what this particular site looks like. So in order to have your domain and hosting in one place, you have to merge them together. Sorry, I'm not showing you the full platform, but it is just having your hosting and having your domain name in one place. So you now merge them together. Then I'm going to click on connect your website to hosting plan. So I've not done it for this website, but this is how it goes. Few seconds. Okay, so you choose a hosting plan. So like I said, I have so many hosting plans in this particular stuff, but I'm going to put it on this particular hosting plan. So you select the hosting plan. This is Hostinger's process. Remember, not every hosting plan's process. So you click on selected plan. They would ask me a bunch of questions. I skip. They would ask me, create a website. Should I create a website? This is one way to do it, right? We can create an empty website, meaning there's no website on it. But let's go with create a website. So they're going to ask me WordPress or Hostinger. Yes, this reminds me of something. Note, people confuse WordPress hosting with WordPress main website itself. Yes, WordPress has their website. If you go to www.wordpress.com, that's weird. Even Hostinger is having WordPress as their default. So sorry for the loading on the screen. If you come to WordPress, .com. So WordPress have their website, and you might be tempted to go to WordPress and buy from them, but please don't. It's not bad. They have their stuff, but this is if you just want to go as a blogger. Even if you are going for the blogger, I won't say advise going this route, right? This is if you feel like you want to host, because WordPress themselves, they are a hosting provider, right? You want to host with WordPress. So the way WordPress did it is WordPress did it like an open source system where you can use it on their platform, and you can use it on a third-party platform like Hostinger. So instead of going here to register your site, just choose a hosting company that you can do customization to and install WordPress as a function. So WordPress is like you using, I'm trying to look for an example to paint this. Same with a house. You can, depending on the contractor, okay, let's use roads, right? You can use Arab contractors to build the house, or you can use Julius Berger to build the house, right? So WordPress is what you can use to build the house without going to their platform to do it. So this is why WordPress is still one of the best, right? So if you are confused, I would explain that later on. So they give you what it can do, and even Hostinger has their own builder. So everybody is trying to, have their own builder, but WordPress is still the boss. You get. So you select it. So now they'll tell me to create an account with this. So I'm going to create an account, and even if it's public, you guys, this is the account I'll give to you. So you select the language. This is very important. And please, when you are creating this, try not to forget what you used to create it. The email too is very important for doing so many other stuff. So I'm going to use this email, Gmail. Then we're going to generate, I would use a simple password, but not to, okay, I'll copy it and send it to you guys. There's a reason why I use this password. If you go for a cybersecurity class, there's a saying that if you have several symbols and follow this, sorry, I'm deviating a little bit. I just remember something. Remember when I was telling, I think it was Dami or let me try get the person. Yes, I think it was him. That's Elijah, where he had sign up stuff here. Okay, sorry, I'll be fast with this. I want to show you guys it's still part of the lesson for you. So he had what we call the create the password um, request here. So you can do it this way, or you can do it this way, whereby as you are putting one item at a go, it is telling you what is wrong and what is not right. This is user experience, right? So you can go through this route. Geez, I did not. Let me generate another password again. So I'm going to copy this. Please copy it and paste it somewhere. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it here. Yeah, so we don't forget it. Then the email address, I'm still going to leave it at this so that you guys will be able to have access to the platform. So this is what you're going to use. Please don't share it to anyone. No. If they hack the site, I know who to find. It's the 81 of you in that group I'll find. So the next thing is you click on continue. It will ask you to save the platform. It will ask you to add plugins. So this is, like I said again, I keep repeating it. This is what do they call it? Hostinger's user experience. So these are plugins. I'll explain this, so don't mind this. I'm going to turn them off, all of them. For you two, you turn them off. You can even skip it. You click on continue. Then WordPress will have what we call theme 2. I think you can skip this too. I don't want to explain it now so you don't get confused because we've not gone there yet. So at the end of the day, they're going to tell you choose the domain that you are connecting with the hosting. That's the C of O of your land and the land connecting them together. So the domain, remember, please, and when you are doing this and you have many, don't go and install it on an existing website. It will close down that thing and it will be a serious problem. So because that Oshobike.com doesn't have any building built on it or any website built on it, that's why we're able to install it. As this guy is doing his own magic, there is what we call Cpanel. If that we built with Hostinger, sorry, if we built with Namecheap, Namecheap has their dashboard, but when you want to install WordPress, this is where you come to. So Cpanel is one of the most default installation system for not just WordPress. If you are building web apps and the rest. So this platform is one of the popular platforms, Cpanel. So and you get to know about it. So Cpanel has many functionalities, even hosting yourself. At a point they were using Cpanel, but they moved to their own they call it Hpanel, right? They just changed the UX and some other things, but it's almost the same functionality. So the panel contains email, files, database, MySQL. Don't worry, you won't need this for now, so your brains won't go. So we have metrics. Don't worry, you don't need this. Security. The only time you need this is SSL certificate. That's if the company did not, or if they didn't give you hosting, you come here to install a free SSL certificate. So that's a class of another day. Then when you now come down to software, the software is what we now have. You see WordPress, you see Substilius and some other things. So instead of me coming to WordPress, I usually go to Substilius, but it's still the same thing. And they have other advanced stuff. Don't worry your head about those ones. Or you just want to come, when you just open this thing, when you see Cpanel, you just generally come here. Just close your eyes on every other thing. Okay, it's telling me to log in again. Thank God you guys have not seen my password. So okay, this thing misbehaves like this time to time, especially when you're having different IP address. So when you come here, you have this. I need to reduce that. So you have WordPress, you have Joomla. I think majority of you probably might have heard about Joomla, but if you've not have heard of them, don't worry, don't stress your head. And there's Laravel, all those programmers, you could see it here. It's here. So this is where you install. This is the builders, Julius Berger, like I said. This is what you come to install WordPress. Me, I won't go and do mistake and install. Jeez, I don't know why this is. It's got my IP address, right? So at every action, it's going to tell me I don't want to on my VPN to cancel the networks. So this thing should not be doing this thing all the way. Oh my God. Okay. Give me a few minutes. You might feel like I have gone offline, or I have not gone offline. I want to turn on my VPN, because if not, this guy won't leave me alone. Good. I believe I am live, so I believe you guys might be hearing me. So the next thing is I have to log in. So this is WordPress. You see, this installation is different from this installation, right? So this is my WordPress panel. I've installed my WordPress, but if I wanted to install on this, I would just simply come to, I'm even scared of pressing this install button. Okay, let me just click on install. I think I have a demo account here. Let me click on install now. Don't make a mistake. Okay, so now if you click on install now, depending on which domain is under the Cpanel, you will see several. You could check here. We have several domains under this Cpanel. So how do you install WordPress under this thing? So all you just have to do is fill in. Remember, another thing again is this is your HTTP. I'm not going full into that, but anytime you see HTTP, if you check, HTTPS means it's secured. HTTP is just ordinary. It's hypertext, something. I can't remember the meaning full thing, but just note, anytime you want to register, don't choose the one that doesn't have the HTTPS, because that one is not secured. So that's why you have to put the SSL certificate even before coming here. But don't worry about your head. You would learn this several times before you even do it. So I'm just showing you the process. So there's what we call PHP versions. So currently, this one is the WordPress version right now, and there's PHP versions. This is the site name, username. So even this thing has different interface from different providers. And at the end of the day, when you are done, you install it, and it would install WordPress to your site. So Don't worry when you are actually, because currently you guys cannot even install right now until you buy your own hosting. So by the time you have done that, I can send you to a direct video that will do the job for you. So immediately we install the site. Let me go to control panel. So this is my Cpanel, and immediately they installed it. My oshoboge.com is live. So you could see, let me open an Ignito browser. Remember, this domain was not connected to anything, but when visitors visit my website, this is what they see. That means WordPress has been installed, right? You could see all this. So I've installed WordPress, and you could see Hostinger has a simpler installation process. That is why I choose them. So you have your dashboard, WordPress, hosting, performance. Don't worry your head about that. I'm just only showing you so you know what this entails, right? So when you are approaching your WordPress, what you have to do is you would just come to www.yourname/wp-admin. Any WordPress, any site that uses WordPress uses this, but when you are building it, you would have to change this, right? So people would not use this. By default, WordPress uses www.wp-admin. So let me log out so you see what it looks like if you want to log in. So this is where we would put in our email address and password, right? So I'm going to stop at this junction introducing you to the hosting and domain. Before I go further, is there any question? So now the question is, how did I get to do the landing page? So I'm going to bring it from the file I have already created it, and I'm going to, majority of the stuff is why I'm not actually showing you guys the full process of doing it is because I want you to learn and build it yourself. So, and let me see if you guys are getting it. So I'm going to copy the full page from where I've done it already, and I'm going to bring it to our project. So you can demarcate your project using shapes or whatever you want to use to demarcate it. I'm going to demarcate my project. So I have the design here and I have my landing page. Remember, naming is very important. I come here and I name it landing page. So you might be asking yourself, what's the difference between a landing page and a website, right? So a landing page is mostly used for sales, and a landing page is just one page, nothing more. And that page can have more than one thing inside it. It has sections, right? Then a website like the one I show in my own company's website, Kool, and a client's website, e-commerce. Those are websites because website has more than one pages. So a website can have a landing page, right? When you guys were registering, you would notice that when you were registering, you did not see my logo at the top. You didn't see anything at the bottom as a footer because I converted it to a landing page so that you would not be able to click outside what I want you to click. So those are things you would have to understand with web development and even marketing in general. So most tech companies have landing page. They don't have full-fledged website. The only thing that makes it a full-fledged website is if they had things like privacy policy, terms and condition, and the rest. But still, they can even have it as a pop-up fact, right? So depending on how advanced it's when I say the a pop-up is something when you click on it, it's instead of opening before I explain and you guys will be visioning things in the air. What I mean by pop-up is when I click on this, it pops up and you'll be able to fill all the necessary information here on it. So don't worry, because of I am in the development mode, that's why it's like this. Okay, back to the Figma file. So now this is what we are designing. So now the first thing I feel here, we already have built something that had to do with the header. So if you had practiced the landing page I built for you, you should already know how to go about this, right? So the first thing, remember I told you size matter, and the size you use for your text. So when you are creating your text styles, you have to put into consideration large text because you are going to be building for websites, right? So I know you guys will be eyeing this guy like, okay, how did you do this? I'm coming to that. So what size did I use? I came here and I used the normal desktop size. So if you check, it's the same size. If you check in terms of this, it's the same size. So yeah. So this is my header, like I said, and the body. Then when I was talking about footer, this is what I meant by footer. A footer of the page is the bottom page. This is it. Some tech companies like let me go to one of my favorite Thingiverse that year. So I took some keywords from these guys. So this is their footer. This is a header. And there's, if you notice this, I don't want to go too much in too much information, but since I'm seeing it, I'm just letting you guys know. So there's what we call some header follows you, right? As I'm going down, the header is here. There's what we call sticky header. They are called sticky header. The headers are sticky and they follow you where you go so that it's for user experience. So that is why if you notice by default, it's like this, but when it moves, it changes. Sticky header in WordPress, you can do that as well. And if you want to know what a platform is using, so that if you want to do your research, there's one plugin I have. I call it Waplizer. You can click on it and check what platform the person is using. You can see everything and analyze what it. You can, if you want to do the pro, you can do the pro. But for WordPress, you can actually use a particular plugin. When we are going to that, I'll actually show you the link, right? So coming back to this, because this guy took us far. So based on our color system, this guy, I would not have to redo this because we already know how to create a button. We already know how to create this. If you don't know how to, go back to the past videos and watch how to go about it. So this one, I didn't create it from scratch, right? You can download this from Google and some site. Just download Apple Play Store button. I prefer this sometimes to normal button that will tell you download from Play Store because this actually has the UI interface for the Apple Play Store and the rest. And this one is a quick this thing. So now, your question would be, why did I choose this method? And when you are designing, there are various design formats. There is the Z view, meaning you read from left to right. I think these guys have that view. You read like this because there's a saying that in user experience, readers read from left to right. So that's why when you're creating your hero section, so when you're designing, you don't design for designing sake. That's why I always tell you the why you do things. So why people design the information before the picture is because people read from the left before they go to right. Well, I don't know if people, read from right to left, but yeah. But people just read straight down like the one we have here. So I'm telling you the why of my things. And most SaaS company, what do I mean by SaaS? That's SaaS, is software as a service. So software as a service, like this is a service, it's a software, but it's a service, it's offering service, but as a software. So why I choose this place is they get to see the big thing, right? They get to see the sub thing, and the call to action is there. So when you're building websites, you're not just building a website. You have to put marketing into consideration, right? Everything matters. Every button matters, right? And every section is very, 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 very important. So first thing, the header. I don't need to do this again. You know how to go about this. Then how did I get this? If you check, if I zoom in, there is this round stuff that is going in the background. So that's the first set of things I'm going to start doing here. So I choose my normal background. I pick this. Then I just did a circle. Sorry, I'm actually sounding almost like a Beanie boy, but I'm not Beanie Shao. I'm Ouchie. So I did a cycle and yeah, I did turn the cycle into a stroke. I wish this was communicating, you guys would have been answering because the communication usually delay at a particular time. So I increase my stroke, then I made it green. Simple. That's what I did from here. Then I duplicated it into several ones. One, sorry, no. Before I duplicate it, when I duplicated the first one, yes. Did I use grid for the landing pages? Yes. So thank you for that question. Yes, if Shift G, like I forgot who told me this Shift G. Thanks to the person. And if you use the one I was using was Control Shift 4. So Shift G would allow you see the grids. Sorry, Toby is not here for him to collect this money. So the grid, you could see the grid I used. So if you want to check the settings, this is the settings I used. So you can screenshot and create your own grid yourself. So this is the grid I made use of. And yeah, so if you check, everything is aligned. I did not do anything out of not alignment. Everything is aligned inside my grid. So yeah. So now turning off my grid, Shift G to turn off and turn on. So after I created the first cycle, I reduced it to a certain amount. I didn't make it too mathematically compulsory to maintain a particular ratio. So I just sized it and saw I was okay with it. I did this, sized it again. So to have this, I did K. If I didn't press K in my keyboard, this is what it's going to do. Sorry, let me go back to V. If I didn't press K, if this is what it's going to do. So K allows me to reduce, scale my designs without altering or disrupting it, because what we are doing is non-disruptive editing. So when I did it, I did this and I'm coming, okay, once like, oh, I mistakenly reduced. Yeah, sorry about that. Then I use my alignment to position them, and everything is, so I now selected everything and grouped it. So this is what I did. So you might be asking, okay, it's that, but there is a kind of disappearing effect on it. Yeah, I actually used when I brought it inside. Oh, sorry, I grouped this thing, right? Ctrl G to group again. Let me check if I didn't overgroup it. You see, I overgrouped it. Let me ungroup. Right click to ungroup. Okay, I've ungrouped the first ungrouping. So I bring it inside my file. So the next thing I did was I use a gradient, right? So gradient gives you that illusion. So I come here and I use the gradient. So if you could see, the gradient had that effect. So I could make it darker. I could select a darker color. You can see the more I make it darker, the more it gives that effect. And if I drag it here, you could see the effects, and I can switch it to which sides I want it. If I want it down there, if I want it to depend. But the reason why I kept it at the bottom is I had it here. So if it's here, it's going to be too much, right? So, and I still have it here. So that's why I graded it out here, but made sure it's a little bit visible. Then I reduce the opacity. Opacity is how transparent an object is. So how do you reduce opacity? There's what we call pass through. This guy does a different job actually. He does other jobs. If you do design more, you understand this. So opacity, I reduced it to, I think 20. I don't know how many I reduced that thing to. But if you could see, reducing it to 20 is giving it that illusion, right? So like I said, you guys are familiar with this. I'm going to pin this because I want to copy this guy. So I'm going to copy these guys and drag them here. Okay, so remember, this is my header, this is my hero section, this is my first call to action. And note, when I had this, so you might understand, these things were not like this. Is how originally it was. So I had to add stroke to give it this remember when I taught you guys about contrast? So it's going to be readable and clickable, because if you leave it like this, it sinks into the background. But to give it that contrast, I added a stroke to it to give it that feel, and it made it pop. You get. So the next thing is these big boys, right? So this guy, you already know how to make this one in the background. So this, I didn't make it here in Figma, but Figma has, this is what we call mock-ups, right? Figma has mock-ups, but they are limited. So if you can, as a designer, please try to learn Photoshop. There are videos online. You can start small, small. It's almost the same thing as what did they call it? Figma, right? I don't know if I'll do a Photoshop class, but there are tons of it on YouTube, right? So I use Photoshop for this. I will show you how I did it. So to tell you how Photoshop is almost the same thing as Figma. So Photoshop, this is how Photoshop looks like. Then you can, yes. So you can, when you have the Photoshop, I'll send you a link to where you can download it. Yeah. So you click on create to create a new project. It's almost the same thing, like she could see like the way Figma is. So Photoshop is like the granddaddy, Adobe. They are granddaddies to all these design softwares. So you could see it's telling you different sizes of screen, or you choose the screen ratio, that's width, height, orientation, and the rest. I'm not teaching you guys Photoshop today. So I'm going to send you my mockup file so you can open it in Photoshop. And sometimes the truth is, when I started learning Photoshop, I didn't know the full Photoshop. For example, now I saw a text effect I needed. I just download the text effect and learn how to edit that text effect. That is how I started learning, right? That year. Then before I knew how to use the whole Photoshop as a whole, right? So you can start with what I want to do. So I would send you guys the raw file. I don't know. I think it's mockup 2 I used. Okay, let's, even if it's any mockup, let me show you. So I'm going to extract this. Did I need to extract it? Okay. So few seconds. So Photoshop has their raw file. You can download this. You may ask, where do you download mockups from? If you go to, because this is very important, you need mockup because presentation matters in design. You can't just give it to your, so many platforms use those mockups, right? If you check, this is the mockup, this is mockup, a mockup 1. You can use this, you can, depending on what you want to use. So if you go to freepik.com, you can get free Photoshop mockups. Sorry, you can, that's why I told you, when you want to create, you have to use iPhone 14 for design presentation, because they have one of the cutest set of mockups. Mockup iPhone 14 mockups. So you can go to Freepik, you can go to different platforms. So you could see the mockup, but because I have experience in design, I know what I wanted. So if you check, I can see this one and like, okay, if you check that these guys, I think it's almost similar to what they used here, but not it. So something like this, you can take this mockup, download it, and you open it. So I'm going to be fast about this. Then you come to your design file, select the mockup. Okay, yes, I think I use clay mockup. Then you can select any one. Let's just go with one. I don't know if this is the one I used. So good, I like this. Let us use this, right? No, I would use this, but I would also use the one I used so you guys will see the difference. Yes, good. So let's use this. Let me don't use that one. So now, when you have Photoshop, it's the same thing with Figma, where you have your tools by the side. So you just need to know what and every, and the good thing with Photoshop is they have an illustration of what each and every one of these things does. So imagine I was a newbie. Let me act like a newbie. I open this thing. I don't know what I'm doing. First, the thing tell me, let me go down to Pigeon. So sorry, whoever is listening to this in Pigeon. So the thing tell me, say, open your design here. So I would click on here. I open my design jejely, right? What is the next thing I need to do? I don't have any other skill. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'll just come here. I exported my screens. So I'm going to go to where I exported my screens to. So design class, please, where is this? Figma. Sorry, my eyes are turning me. I have to, to then screens, right? So I'll just choose one screen. I will choose one of the main screens. I choose this one. I drag the same way you can drag to Figma, you drag to Photoshop, and you tap, and it will tell you this is the only new thing you might not know. Trust me, I would tap Photoshop that year and I did not know that these two buttons is telling me say yes or say no. But now you know it's here. So you click on good to accept. Then you just click here to cancel to tell you, do you want to save? Yes, save. And when you save, automatically it comes here. See the magic, right? It's magic. Then you come here, do the same thing. Listen, we don't have experience. So right now, you come here. That's how easy it is to use a mockup. You come here, select it, select another one, drag it to Photoshop, put it there, select, you run away because we don't know what to do, right? So we have this, bam. So what do you do? Remember in Figma, this layer here, right? This has turned almost Photoshop class. The layer is here. So Figma was smart. They just switch position, yeah, to for their own user experience, but the properties is actually on this side. So I'm going to turn off this because I don't need this background because I need it to be in transparent background, meaning there doesn't need to be anything at this back. So I can, if you turn off this, you start this guy turn off, you leave it alone, you turn off this and say, hey, okay, it turn off. But this shadow guy did not turn off. Why? You already have a knowledge of opening Figma files. You can see here, you come down here, you open it. Photoshop, still the same thing. You just come here, open this file. When you open the file, you just look for the thing, anything that turns, just turning off them one after the other to see what turns off. I'm a newbie, right? So come here, you turn off, you leave the things that will affect your design. And when you turn off the shadow, because I don't need a shadow, right? And if you want to present, you can easily put a background. Let's say you wanted to present this. You can put a background. Say I wanted a very, very nice background. I'm just showing you just in case you want to present it. Okay, so I pick my table. You can look for backgrounds, whatever background you want to use, bring it here and put it here. So automatically it drags and drop. You click on OK. Remember layers. It's like stacking up cement. You just come drag it down the same way you drag on Figma 2. You put it here, so you could see. You can even turn on that shadow guy, but I don't think it's nice. And you can blur this. I don't want to go that far, but you can just right click here. I'm just showing you for presentation's sake. You can choose this Gaussian blur and blur this out here, and you can have this for present. But this is the bad presentation, Sha. Don't do this at home. So turn this one off, turn the background off. We don't need it. Then we resize it. So how do you crop? You can choose to export like this and crop later, but you can still crop in Photoshop. Why not? So you come here to your cropping tool. It will never change, except you're not using 2020. Yeah, well, it's almost the same name. So come here, I crop. Or if you can't crop here, you can export and crop later. So you just crop. Why I'm cropping it so it doesn't have excess spaces in the design. So when I crop, I click on correct again. Good. I come here. Then I click on you come here. I'm just doing newbie, save as. Come down to file, come down to save as. So when you save as, you come to save as and save to my computer. It may not show you depending on the version of Photoshop you downloaded. So it will tell you to save it in different files. Me, I would save it as a PNG because it's a PNG file. So you can save it in Photoshop file to have the raw file, but you don't need that. So you can just come here, save it in PNG. And when you save it in PNG, you can rename it. Let me put it in desktop and I would name it iPhone. And when I need, you check everything, PNG, and you click on save. So that you, okay, when you click on save, it's going to come up with something large. You click on okay. So now, so that you don't repeat your design over and over and cancel everything, you can save as PSD. PSD is the raw file version of Photoshop, like the way you type in Microsoft Word and you have the Word as the raw file or PDF as a PDF when you export. Sure, you get. So you save. I will still click Ctrl S to save. Sorry, it's saving as a mockup. So when you're using a mockup, don't click Ctrl S because it's going to save it to the mockup file. So you come back here again and come to save as, but the shortcut to save as is Shift Ctrl S. So you click on it, click on save, and you, because of I'm saving, it take you to, you choose the destination where you want it to, and save as. Let me click on iPhone because of I have the iPhone here already. So remember, PSD is the raw file version of Photoshop. So you can open it another time to edit. You click on save, and it will ask you it's already existing. No, because of I put the PNG, sorry, just put iPhone, clean it, and just click save. Automatically it saves. No, it will tell you this. Yeah, then saves. So this is how you use Photoshop. We didn't do anything extra, and I'm not going to show you anything extra. So same thing you just do with this guy. Let me show you this. If you want to, you can use this as presentation, right? So you come here, your screens. Where are my screens? I'll just take, let me be fast about this. You come here, paste. You see why I choose iPhone 14? Because simple, I don't need to scale, I don't need to do anything. I paste it here. That is screen one. You see the magic? Mockup, I come here, I drag another one. So this is why you need to, I love Photoshop. It's sweet. And you can do lots of magic with it. Trust me, lots of magic. I'm gonna just copy more screens. Hey, no. I am over rushing. Okay, let me just cancel, drag that and put somewhere else. Okay, so this the third one. Let me just open it down. The third one. So when you want to click on this place. When you are clicking that thing, don't click on the body, click on this icon here, this thing here. So I didn't tell you that. So it is this thing that I'm tapping on. I double tap on it. When you double tap on it, you should open it. So thank God I'm going to use this as an example. I drag this guy from here, paste, save, cancel, yes. This guy, do the same thing for him. Come here, let me have this screen. I like this guy with the money. Here, paste, save, move ahead, save. Then see, I have this one. I can change the color to suit my design. You double tap on this color. You don't need to be a newbie. Just double tap on the color and you could see how beautiful this is. If you upload it on the Figma file, trust me, people would. And do you know, okay, let me not go far. You can put a video into this place. This place can be images and here can be a video that shows your prototype. Don't worry, you guys will pay me for that. I'm not doing that in this class. So you click on Shift Ctrl S and you can now export this as a file. So you already understand how to go about that. So you can have this as your presentation. Imagine you upload this. If you don't get clients, may I know why? Okay, let's go. So now we understand how we got to this place. So the story took us to how we got to this position, right? So now I'll just drag this guy, take him to Figma. Sorry, I took it to the wrong Figma. Okay, this is where we are designing, right? Let me position myself very well so that it's dropping. You know, if you guys do airdrop that year for crypto, so I need to airdrop on the right place. Go back to my files, pick it. So sorry, I know we have gone almost an hour into this, so we have 1 hour 30 minutes left. Oh God, Figma does this most at times. Okay, let me don't rush. Let me drag. And there's even a way that you drag, and if the system is even annoyed with you, it will not drag again. So imagine when I dragged it, it scaled so big. What do? We press K and we reduce it. So you see, and I positioned it well at this place. So now some persons, if they want to go to other sections, they would want to, come here and come here and click on what do they call it? Frame, a new desktop frame. You don't have to do that. So what you just have to do is you just come here and extend this, just drag this down because this is one section, right? So just drag this down. This one wasn't hard. So the only thing is you bring in all this logo and icon. So you might be wondering, how did I do this stuff here at this side? It's still the same thing. So before that, so I am not doing this shape again. I've already done it. So it was a large one. I shrinked to the small one. Let me remove this image. So I positioned it at the back, right click and bring it at the back so you could see. That is how I got it. Then I drew a shape and I crossed it. So, and yeah. So as I got this originally, you know how to change color. I'll not have to go through that again. So now the question is, how did I do this? So the same way I did this. So, sorry, let me right click and bring this out here. So I just simply change the color to the brand color. Remember, I'm using my color guide because of I'm showing you guys I'm using this. So I'm using my color guide. And if you see, as I brought it inside, note it has to be in the Figma file itself, not outside. So if I bring it in and I just reduce the opacity, make sure it's centered, and I reduce the opacity to opacity here. I reduced, okay, yeah, I reduced to around 50 or something. So you can reduce it more to around 30. So it has this sync. I prefer it, yes. So you know how to type and you already know how to bring this in. So you might ask me, how did I crop this and how did I? So you can convert this to an image. You select these two guys together and let's say Ctrl G. And you can export this and also make it an image so that you'll be able to crop it, right? So but one other way you can go about it is you can have let me see, you can have what we call this thing a shape. You can ellipse it. Okay, let me show you what I mean by that. You can have this guy here. Let me first of all turn it off and know where this guy is. So we bring it behind this guy. So we bring it behind it and we put it in a way that it's not going to crop any sides. Then we select the two of them together and we create a mask. So you see this mask. Now, if I carry this and if I take this mask and I take this mask and I drag it up, you could see that it swallows everything under it. So that is one way you can go about this, or you export it as a PNG, file and bring it in and use your cropping tool. But this is one of the best way to go about it. So you see that it doesn't give you any issue. So this one here, to have it at the other side, you just right click with alternate to duplicate. Or if you hold alternate, it shows you double to duplicate. Just drag this guy to, you can do the clipping as well, because this guy, if you look closely, if I change this background to white, so that your you just be careful when you're designing. You could see that this guy is transparent, so you just have to be careful, right? So you make sure it's not showing. So this is how we got that. Let me see other thing that was hard. You already know how to do this, you know how to do this. So now this glow effect, you might be asking, how the hell in heaven did I do it? It's not hard, it's actually easy. So you already know how to bring in an image, right? So when you have this image, what I did there is I duplicated. So I just held this and pressed Ctrl D. And the one that is under, I just increased the size. Then I made sure they are both centralized. You can make them centralized depending on your choice. So I make sure the bottom one is the one that is large. Then you can apply blur direct. And what kind of blur can we apply? We can apply layer blur to it. So we click on this and we apply layer blur. And you can keep increasing this till you are satisfied. So this is how I got that glow effect. So this is it. And the glow was so nice. It actually came out very well on the green. Like it just gave it these effects on the green. So I don't know, popped up well. So this is how I created it. And you can have this effect, a very, very nice glow up effect for both of them, right? So let me check if there's any other thing I did that you guys may not have been able to do. So this is a drop down and it's not literally dropping down, but I feel you already know how to do this. So you would be able to do that. So this is how we got the landing page and this is how we got the things that were a little bit tough in the landing page. I don't know if you have questions before we move to the last phase of the class. Understanding WordPress dashboard. For everybody that install WordPress, this is how it's going to look like. So I would not be boring you guys much on this because I know you guys are taking an overload of information today. I'm just going to go skim through majority of these things. So two things, when you have WordPress as your engine, you have to have two things in mind: plugins and theme. As what we call themes. Themes are like how the site will look like, and the plugins are what makes the site function. So the same thing like all these design tools that we have the tools here. We have our post. WordPress originally was meant for blogs, right? So you could create blog and anything blog they were, top. They started with blog, right? But they started becoming advanced and you could build full-fledged websites with it. So that's why you have post here. You have media where everything that has to do with your media files. Pages, these are website pages, but we're building one landing page, so we don't have several pages. Like what I was explaining, where you can build several landing page and name them and do it as presentation, just in case a client asks you, what have you done? So you can use it to do that, right? So another thing again is comments. Comments comes with blog, so you can turn it off and turn it on if you need it. Appearance has to do with the theme and everything of like what you said, appearance, how the website would look like. Then we have plugins. Plugins are what gives more functionality to the website. Take, for example, now you need to have a shop on WordPress. By default, WordPress doesn't have a shop functionality, right? So with a shop plugin called WooCommerce, we'll come to that later on, WordPress will be able to have the ability to have a shop on it. So there are tons of plugin that does tons of functionality. You have user where you have all your users. You have tools where you have all your tools. Okay, I now remember where that password is coming from. I'm still thinking about that password. So yeah, we now have settings where you have your general settings, writing, reading, discussion, media, permalinks. Trust me, I'll show you everything. This one is a plugin, so don't worry about it. So these are everything that you would know in WordPress. And when you click on, right click and click on view site, this is how your site would look like. And this is how to know you at the back end. You see your dashboard here. You see your login and everything here. And this is the site. So this is one landing page. And you could see it has different things. But I don't think they work, right? They don't work. Yeah, they don't work. They are all hash here. So by tomorrow, what we are doing is WordPress. We are not having any relationship with Figma, except we are copying or exporting our files, and we are going to start building. First, we'll get to understand the platform, and I think we can commence building by tomorrow, so that before next week, we might be rounding up on the class in general. Now, yesterday, I told you to log in. You all just have to do is WP admin. That's www.yourwebsite.in/WP-admin. You can change it so that nobody would have access to your site. You can change that WP admin, but I'll show you plugins that can do that at the end of the day. So, I'm sorry. The password you saw the other day was actually from the old site. I formerly had the site, like I told you guys, but I shut it down. Yeah. Okay, so this is the back end. Let me update this. Yeah, let's update. So this is the back end, and when you open WordPress for the very first time, this is the first thing I usually, do. I do some cleanup, right? So I first of all would come down to screen, then I start turning off things. So I like my design clean. So I'll just turn off some things like this. I don't need it. News, I don't need it. Quick drafts, you barely need it. Activities, quick glance and health. I do used to keep it so that to just tell me the health of my website. Then you see the dashboard is clean, right? So now WordPress, this is a free settings, right? So it's in order to do some certain things. When you have paid plugins and the rest, you see some different things here. So now, if you come to the dashboard, this is like, and when you are building notes, this is the admin. When you probably have a client that wants to build a platform that has an admin, this is what an admin, this is the back end of a site. So we call this the back end, right? But there are many, many kinds of back ends. There is the back end for admin. That's if you are building a app like let's say a next Uber, right? There is the user, that's the driver admin. There is the user admin, which is not an admin, but it's just the user dashboard where he has to book the ride and everything. And there is the admin for Uber themselves. So this one for WordPress is the admin to build the website. Sometimes you can give access to your clients, the full access, depending on the negotiation, depending on the agreement you guys discuss, or if you know that the client is someone that may be clumsy, right? So you can just give in view access, and I'll show you how to restrict access to your client. But if it's that the client wants all access, and that's the agreement, you give it to them. So whatever, and you sign an agreement saying whatever happens to the site, you cannot be held legible for it, because trust me, they would go and press things that they are not supposed to press, and the site will come crashing down, right? Or just one small thing, and you can make money from it, right? One small thing they will touch and it will affect the full site, and you can just come and tell them it's a big thing and charge money from it. So, you shall want them in the first place. So there is edit. So sometimes I'll be going off and on trying to explain some certain things because I know we have limited time in, explaining it, and I'll try as much as possible to express everything I can express. So when you go to the dashboard, you see updates. Note, because of we use Hostinger as a hosting company, that's why this is here. If you didn't use Hostinger, you would not find this here. So you can choose when you come to update, whenever there's anything to update here, you would see it here, whether you have plugin updates, team update, the website itself, it updates, you would see it here. Then there's what we call posts. So anytime you want to post a blog post, right, this is where you come to. So, and you can create a new post. I'm going to go through each and every one of these things one after the other, so you would see what to do. But note, we are not creating a blog, right? We are creating a landing page, but I just have to go through everything with you. So on posts, we have, and why I'm also explaining this to you again is if you are building dashboards, so you understand how things are being stacked together. There's what we call carding. So everything, take for example now categories, anything category tags that has to do with writing a blog or comment has to be under one particular thing. So I'm not only just showing you the WordPress, I'm also showing you a UI in case you have building a dashboard for someone, because you find yourself doing that. So there's categories, there's tag. I'll come and I'll show you each and every one what to do. Then we have media. Currently, there's nothing being uploaded on the site, so there's nothing here. Then we have pages. So the page that we want to create, if I click on preview, you could see that this is a privacy policy page, right? So we have not done anything here. Like I told you that there are different pages. We can have about us, contact us, everything that has to do with pages is here. And you can have options to trash, delete, and view the table. So when you are building your own dashboard, how this into consideration. So I'm putting your mind in two things: dashboard building. So we have drafts, and if you that's draft is something you started and didn't finish, and you can save to draft, right? And we have WordPress gives the option to just click on either new page from here or new page from here. Then we have comments. This is where every of the comments comes in. I'll tell you to any comment you see when you create WordPress stuff, delete it or move to trash, because those things will might give room for hacking and the rest. So same thing with posts. If you come, why I'm not deleting this post is so that you would see how it is. But when you have your own blog place or your website testing, delete that post, just delete it. And sometimes there's even a process where you even create your website, and after even launching it to the owner of the site, you will now find out that this thing is still here, and you ask you what is this, and it's always very, very funny, right? So always delete it. Then you have appearance. So appearance is where we have our terms, and this term, but we'll talk more on it because this is the core of everything, because that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be doing, we're going to be talking more terms and customization. Here is it. So we're going to be talking about term customization and understanding plugins. And if we are as fast as we can, we would even start designing and development today. So we have editor. Well, I'll tell you not to come here. They will change the UI, but you may not have any business to, come here. And WordPress is trying to own their own editor, right? But I'll explain everything to you why that is. So then we have plugins. Plugins are what enables us to do things. Like remember this posting that stuff, if I deactivate it here, it will automatically remove from here. So you see it has gone out. It's not supposed to be there. Well, I just still leave it. Maybe they are taking data and whatever it is, but you can delete it if you want. It's of your choice. So this is user. So this is where you add users to your site. And when you add a user, you have different user roles. You have subscribers, contributor, authors, editor. So depending on what you have on your WordPress, you can have shop owner, you can even have sales manager, depending on the plugin and depending on what the site is for. So you can have different persons here. Even when you are doing membership sites, this thing keeps changing, right? So you can add new users, and when the user log in, depending on the restriction. So even when you're building dashboards too, when you have different users tend to see different things. There's some users that if they log in as subscribers, they will not see anything, probably blog or something, or editor or author. They will only see blog title. Majority of these things, they will not see it. That is user restrictions. Then we have tools. So sometimes you want to export some certain things, like take for example, you want to import a blog from another website and you want to import some content, and not just importing, you want to export things, but barely you would come here. Like there may not be any reasons for you to come here. So if you come to settings, settings has a lot of things. This is where you have your site name, very important. And there's something I'm even noticing. This site doesn't have HTTPS, but you can force it to open as HTTPS. You can save it to open as HTTPS. So you come here and do the settings. Make sure the email you're using is the correct email, because whenever people sign forms or anything, this email is very important. Just because of this is an example thing. When you are hosting, create an email for your account so that you'll be able to use your default email. Because imagine the site is oshoboge.com and you're having kool@gmail. No, it doesn't work, right? So you use the default address like hello@oshoboge.com or hi or support or whatever choice you want to use. So you can set default role, like if you create any role by default or anybody create any role by default on the site, what's the default one? Then there's site language, whatever language you want the site to be, time zones, all these ones are self-explanatory. And we have writing because WordPress is a default by blog. You have blog and standard post, and each of these things, when you change them, you see their reaction. So you don't need to bother about this for now. Then you have how many blog contents will show, and you can overwrite these things, right? So you don't need to stress yourself on this for now. Then discussion, this is comments. You can restrict comments and do anything comments related and so many other stuff. So media to thumbnails, you can just come here and play around and see what it is, but don't overtouch. Yeah, so permalinks is very important. Let me show you what I mean. So this is privacy policy. If you check privacy policy, you are saying www dot oshobuge.com/ this thing. You're like, okay, I'm supposed to see privacy policy, right? Anytime you build your website, the first thing, in fact, you may not, because of I'm explaining this, the first thing you need to just come to change, because imagine you start building your website and this thing is not changed. So the first thing you need to change is this. Just come here and choose post name, right? The name of the post or the page. So you come here and you can just clean up and click on it again, post name, and make sure it's writing post name. And when it writes that, there will be other permalinks under here, like permalinks for shop and some other things. But because there's no shop installation or plugin here, this is what you are seeing. So then you click on save, then I'll show you what that thing does in the website. So when I click here and I'll refresh, it would show, but I would, okay, there is what we call cache. So there's a cache plugin installed on the website, right? So Hostinger installs it by default. So why, when I refresh this, it didn't change is because this cache helps people to store your website data online. So what does this mean? Take, for example, now, have you noticed when you open a website, someone, let's say Jumia for the first time, and you come to Jumia and you open it, it doesn't take, the first time it take long, but the second time may not take long again because of the browser has catch your, it has stored the data of that particular page, so you don't have to reload it again. So that's what this plugin does, right? You know, actually I'll explain what. So I have to clear the cache, purge all, and when I refresh, it may still be saying this. So all you just have to do is, if you come to your post, let me open page in another side. Then I click on preview. Let me go into the edits. It's supposed to change. It's showing page ID. Come in, let me check. Post name, we can select a numeric structure. And let me see. Oh, okay. I just remembered this particular page has not been published. So if I publish it, it's still under edits. So if I publish it and so you could see it has changed to the normal thing, right? So I just noticed it wasn't published, right? So that's another thing with WordPress. You might have a problem, and if you don't understand the system very well, you may not know where your problem is coming from. And that's one bad part of it. So I know you guys would disturb me very well on this part because you definitely stumble on so many things. And the solution to your problem is very close to you, but you may not know, right? So yeah, that's that for permalinks. Then privacy. So this is the privacy page, and you choose anything that has control with privacy. You can choose the page. If there's another page like say privacy pro, you can select it, but this is going to be the default privacy page. Then any plugin that has to do with settings, This is where it's going to come in the light speed cache. So this thing has a bunch of stuff, but you don't need to worry yourself. Majority of it by default has been done, right? And you don't need to really touch anything so you don't get yourself too confused. So yeah. So that is all for what is on the left hand side. So as I'm installing things, you get to see what things do. So now when starting WordPress, what are the first set of things that you need to install as plugins? So the first thing I do use to go to is, first of all, I bring in my theme. So now theme controls many things, and this theme is very important because when building your site, each team has its limits, has its pros, has its cons, and don't go to any website and just download anything and put on your website. You might download virus. And whenever you are using a team or choosing a team, make sure that team has a good customer service, because whenever you have problem, you have somebody to reach out to. Imagine you have a problem now and you don't even know where it's coming from. If it's a team problem, if you talk to your host and they say the thing is not their problem, the team you use, you need to talk to them. If it's a free version of the team, well, you just have to figure the problem yourself. But sometimes they do have customer care. But the free versions of them don't have problem. But the thing is, choose a team that is good and has good customer care. That's if you're using your money to buy team. So now, what are the free team options out there for you to use? There are two. I won't even stress you going around. If I want to build any website today, there are two themes I go for. So if you come to add a theme, so you come to appearance and you come to add a theme, you come here and you'll be tempted, right? You see different designs and you're like, oh, this is fine, this is fine. When you put it in, you now find out that you have more problems that you could imagine. Yeah, so the two things I usually use is Astra or Cadence, because these two guys are very good. Some persons use WP Ocean, not bad, but in terms of peace of mind, I use this two, and I'm even using the premium version of this. And there is another thing you need to understand. There is the difference between a theme and a page builder. So now I'll explain better for you to understand. First, let's install a theme. So for the theme we are going to use, because of I love Cadence and I've been using Cadence for a very long time, and I'll tell you why I'm using Cadence. So Cadence use WordPress default builder. Like I was saying, a builder is more like I have chosen a theme. A builder helps you build your pages, like your homepage, your about us, your distance. So some theme, most teams don't have their page builders by default. So they rely on WordPress default page builder. So what does this mean? If I come to page, I'll right click it so that we don't leave this page. So I'll take it small so you don't get confused. So if you come to page, say for example now, I want to build a new page. If I click on new, you ask yourself, okay, there's already a theme, but I want to build a new page, right? So this is just like giving you a template. This is WordPress default page builder, right? You can just click things, and if you want to add new blocks, you can see new blocks, but it's limiting, right? You can come here and see different kinds of things, and you can use it to build your page, but there is limit. So now, page builders help you with more functionality and allows you to build your website the same way you would build your stuff on Figma. Those page builders will allow you to build your website on WordPress. So this is WordPress default builder. And why I love Cadence is Cadence uses the WordPress default builder, but Astra uses Elementor. Elementor is not bad, trust me. If you host on Elementor, sorry, I brought in a new guy. So now, who is Elementor to the picture? Let me go to Elementor. So now, Elementor is a very popular builder. I think if you want to compare Elementor, you can compare Elementor with Webflow, right? They have this same synergy and they allow you to build things. this class is not going to cover Elementor, sure, but we're going to be using the WordPress default builder. Maybe in future classes, we'll cover Elementor. So Elementor is a page builder. They have a free version. So the same thing you can build with WordPress default builder. You can use Elementor to still build it, right? It doesn't take any time. So like I said, you can try it for free. Like the link I'll send to you guys, you can go there and test it, install Elementor, play around it, and see if you can build with it. There are many tutorials on YouTube, but I know you guys would need a personal tutorial, but that will be, like I said, nearest future. I may do a class on Elementor and WordPress builder because this guy is a thing on his own. All right. So now let's go back to themes. I've taken you far, but let's come back. So now, theme. Why theme is important is theme controls the beauty. So theme is like, let me put it this way. You want to build a bungalow, right? But the bungalow, what style do you want? Do you want this foreign style? Do you want the style to look like, you know, a rich man's, how best I'll put this, a rich man's website, and sorry, a rich man's house where you have the aesthetics are minimalistic. So a team helps you to do that. And the page builder is more like, okay, the contractors that comes in to do the door, do everything, each rooms. So that's how best I can, explain it. So first, don't worry, as we install it, you see what it does. So I'll go ahead to install Cadence. When it comes to building e-commerce, say if you guys want to venture into e-commerce later on, I would prefer you to that if you don't have money, Astra have more option with a free theme than Cadence, right? So you pair Astra with Elementor for free. That if you don't have money to buy theme, just pair Astra with Elementor page builder. But if you have the money, and one of the best theme for building e-commerce website is using Cadence. They have tons of stuff. So after you install it, you click on activate. And when I activate, one of the things I like to do is I delete all this one because all these ones is come by WordPress. When you install WordPress by default, they come with it. So you can delete it. And you can visit each platform's website. So for example, now this is Cadence platform. Cadence. Okay. There is loading to check. So this is Cloudflare. Cloudflare checks for security and the rest. You learn about them later on in your building process. So so this is Cadence. You can come here and see what they can do for you, and go around and check the website itself, right? So the other one is Astra. Astra. You can visit Astra and see what they do. And also, and why I love Astra too is Astra has lots of free templates. So that's why when people say, hey, I can build your site in 5 minutes, to an extent it's true. But they use templates, right? But that if you are fast, I can bet you there are some sites I can build in less than 2 hours. I can boast about that, right? That's if the person is using a free template. I can build a website in 2 hours, but not 5 minutes. If you build a website in 10 to 5 minutes, trust me, the website will have many issues because there are some things you still have to clean up and check properly. For 2 hours, 3 hours, sure. Depending on how fast you are, you can build the website in 2 to 3 hours complete. But you still need other hours to make sure the website is in good condition. So, like I said, I'm deleting these guys, and I'm going to only have one theme here. So now, as I install the theme, you notice that there's some changes to this. There is customizer, there is widgets, there is menus. Like I told you, this thing controls the beauty and the arrangement of your website. So, and it will tell you to start installing things, but you have to check the most important things for you to install. So after I install this, there's what we call starter templates, right? This time around, we are not using templates. We are going to be building from scratch. So I'm not going to be installing template. But if you want a quick, you can test. If If you want a quick start, you can come here and you know, check the template out, and you get, so it will tell you to activate paid. This is the paid features. You just go with classic, right? So we're using the free guy. So if you come here and tap on this, okay, sorry, this is pro. Sorry, there's pro, there's free. Let me just go to the free section. Sorry, free section. So this is a free website, and you could see this template. So the template is loading a few seconds, and this is the site. Imagine somebody wants to build a painting website, and the person did not pay you much, let's say 200. Trust me, don't collect anything less than 200K. If not, me and you fight. So 200K for websites, and the person has to probably may even host the website by himself, because hosting now, if you convert dollars, is expensive. So you can just easily do something very quick for him. You see, everything here is done for you, just to replace it with colors and the right thing. So this is why template is nice, but we are big boys. We are not using templates. But in some cases, you use templates. Yeah. This is cadence. So the theme we installed, if you come to theme, this is theme. If you come to customizer, customizer will take you out, but let's don't go there for now. There is widgets. Widgets are just like added features you can have on your website. So for what we are building, we're not going to do or touch anything concerning widgets. Widgets, you can have them on sidebars. You can have different things for widgets. Like if you come to website and the left side of a website, you will see, okay, let me not explain with air. Let me see if there is a blog post. Okay, I think there is a blog. We have a blog post here. Let me open it in another tab. So that's why if you see most developers are always having many tabs. So this is there is no widget here. Let me just go to a news platform. Any news platform. Ninja. Guardian. Yeah, Guardian newspaper. Okay, so Guardian is not built with WordPress, right? But I want to show you something for explanation's sake. So widgets, you can have widgets on the left. If you check this block now, you have something on the left hand side of this. You can have a widget that shows just posts, feature posts on your WordPress blog. So widget can give you those functionalities and ability to. Let me close this. We don't need this guy again. So widget can give you that function. So we won't, for this purpose, we won't use them, right? Then there's menu. This is where we would create our menu. Remember that when I told you there is what we call full website and there's called landing page. What we are building is a landing page. We're not building a full website. But if you wanted to create menus, there's what we call primary menu, secondary menu, and footer menu. Like I said in a website, this top here, like this one, I think they have two menus. This is probably this is the main menu. This is secondary menu at the top. Then if you come down here, this is the footer. Everywhere around here is the footer. Footer two have sections. There's a primary footer and there's secondary footer. So as you can see, they have their own footer here. So this is the menu, and I'll show you how to create this. Now create it from here. There is no menu being created right now, and it's because of we don't need a menu, right? We are creating everything in one page. So landing page, like I said. Then we have we've already gone to the starter template. So cadence. So this is what when you install any theme, it will give you its own properties. Like what does it have? Global colors. I'll show you what global colors are, branding, typography, header, and so forth and so on. And you could see, and they'll tell you you can do more with Cadence Pro. So you see that they'll give you more options, and these options are cool, right? And you could see other stuffs. So the next thing we need to install that is going to be important and help Cadence is we're going to install Cadence block, and it's a very important stuff. So we're going to go. So how do you add a new plugin? You come here and you're going to search. So if you come to plugins, you would see popular plugins. This is featured. As you could see many stuffs here, right? You could see what they do, or you come to popular, sorry, recommended. Okay, these guys are still under recommended. You come to popular. This is Elementor. Elementor is one of the most used plugin out there because it's a builder. So you have form, this form. So why I actually choose full packages, I like when a particular team has everything in it. So I don't have to go to install different plugins every time. So a particular team will have its form and everything inside it. So I don't stress myself. So you could see this is WooCommerce for anything shop. If you want to have shop feature, so then this plugin is good for backing up, file transfer, and everything. And this is the light speed. So you can come and then for security, we're going to install this guy soon, but it's not our priority for now. This is for backup, and you can come here and see many plugins. See, these plugins, like I said, gives your site more functionalities. Yeah, I know this is taking time to, go to the main thing. I know you guys will be boiling to build a site, but even you too, when you want to start developing on WordPress or building your site on WordPress, you have to do all these settings first because you can't just start building. You have to install your plugins, install your themes, check all the settings that are right before you start building because it's very important. So you have everything set properly. Okay, so like I said, the first plugin, Cadence block. So this is for Cadence. For Astra, I don't think you'd have to install any other thing because they use Elementor, and Elementor is a full page builder. So these blocks gives us more blog features. So I'm going to install it. So now another plugin that is very important is Elementor has this by default, but I used to use CMP. The name of the plugin is CMP coming soon. So there's a thing, right? As you are building your website, if you have a client that is how do I put them, micromanaging, right? They want to see everything that you are doing. You can have a maintenance coming soon plugin. So by default, if you use Elementor, it has it. But if you are using Cadence, it doesn't have it. So you have to install the plugin for it. When you are done with development, you can delete it. So we're going to install this. And this is, to me, even minus me explaining the whole WordPress thing, this is the first plugin you even install so that the client doesn't see all those things that you are, because as you're installing things, the sites keep changing. So the client is not on your business. So let me show you how to do this. So when you come here, the first thing I used to do is I put this in maintenance mode. Elementor has this feature, like I said, too. So you put it in, sorry, coming soon a landing page. It's okay here. Then you just, I think they have templates, but they are not that important. You just come here. What I do is I choose, it asks for what kind of logo. If you have the company's logo, one thing I make my clients mind sweet is I put the logo here. Okay, yes, this is where we start exporting things, right, from Figma. So I'm going to choose logo, right? And I'm going to export. Let me start exporting things. I don't think we have this logo. So you create a folder. So this is where I start exporting things. I would export these two guys as PNG. Normally, you can export before you even start building, you export every component you want to build. So why I didn't export mine in the beginning is to show you guys what you can export and how to export them. So I'm going to create a new folder called site dev. You can name yours anything. So I'm naming this site dev, okay. Site dev design files. Okay, so you save it here. And now we come here. So this thing has limitations. So you have to make sure your logo is not that too big, so it doesn't look too big. So I'm going to come here and I would clean this. I can just put in this as a under maintenance. Under, so you see I've used it, my browser has even saved this stuff. So I'm going to put that under maintenance, and I'm going to choose a solid color. Depending on your logo, I'm going to choose the white one. So I'll just put it white here. Then I click on save. I save my settings. Customize. I'll come to customize because I have to customize that text. So the text may use, I'll just put enter. There's no enter. These guys don't have enter. Yeah, okay, that's true. These guys are very limited with what they have. Okay, so um, they have limit. They are limited with the fonts that they have. So just use a font that is very okay. Then the content font, I'll just still leave it at what did I choose here? Open Sans. I still prefer Open Sans to any other one. Open Sans. Then yeah, line spacing. And when you are done, so as you're adjusting it, you are seeing it. Then when you are done, you save. So what does this look like? So you can click on preview to see what you are doing. So if you click on preview, this is what it's going to look like. Because of we don't have that logo, that's why it's showing like this. And the font color, you come here to change the font color to black. So you have the font color. And we come to content and we need to reduce the size of that font. Header fonts, body fonts. I prefer the body set. So instead of having a header, let me cut Ctrl X. I paste it as body. There's a reason why I'm doing that. So then I'll come here, sorry, to customize. So these are the few things you do. Then on customize, I'll just reduce it to 13. Between 13, 14, it's fine. Then you click on save changes. So now if we click on our preview again, you could see it's under maintenance, something very small. I don't need it to be too big. Then our logo, how our logo comes in. So this is where we upload, this is how to upload files and things to WordPress. So you come here and we'll select our file. So we name it site dev. I'll just select the two because you might use the two logos interchangeably on the website. So I'll select this. Then, like I said, you can't really alter this. Sometimes you can alter the size of the logo, but this thing misbehaves. So I will just leave it be. Then you refresh. Okay, let me just save again and preview. Logo, why are you not showing? Let me clear that cache because that cache is also sometimes before you even install the cache, when you are building, you can so you see that it's here. So you can choose to put this or just leave it here. Me, I usually leave the logo there alone, so you can remove the content if you want. It's even making it not fine. Yeah, so you can leave the logo alone and you can disable this cache plugin. I'll show you how to disable it because it's giving me issues. So when you are done building your site, you can install it. So if I refresh, you could see Remoter is here. And how do you activate it? At the end of the day, you click enabled. And as you click enabled, you would save and refresh and purge this. I'll remove this, deactivate it first. So in case someone, because of you are a admin, you can still see your site, right? Only you can see it and whoever you give the login to, right? But if you let me open this thing in Ignito. If I come here and open an Ignito browser, it doesn't need to be it can be another browser that doesn't have the login. And I click on the Oshibuge.com and click enter. So this is what the client sees, and you can tell the client, hi client, your site is live, and we will begin the development process. In his mind, he's happy. He sees his logo, sees everything, and like, okay, is it 7 days? Does it take you? Is it 1 month? Is it 2 years? You tell him how long it will take him to create a site. But seeing this and him able to click the link and see this, it's a win-win and makes his mind at rest. So that being said, and we've put the site under development. Like I said, I need to deactivate that plugin. So you come to plugin, and how do you deactivate plugin? You can just come down here and click on deactivate. So you can keep it when you are done, so it stops catching my stuff. So the next thing is we've installed the block, we've installed the theme. So I think that's all. We don't even need any other thing right now. So we have everything that we want. So, and if you click on Cadence at the bottom, when we installed Cadence blog, it's brought about that. I don't think activating AI would require you to, it will require you to have an account so you can. So AI helps you it helps to generate content and some other many good things that comes with it. So you have starter templates, you have settings, and it will show you everything that you can do with the free plan. This is the free plan. And the paid plan, you can see 100 pro blogs and whatever dynamic content will go into all that. So now, at this stage, I think we have everything set. So what is the next thing? The next step is customizing. So this is very important. So now we are getting close to the real development. So I need to close everything so that I don't confuse myself or too many informations on one page. So yeah. So the next thing is you can come here and on the appearance and choose customizer, or you can come to sites and you can choose, you can just come here and click customize your site. So I choose this. Most often I find myself choosing this than, coming to appearance. So, one thing you should understand with WordPress is one particular action can be done from several angles, right? So you don't need to just have one place that does it in general. So now let's go. Come to customize. So this is where you'll be doing majority of the little bit of tweaking. So customizer, you can change your theme from here and see how it looks like. So yeah, you have your colors, you have your header, you have your footer, you have general, you have post page layout, you have search results, site identity, menus, widgets, home page setting, additional CSS, import and export. So for now, we'll be going through them one after the other. So I'll be building it and you will see it real time. So we don't need to just, start bulging into every one of these things because you forget what to do. So the first thing is color, very important. So you see why it's good to have your color palettes arranged. Okay, did I have my color palettes arranged here? Okay, for example, now if you don't have a color palette arranged here, you can use the plugin batch styler and extract. Just click on extract. Automatically, it usually extracts it to the wrong places. So okay, let me just quickly. So it extracted the text. Any of your stylers that it's extractable, it would extract it. So let me just extract this once. So all the colors and everything I have, it extracted it. Okay. Was there anything here that we didn't need? So I'll just rearrange this. So the reason why I'm extracting this is so I'll be able to take the color codes from here. So on our website, majority of the color code we used is the green. We made use of the green. Let me just come here to do it. So I come here and copy the color code. So that's why you also do this with dev. So the dev teams can also come here if you are sending the design to a dev developer. So I'll come here and copy the color code. So I'll come to colors, and you can see you can have different palettes, color palettes, color palette, like different variations. But most of the times I just have one color palette, because most company you work with, if they are not even elaborate enough, they will not even have more than 5 colors. So there's what we call the accent color, that's the main color, and we have the sometimes we call it primary, secondary color, but WordPress will still give you, accent and alternate accent color. So this is going to be the main color here. So when I put this, you could see that some changes are already applying on the site. So I'll just come here, I'll do this fast. We just have 2 primary colors in this site. Then I'll come here and I would have this. I can have this as my accent color, or I can have another shade of green as my accent color, but I didn't use any shade of green. So my strongest text is just that same. So why are you doing this? Why I do this is so that whenever, the same way with WordPress, if you've gone far and, you notice that this green was not the green you initially wanted to use, you can come here and change it, and it affects the global color settings of your website. So this is very important. Then you have your, strong text. Okay, let me just stick with this color. Then we have medium text. So medium text, the text, if you really looked into this design, the medium text of this was a little bit fainted. So we're going to copy this and we'll use it as medium text. So you see why you have a color guide. Then we have this as our subtle text. Same thing, I'll just give it same thing, nothing so much. Then subtle background. Some platforms, some team don't have as much color palette as this, but you can have this. So subtle background color, I can have this as a green. So we have 2 colors, subtle and lighter color. So I can just come here, I can just come to my Figma file, and I didn't use them on this site, but you never know where it will be useful. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to select, this is white. I think this was the most subtle color. Yes, I'll start with this. Let me unlink it so that I can get the color. Unlink it. So this is it. I copy it. I come here, so I could paste. Then here, I come here too. I copy it. And I paste. So you could see immediately the changes are live. So this is one sweet thing. That's why some people would say, oh, I prefer designing on my WordPress directly. Trust me, it's cool, it's nice, but it's easy to make the mistake in Figma than making the mistake here. So some people feel like, I can design directly here, but trust me, it is more stiff. It's like you driving a truck and driving a smooth car in doing or getting to your destination. If you were to get to your office from 8 to 8:30, which would you choose? If you're a fast car or a truck? Trust me, fast car. So design first, get to understand your design, export. And when you export every of your documents, you see that the time you use to finish building your WordPress site is shorter. That's why do you think templates are fast? Because templates are giving you that head start of, okay, you don't need to change so many things. We've done everything for you. So just fix things. So that's why people go for templates. But if you're building from scratch, build from Figma first before you take it to WordPress. Maybe in future, there'll be a plugin that automatically pushes your design to WordPress directly. But I think I had something like that, but I still like to build my team from scratch. So the WordPress background, I can just change it to white, but you see the reasons why we choose global color. I choose it to white. So this is pure white. Yes, FFF. So as a designer, you have all these codes in your head. So button, you can choose a button's primary color and secondary color, but don't worry, when we start working with buttons, you might see how that looks like. And in our design, we don't really have buttons, but this is where you change the buttons settings. So when you have your button, you can choose your global color and your global button, or you can even create your own button, right? So typography, this is where you set everything that has to do with your text. So you see that what you were doing in Figma was not even a bad thing, because this is what is used like on a real site. So in Figma, we didn't do H1, H2, H3. We're just doing medium, large, and so if you want as a pro, you can do H1 text, H2 text, H3, and down to H6. So if you know that your primary job is to build WordPress sites, you can just use this. And if you know this is the theme that you'll be consistent and consistently using, you can be building your site with this design system. I don't know if you get what I'm communicating. So this is going to be the body text. That's this guy. I like keeping my body text at 14. Then by default, I'm using inter. So you see, as I'm changing everything, it's changing in real time. But I need to do some extra, settings. So I'm going to click on this, and later spacing, I think it was, let me check. I think I'm having minus 6. I don't know if that's correct, but I will see it at the end. There's nothing showing me here to note that. Let me go to privacy settings. Privacy settings have already showed me what I'm doing, so you could see what I'm doing real time. So I have to change that to, so I think it's supposed to be 0.6. Let me see that and see. Okay, still hasn't changed. Let me put that another 0 again. Or let me just put on this. Okay, another thing again is to refresh. This thing doesn't refresh itself. So you can just, sorry about that. Sorry, it went that far. So I'm trying to refresh the page. Okay, so you could see it has corrected itself. I actually was correct in one of it. So you can keep refreshing there by clicking a button that can refresh itself. There is no like a refresh thing here. So I'm still going to come back, and I'm going to do minus 0.006 and see what it gives me. Then I'm going to click on, and make sure I don't click on this. I click on this. Okay, I think this is fair enough. Let me see if I put the 6 in this side, what it will give me. Okay, and I can see it here as preview. Sorry, the preview is also here. Sorry about that too. The preview is here. You can see the preview here. So, okay, this one is cool, but I would have to reduce it. That is too much. I would have to reduce it to around 4. Let's see. Okay, I think 4 looks good. Yeah, 4 looks good. You see that the site is, coming together. Then the header, I would inherit, because, or if you don't want to inherit, you can choose inter. What is it inheriting? It's inheriting this stuff. Or if you don't want to be, so just put inter, so it doesn't just pick something else. So you could see our text and everything. So you can now start editing this, and you can start applying the settings. So once you do this, you don't have to do it again. It's just one time thing. So this is all the settings that you have to do. So when someone say you can build a site in 10 minutes, that's if it's using the template. So this size, I may not want to change them, so it will not waste time. So you could see as I'm changing it, you could see what that thing does, the site, giving it this crispy, clean look. I like bringing my text closer. It gives that, I don't know, I just recently found that style. Just gives this crispy, clean look, right? So at the end of the day, we are done with fonts. And this is why sometimes and you might ask, okay, what if a client has a custom font? Yes, Candice, the Pro plan, has a custom font uploader. So once the client has a custom font, He can send it to you and you can upload it and you can choose his custom fonts from here. So when you are done, you click publish so that all your effort is not wasted. It happens. So we are done with color, button, and typography. So this thing is picking a wrong color from somewhere. I don't know where, but we'll fix that. So in color, there's something at the bottom. You rarely see this in candies, right? You may not even know it's there. So at the bottom here, you can choose that any link, content link, any link would have, what do they call it? Either you choose it to have an underline or highlighted. So if you see, if it's refresh, you could see it. Then you could see underline, no underline. Okay, I don't know, so it's not removing it. So it should. But actually it does remove it. Background, over, and the rest. Okay. I don't know, maybe from the settings it's there, but anything that has to do with links or things that will take you to a particular place, it would have that. So don't worry, when you start building, you would effect those changes real time. And this you could adjust the link color. Sometimes, because of probably there's a setting here, it might override this one. So it may not be picking from the global settings, it may be picking from this text box settings. But we're going to come to that. I don't want to go too far. So let's go. The next thing is header. So header is very, very, very important. So this is our header here, this guy here. So this is where we now start adding things like logo, and we need to add things like our favicon. I'll tell you what a favicon is. So you can use that keyword to tell someone, I know what a favicon is. So you have your logos. This is what I was saying. This is your main header. Then you have your, top row, the one that's above the header, and you have the bottom row, the one that comes below the header. Many platforms use it for so many purposes, right? So let's go. So we are customizing the site. So now this particular site is using a transparent header. So if you notice, what do I mean by transparent header? So that you know, like I said, I'll be telling you the whys of why I do things or what things. So if you notice, this triangle was overlapping here, and you would ask yourself why, right? So this is a transparent header. There is nothing at the bottom. So that is why I am able to, this design at the background can overlap here. So it's a transparent header. Most platform uses transparent header. And if you are not too strong or you don't know how to use transparent header very well, because it has lots of settings, because your normal static header and your transparent headers are two different headers, right? So don't worry yourself. I will show you what that means. So I like this for this. They'll tell you which style do you want, title with logo, but just trust me, just choose logo alone. I don't stress myself. So the site title is Oshobuge. Then you can have a tagline. The tagline is building product that works. Ah, cool. So this is where I upload my logo, and because I'm using a transparent header, I have to upload the white logo. Remember, okay. To tell you to adjust the logo, you can choose to adjust it and crop it, but I'll choose skipping. You skip. Note it is because of, let me put the black one so you could see what I mean. Let me change the logo to the black one. Skip. So you see that the black one, you can use it. So you see, this is where I adjust the logo setting. So you see, everything is looking easy. So again, this is why some people prefer to build here. But because we know what we are doing, we have a map and we have a design, it's easy for us to build. So you have the logo, and don't worry, we'll take care of this later on. And since I positioned the logo very well, I can easily change it to the white one, right? And skip. So it has positioned itself there. So there's what we call favicon. So this is the favicon site icon. So I'm going to, this is why you publish and reload. So this is like a little bug. I have to refresh for that page to come. And as the page is doing its thing, I will just come here and I need to export the site icon. So you see why you have to export everything at once. So I just need the site icon alone. Just need, yeah. union group. So as I group it, I'm going to export it. So you guys will see what I mean by Fed. And all these things are size. You can put it, and this is 512 by 512. You can properly size it, right? And probably properly name it. And your logo too, properly name this stuff. So it's good to name them a real name so that this is, in case someone is searching for your name, the logo can appear on Google search. So it happens. So it's good to name your stuff properly. But I just call it Fevicon. Just put Fcon. I don't have time to think of right spellings. So yeah. So we come here, and because of we scattered everything, we just come back to our header, come back to logo, then come down to site icon, and you can see it has changed itself. Then click on site icon, and you see it tells you the size. So if you are building your own dashboard, this is the user experience for dashboard, or you need to copy this one's flow. There are many other flows you can copy. So you can choose skipping, and this is what we call favicon to show you an example. I'll skip copying. So at the end of the day, you could see this. So if you open sites, like any site you open, take for example now, let's open Veg, Google, you could see that their icons are showing here. So this is favicon, right? So so this is the reason why this thing is here, and this is how to put it there. Okay, on to the next. So we're done with our favicon. Don't forget to publish. You come back, go back to your header, then transparent header. So this is the guy, and this is where you enable transparent header. So when you enable transparent header, it will tell you, do you want to enable it on mobile or desktop? Yes. And trust me, when you are building every of these settings, for what you do for desktop, you have to do for the rest. So don't forget. So you see how our site is becoming crispy and looking more techy. So the next thing is display on page. So I'll deactivate it. What this means is when I come to a normal page, it would show. So I'm going to disable it on a page. So when I disable it, it would not affect pages, right? And I'll disable it on posts so that whenever I go to a post, like any blog post, it will not be there. But you can choose to change the settings. So as I said, and you can have a different logo for your what do they call it, transparent header. Let's do that. So on our transparent header, I'm going to use the white logo. Sorry, white. So I reduce this thing to, let me come back to the website. Let me go back to a few seconds. I need to get the exact, let me save. I need to get the exact logo shrink size. So I shrink it to 131. Then I come back to transparent, and this is it. So reason is that so that when you go to any page, if you notice the normal page that I didn't put transparent, is still using white. So I don't want it to be like that. So I'll just come back to my normal logo and change the logo to black. Skip. So if you notice on any page, like all these pages, it uses the black one. But if you come to the home page, if you come to the, okay, this is still, because of this is blog, right? If I go to a normal page, you'll see that it will become white. Don't worry. When we are building, you understand this and you will see how it affected it. So I'm still going to leave it that way. Transparent header, I come here. Okay. So design, this is where you, so when I was saying the menu, the navigation and everything, it affects everything if you are going with transparent header, right? So you have to make sure your colors and everything, background and everything changes here. So, but for now, we'll leave this for now. So the next and most important thing, we don't need footer for now, but footer, you can come here to just change things. So for footer, I feel for us to have a dark, because our background is dark. So come to general, and your footer, you can use full width standard content. I usually leave it at what do they call it? Standard. Sometimes you will see your footer. All you just have to do is you hide and bring it up back, and you will see it. So I'm going to change the background of my footer. To change it, I come to design, and I'll just come down to it and change it to the black guy. So you use your global color so you don't forget. So now I want to change this text. I'll just click here, and these are just codes. This shows copyright. So if I change the design of the text, the font, so this is inheriting the global text that we set in the beginning. So I'll just come here and just select our global white. You could see it. And I can choose. So this one is showing 10 credits. We don't need the 10 credits. So it's showing Oshobuge because this is the year. So every year it automatically changes. So the year, if you want to put it custom, you can clean this and type what you want, right? So, but we are going to leave it like this. So this is our footer. And like I said, we didn't do much on the footer. And the footer could be this simple, right? Okay, there's something that's going to be on this footer, the privacy policy, just in case it's, we'll come back to that. So once we are done, we are set in a way, right? So if you come to general, this is general layout of your site. You don't need to really touch so much here. You come to the sidebar settings. This is sticky sidebar if you want. And there are some other settings that you can see here. There's 404 error. 404 is very important. When you have any error, you can come here and edit your 404 page layout. Comments, breadcrumbs, social links. So any link, like if you want to put your link on the website, and all the links, this is where you have, and you have options for custom, right? This comes with candies. Don't forget. So don't worry, I will try to probably round up by 6 and after 6 so that it will not be too much information. So by next week, we should be, focusing more on building it. But we'll start the building today so you could see. So now, the next thing is page layout. Page layout is also very important. So if you come to post layout, let me come here so that this is the actual post. So if I click this, right, in content, you see that that guy went. So it's going to be inside the content, and there is a space between the content and the header. So if I come down here and say, okay, let me turn off page title. So I can turn off page title and the page title goes away, but page title is still important for pages that needs this, but you can turn it off even when you are building that particular page. So this is just a global settings. So then you can come down here and leave it to normal. And if you change this, you could see it changes it to narrow. If you want to have this narrow style, or you want to have it at full width, this is what full width does. If I screw, you could see what full width does, and it is not sitting properly. So I'll just leave it at normal. And if I click this, you could see it's doing this, but just don't worry, this is how it would look. Then this way you see box and unboxed. So where you are having that space here, you could just come here and you choose unbox. So when you choose unbox, you see that it is now parallel equal to this site. So for easy customization. Then vertical padding is the space between this stuff. So if I disable it, you see that there's no space. So I still enable it. In some sites, you need to disable it. I'll show you why you need to disable it in some pages. So there is featured image. You can turn it on. Featured image are images that imagine when you send a link to someone and something pops up like either an image or something. So these are featured image. You can choose to just turn it off and, by default, allow comments and the rest. Just turn this off by default. So this is the design. Then you come to design. There's nothing too much to do here. Just leave it alone. There is single page. That's what we did. Okay, single posts. We are not doing anything post related. So we're not doing any blog. So just leave anything blog. But if you are going to play with it, you can come around and play with it. You get. So search. We're not doing any search related for now. So, but you can see the search settings. Site identity. This is very important. This is the site identity as the favicon. Yeah. Then we have the menus. We're coming to menu shortly. Then we have widgets. Like I told you, widgets. Well, we're not using widgets in this place, so you don't need to worry yourself about that even in a long time. So site settings. So when you open WordPress, WordPress will ask you, do you want, when your users click on www.yourwebsitename.com, does it open as a blog? That's your latest post, or it will open as a static page? Static page meaning, do you want when they click www.yourname.com, should it open the first page that it takes them to should be the shop, or should be your home page, or should it be your about us? So this is what it means. But because of we don't have a home page yet, I would come back to this page. It's very important. Then additional CSS. So if you want to manipulate your site, this is where you come and do the manipulation. This is for Cadence, and this is what the free team has for you. Okay, so now what next? Menu. Menu is very important. So this is where we create our menu. Remember, I said you can do more things in one particular action. You can do it in several places. So you can come to appearance and click on menu, and you can create your menu from here, or you can choose to do it here. But me, I like doing it here because I am very close to my customizer. So the next thing I would do is I'm going to create my menu. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to click create, and I'll call this main menu. It's good to name things so you can remember it. So you can have various menu for several purposes. You can have main menu V1, that's version 1, version 2, version 3, depending on what you want to do. So I'll call this main menu. Then I would now choose which location do you want it? Do you want it to be your primary menu, secondary menu, or only for mobile? Trust me, sometimes there's some things that will be on desktop. You don't want them to be on desktop, and you can choose them to be on mobile. So I'm going to choose primary. So because of it's going to be on our primary menu. So the next thing is you can, when you choose your primary menu, you click on next. Then automatically it does this thing, and you see that this thing shakes to tell you that, oh, you need to now add your menu, because automatically it has saved your menu. So, and you can delete your menu if you want. So this is where we now create menus. So by default, this is a custom link. We don't need a custom link. So in menus, there are different kinds of menu. We have custom links, we have page, we have post, we have categories. So whether block categories, if you are selling e-commerce, you have e-commerce categories, right? And you have tags. So that's why sometimes when you click on someone's store, you can see under that shop, you find bag, clothes. So this is where they add all those categories. So instead of you creating the category from scratch. But based on what we are doing, we are going to have custom links, because these things are not going to any page. We have custom link for about us, but when you click about us, it takes us down to about us here. This is about us. I didn't name that properly. And this is contact us. We are creating a one-page website, right? We're not creating a website that takes you to several pages. So this is a landing page website. So the first and important page that we need to create is the home page. So you come here and create home. So I'm coming. If there's a way, let me see. Okay, I'm trying to see if I could delete that, but just click here, home, and click on add. So you could see that this is page and this is custom. So this is the normal page. Then we're going to click on custom, and we are going to create 3 custom pages. So we'll call this the first one about us. So we already have a custom thing. Okay, no, let's just custom. Then just put hash for now. There's a reason. Just put hash for now. If you not put hash, it won't create. Then click on it. This is about us. You see, it's a custom link. So, and this thing too, if you want to, for example, now you have a link on your header that doesn't take you to any page in your site, but takes you to another website. This is another way to do that. You just put the website URL and it takes you there too. That it serves that purpose as well. So the next custom link is top features. We come here and we're going to add top features. We're going to put hash. So it's going to be able to add, because if you don't put hash, it won't add. we're going to come here to contact us, and we're going to add contact us. So what I mean, if I click on add, it won't add. So until it's hash, I'll click on add. So you arrange them properly. Then at the end of the day, you can publish and you could see that they are here, right? And we have it in the middle. We didn't have it at the right-hand side. So how do we go about that? So we make sure everything is complete. And this is it. When you click on, let's say we are in our normal customizer, you see this pencil tool. You can just come here. This is the navigation. You click on this and it takes you to the primary menu. This is the primary menu settings, and this is it here. So you can drag this stuff to the middle. So, and you can also set it. If you come here and click on settings, sometimes it has some places, I think this have the option to give you more than one role or this thing, but sometimes it just gives you 3. I don't know something. I think yes, if you're on the pro version, it gives you option to space it either 4 on 3s. So you could see this as your menu, and you can. We had a button here. Let's see if these guys give us button. Yes, we had a button. Cool. So this is a button. So this is how a button clicks. So yeah. So now we can name our button, but the button is not going to go anywhere at the moment because there's no link to it. So, but just for creating sake purposes, we just created it just in case. This could still lead you to your App Store or Apple Store. You click on the button settings because we have the button settings already when we are doing. If you came here, this button settings, we already did that. So you just come to this pencil, then you can name it this. I'll just put hash for now, so it doesn't take you anywhere. So voila, we've done our header. So this is the first thing that we do. We work on the header first. So I am not going to change so much here right now because we are going to work on our page and we're going to do something. So the last thing we need to do before we leave the customizer. So imagine we spent close to almost 30 minutes on customizer. So we will come down to home setting and we're going to choose static page. That's when anybody, remember when we created an ignite, so okay, I have blocked the site so we won't see it. So you can choose our privacy policy or our home page to be the main page that someone clicks when it comes to the website. So you see it here. So then you can choose your default posts, like a blog post, you can choose it by default. So I'll click on publish and I'll click on cancel because we are done with this. And voila, this is our site. So the next thing is building the page itself. Let's take a deep breath. That was a lot of information. If you have any question, you can copy it in and say, I have a question, then pop it in. So don't worry, we'll round up by 6. I'm not going to purge you with so much. So yeah, and I'll give you guys access to this. You would have access to this. So you would create, okay, there is going to be a problem here. You guys can get away with this. You might get away with the header, but you would not be able to get away with the page. So on the free platform I told you guys, you can test it and see it for yourself. And when you do it, you can snap it and send to the group. But for building the page, right, I will give you guys a link, and each and every one of you would build your own page. I'll show you how to go about that at the end of the day. So since I've been talking, no question. So let's get right into the next phase. So now page editing. So now how do you edit a page? If you come down to, let me come to this. So if you come down here and let me refresh and go back to the dashboard. If you come to your page here, you can choose to edit. You know, we created this, you see it saying front page. You can choose to edit it here, or if you come to the website and select any page, because of these pages are not clicking, you can go to, because this is the page, you can choose to edit it from here. So I use both sides, right? So you can come to edit. Welcome to the edit page. So this, like I said before, we are using the custom builder. So now this is what would look more like the more like Elementor, because this is where we are building, right? So we have um, we have the functions here. So whatever you want to design, this is where you are going to check it. So I'll tell you what and what this does. So if you click on toggle, this is toggle. Anything you want to build here, that's why they call it drag and drop builder. So anytime you hear drag and drop, you drag and drop, drag and drop. So you have many functions. You have progress. This is nice. Progress bar. What do you have here? For Cadence blog, you have rows, section, accordion. I do have issues pronouncing big words. Accordion, gallery, buttons, text, countdown. So you can see things you can use to build your site, right? You can click on the, show more functionality, show less, show more. And you can see many other stuffs, and you can see divider, and you can see WordPress default stuff. And this is marvelous. I think there's something nice that I'm not seeing here. Okay, form. My heart almost beats because I was like, okay, you guys don't have form at your, pre-stage. So yes, so now that is what this does. Yeah. Then tool, it's either edit or select, but you may not really use that guy. So this is back and forth if you have issues or things to edit. Then this is whatever here. This is more like layer, right? All the layers, all the things that you have here, you will see it here. So Elementor is different, but we're not doing Elementor. So this is WordPress default. And when you use WordPress default builder, the site load faster. That's in essence why I use the default builder. So now there is this particular site here. So whatever I do here, right? This is more like, this is the preview. Okay, I'm done here. So this is the design library. So for Cadence have a design library. So if you want to be fast, see, seriously, when you are designing websites, you can come and save all these things. You don't need to redo everything from scratch. You have your hero section, you have your cards, you have different cards. It's loading. So when it's done loading, you could see different pages, right? And you can select the style and everything that you want to. Let me refresh this. So we don't need it because we're building from scratch, but you can actually use it when you want. Okay, yes, it's actually loaded. So you can see your hero section. Automatically, you can import this and you can start with this. So some of them are attached to Pro, while some of them are free. So I don't know, they didn't separate it. So you can choose from here. But we don't need those guys because we've designed our stuff and we're building from scratch. So that is what this guy does. Then this is, it changed the orientation. So either mobile, so you check your mobile view, your desktop view, and your tablet view. So, and every settings matter. So yeah. So now we have updates. So for everything you do, you can update. You click on update. For everything you do, click on, it doesn't auto update like Figma, right? So you have to consciously update it. So please have this on your at the back of your mind, at the back of your heart, at the back of anywhere to update it. Then whatever you are doing, you can preview the page to see what you are doing. Elementor has an auto previewer, but this one you have to manually click it to see it. So now what does this do? This is the page settings. So this page here, we have the global settings and we have the page settings. So the global settings automatically have set this. So you could see it. So you don't need to change anything. So for this particular page, there's something we need to change, right? I won't touch anything. So by the time I touch it, you see what that did because we've done the global settings and we would have these settings. So let's go. So we have the Cadence block settings, right? So this is Cadence default stuff. Well, you really would come here, but this is this guy. This is the settings for the page. Anything you do here, anything you touch, you'll find the settings here. Don't worry, I'll show you what it is. So now in The page builder, what is the first thing that you need to do? The first thing you need to bring in here is what we call role. So now this role in Figma, it's what auto layout does, right? So now, like I told you, everything here is section. So we have to build it section by section. So now the first section we have to build is this. So now you're now looking to yourself, okay, how many we have rows? I think it's row 1, row 2, row 3. So now and we only have one row, but in order to get this, we might need to have um, 2 rows here. Don't worry, I would explain everything. Don't confuse yourself. So don't worry, you'll be thinking like me soon. So now, what's the first thing we need to do? So the same thing I'm doing with Cadence or Cadence block builder. Elemental does the same thing, but slightly different. So why I'm mentioning Elemental builder is because that is the world's second biggest no-code builder for WordPress. So the first thing is you can click on add from here, or you can click from add from here. So me, I will just click on add. I can just come here and drag and drop here. So you could see it's asking you how many rows do you want. There's a reason why I'm going to choose 3 rows. You'll see why. So I'm going to choose 3 rows here. I'm going to choose 3 rows. So you can see that there is row 1, row 2, row 3. The reason why I'm doing that is if you check here, there is spaces here. So this is going to be row 1, row 2, row 3. So when you are building for WordPress, you have to think this through, not only just WordPress. You have to think this with websites and all those stuff. So even in, I think even in coding, you have your rows, your body and everything. So now, and you have your container. So these are row container and this controls so many things. So now for every element, like I said, has settings. So don't worry, we're not going to go too much on this. I told you I'll start by 6. So when you select your role has settings. And you could see that we have style. Style is more like, okay, let me start with the layout. Layout is everything that has to do with the role, right? So you have the gutter, that's the spacing between each role, and you can manually change it, right? And you have the column gutter and the row gutter. So all these things you see where and where they affect. So, and all these things you can drop them down, you can shut them down to not see them. So you can see max width. I'll show you what this does. Then the top divider. So if you want to divide your, divide the sections, you can manually use this. I rarely use this. And you have bottom dividers. I rarely use this, but we make use of them if you want to. I'll show you what they do. Then there's style for whatever you do, like the same way we have styler on this guy. So for whatever we select, we need to style it, the text, the colors and everything, stroke. That's what the styler does. You could see background settings, background overlay, border settings. You would see what this guy does, right? Then we have advanced settings. So you would also see what this advanced setting does, and we would use this anchor very well, and you see what anchor does. So let your mind rest. We would go through everything. So the first thing is we have our role and we have our background. So now we have to make sure that we have distance between the top of our page and the bottom. So how do we go about that? You can easily come here and give that space, but to know exactly where it is in your settings is in advanced. So you could see it here. Any place you highlight, you could see if you adjust the top, if you adjust the top, and if you adjust the bottom. This is padding. Padding is different from margin. So padding is the space in between a particular content. Don't worry, I'll show you what that means. So take for example now, let me select this. Let me select this container. So if it's not selecting, it's misbehaving. You can just easily select this and select container. And if you do a drop down, you can see section. So this is a role, this is a section. So cancel it. So now I'm going to make this black because by default our background is dark. So I'm going to make it dark. Then the second thing is I am going to, so I can choose to use this padding stuff, but I usually come here and just press this. So it's going to use size preset, and I'm going to give it 150. I'm just give it 150 for now. Then the bottom, I'm going to give my bottom, let me just give my bottom 150. So when you do this, you can click on update. Remember, like I said, always update your file. So when I come to my site, you could see that it's not giving. Let me use that word. It is not giving, right? It's still having some weird things. So let's change that. So this is where I'm going to stop for today, but I'm going to change this stuff. So what do we change? Remember I said this is the page settings. I'll come here and I'm going to turn this thing one after the other off. So now I'm going to come to first thing is featured image. Okay, no. First thing is content vertical padding. I'm going to turn it. I'm going to disable it because by default it's on. I'm going to update it. So you see what that does. If I refresh, you could see that it has eaten the space in between the header and this thing. So now the next thing is I am going to come here, transparent header enabled. So I'm going to enable transparent header on this page, right? And I'm going to edit it and update it, sorry. Come here and I'll refresh. So you could see that as I've done that, it is like this thing is entering under it. So you see that the magic is coming in small. Then the next thing is page layout. I'll leave page layout for now because it's normal. Then content style, I'll leave it. There's something I'm looking for. Okay, yes, page title disable. I'll disable page title. So disable page title. So the page title is this guy. That's home. Then you refresh. You could see that the magic have started coming, right? So now, next thing is, how do I get this thing to overflow from left to right? So a container, this setting, you can tap on this and there is this inner width setting. And when you click on it, you click on it, and because of we've set it from the website, so this page layout, we used standard, that's normal, and we use unbox. So you can set it like this, but we'll just use for easy process so you don't stress yourself. Just turn this one on. When you turn it, automatically it has used the settings from the global settings. Then you come back here. Sorry, let me close this. You come back here and refresh. Okay, if it did not change, maybe something, okay, I think that thing just saved now. Let me check again. Okay, sorry, you've turn this one on. You come here to and select full width. Yes, that is the final magic. Sorry, I forgot one portion inside. So then you refresh, and voila, we have this. So now we are gradually looking like this, right? So this is what we have. Because we're using transparent header, we can see this, and you could see the navigation is giving. Before it was not giving, but now it's giving. So just imagine we doing this produce this guy. So now you can click to adjust this to the size, but I don't think you can adjust this for now. I prefer adjusting the top first, don't touch the bottom. So we can just leave it at this first. And when you adjust this, you could see what this will give you. Oh, sorry, I've not update. You update first, and you refresh. You could see it. So don't worry, when you bring content in, it will start giving those spaces very well. So the first content I'm going to bring, and that is going to be where we would draw the curtain for the class, is this background. So how do we bring this background over this guy? So you can select it. Let me see. Let me turn it off if that's it. I don't even know. Where is it again? The design. Okay, I'm coming. I have to find this guy. Okay, it's gonna be at the bottom. It's gonna be at the bottom. Yeah, that's him. So remember, I'm going to export it. So that's why it's good to name your file. You need to export as a PNG, transparent background. You get why? So you then let's just call it background cycle, BK. You can use BC or BK. BC cycle. Just put it there. Oh my English, my spelling is wrong. Forgive me. So now how do you style this? Remember, I said whenever you touch any element in the page, you go to your style. This is your setting for each of the elements. Then you come to style. There is background settings, and there is what we call background overlay, because what we have is something overlaying the background. So we're just going to come here, and we're just going to select an image. We're going to come here, and select the guy. Then select it, click on select. Right. Okay, the opacity was too much. If you look at it, it is showing very well, but it's because of the opacity from, I don't know if you are looking at my screen, you should see it very well. So if I adjust it this way, you could see it. If I click on save and I come here. So you could see it, it is very, very big. You can adjust it to fit, so you can contain it to be. If you notice, if I contain it, it come here to the middle. You can adjust the size. So I rush to do that. If you come at the bottom of overlay, you have more settings. So either push it left or right. So 50-50. I want it 50-50. Then if you come there, you can choose image sizes by default. Medium, large. This is large. This is too large. Let me just do cover. This is large. This is medium. This is a thumbnail. Thumbnails are very small. And this is full. This is full. We don't need full. I think we need somewhere between medium, but I'll just leave it at contain first. Let me just save. Later on, we'll come to fix that. So if I click on this, you could see where it is. So it's because of, I don't know if you guys are seeing my screen, but are you guys seeing it? Let me know. How did you? Yes, okay, if you are seeing it, adjusting is, I use this stuff here. When I brought it in, the image size. So image size, you can adjust the image size to either medium, large, or whatever you want to choose. And you can do it here by auto, but I usually prefer an automatic stuff. So I would even leave it in cover, because it is almost like, this is what is almost in the site, right? So let's go back to the Figma file. And it starts at the top. So remember, it starts at the top. So this one, we are seeing it very well. I think medium is still the best right now. I think medium is the best. So Toby, that's how you adjust it. If I refresh, you could see it. So yeah. So that is just the background, and we will do more next week. How do you access your page? Like I said last time, you have several pages. You can create more than one page. You can create your home page, about us, as many pages as possible. But we are doing a one-page website, right? So, and we created the home page. So you can right click here and view your home page. So this is what we have. We created this once the last time we did our work. So If you want to edit this, you can choose the option to edit from here. If you click on this, it takes you to where we are editing what we are editing. That's this place. So if you want to know how we got here, you can look at the video before today. Then if you want to go through the edits, like I said before, WordPress, to get a particular action, you can do it from several angles, right? So you can click on the edit button and it takes you straight to the same place. So the same function, but landed us on the same place. So the next thing today, what we are going to do is we are going to try to do as much as we can. We're going to bring in this text, these buttons, and everything as much as one. Because once we do one, the rest becomes very easy, right? So we might even be able to finish everything today. So, but don't worry, I'm not in a rush. We're going to take everything step by step. So, like I told you, in order to get something like this, the first thing you have to do is create a layout. So this stuff that you're seeing here is a layout, right? So we created a layout, and in the layout, it has sections. What I mean is, if I come here, I click on layout, I can choose how many sections. So we choose 3 sections because the reason why we choose 3 sections is because our design, we need space 1, space 2, space 3. That is why we are choosing 3 sections. So whatever content we have would be in between this space, right? So, and anything you select here, like I showed you yesterday, each and every one of these buttons represents something. So whatever we do here, almost like Figma, you would see the settings here. So if you click on the role has settings. If you click on a text has a settings. If you click on a column has a settings. So that is how I do it. It's like layers of stuff. So, but once you keep doing this frequently, you get to understand it better. It's not just by looking at it, it's like taking action. So we've done this. So there's no need for this for now. Let me delete this. And the good thing is, when I was saying you guys should design from trynew.com, the good thing is when you, for example, now the way Farida has done this, her work, I can copy Farida work and do I need to tell you guys this? But don't copy someone's work, right? You can simply for example, now that site closes, shuts down every 24 hours so that you don't make mistake or, you don't have the ability to have your own site. You can easily copy what you've done and paste. Take, for example, now, let me go back to Farida's work. For example, now, if I did this particular work or the way Farida did her work, imagine she did it in that particular site, trynow.com. Farida can simply come to this place, select all her layers, then she can hit, sorry. What I did is I tap on here, I held my shift and I tap here. So that is another way of doing select all, right? I can come here and I click on copy blocks. So now when I copy blocks, so imagine I am creating a new design. Please, I'm showing you this so that you can do it, but you don't do it if you want to learn. Actually start from scratch. I know you could copy my own design and do it from scratch, but it will not be of your own help. So try to build yours from scratch. The only reason I'm telling you this is in case this site is no longer accessible and you want to still keep learning how to design. This is one way or one shortcut for you to save your work, right? Even if it will go down 24 hours. So you can come to dashboard. Take, for example, now I'm creating a new page. You can even save this thing somewhere else. You can save the codes depending on where you stopped. You can call this file 1. You paste everything. Don't worry, it's all code, but you see what it will come to. Say I create a new page and just don't worry, don't limit. Then you can just paste Control V. Imagine everything that she did. And this works from one site to another. So everything she did, I have it in this new page because I was able to copy it from the file. So please do this for your own stuff. Don't go and copy someone's file. You get me? So I'm only showing this because it will help you even doing some particular thing. Take for example, now you did this and this is fine. Instead of you doing it from scratch, you can simply just copy, right click, copy and paste. Sharp, sharp, because it's not about design. Speed is very important in design. So this is one way you can save yourself stress, and you can even save it. Like if you want to build different person's website and you have this design, the good thing with WordPress is so far your settings are correct, it will pick the global setting of the next thing you are doing and keep everything the same. Trust me. So yeah, you can keep it even as a template, and in future you can kind of sell it. So this is one way to do it. So please don't go and copy someone's work. It will not benefit you in any way. Yeah. So back to the design today. So what we're going to do is we're going to first of all get a saying juju. It's not juju. It's simply, I think in life, I think why Americans invent things is they like easy life. So if you think how best can I make my life easy, I think you will invent a lot of things. Trust me, if you think that way. So oh, that's why they say necessity is the mother of invention. So I'm going to copy this text, and the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a text block because everything is a block. So you can choose to add it from here. You text. I prefer using advanced text because that gives more option. You can just click on paragraph, but advanced text gives you option. So note why you are having this text functionality advanced text is because of cadence blocks. So without cadence, you won't find this. You get me? Someone is adding something. Please, can that person fill in that stuff? Oh, yeah. So, you add this text. I don't think this. So, whoever drew this, please help me. Yeah. So, the next thing is you can add the text, but the text would not be visible. So, all you just have to do is you would write something. So even if you write something, you may not see what you're writing except you highlight because the default color of that thing is black. So if your default color is white, you would see it. So first I have to paste the text. Then because of let me show you something. So if I touch the background, this changes. If I touch this changes at my right hand side. So this is because this is the properties of the text. So I'll come to general. I don't think I need to position, but you can also position or align your text, or you can say your text should have an H1. I'll show you what this means soon. Then, but first, we need to make it white so it's visible. So these are your global colors. Remember, global colors allows you when you change your color from the customizer, it affects everything. So you click on global colors, and you could see the white shows. So the next thing is we need to align it. So here we align it to the middle. So it has to be centralized like the way we have it here. So the text size is 76. Sometimes you can give the same exact text size in Figma, but let's go to text and let's do this. So if you check this, you can give it small, big, large, extra large. You could see how it's changing, but you can also click on this and just put 76. But this is way, way, way big. So we can dial it down to around 50. Let me just put it 60 because that thing is big. It's actually big. So sometimes don't judge how big it is until you preview it real. So this guy is actually big. So yeah, so you can update, and when you update, you click on this button. That's this button here to see what you're doing. So you could see that this is what we've done so far, and you could see that there's a space here. So I don't know, are you guys seeing any red stuff on my screen? Let me know if it's just only me or if everybody you guys see this thing. Okay, please give me a few seconds. Let me see if I can move it because I don't know how that was there. Okay, eraser. Okay, good. I've cleared it. Okay. Okay, let's get back to work. So you can see that there's a space here, and you can see that this thing is too slim in the middle. So what do we do? So the first thing is we have to reduce the height from here. So we have to touch. I have to make sure I'm in the right file. So delete as much things as possible so I don't make mistake. Maybe I'm gonna have to delete something so that I don't make mistake. So yeah, so the first thing is we are going to give it some space at the top. So you can adjust it here, or you can, when you select because this is on a roll, you select the roll. If you can also come here and select the roll. If you drop down here, you can see various section and it is highlighting which section you are on. But this is the roll. You come to the roll, you come to the settings, and we could adjust this. Let's give it 200. We will give it 200 and we refresh. I think this is way better than before. Let's see the UI design. Okay, it's much closer. So let's give it like 180. It's 150. 150. I don't want it to be too close to. Okay, 150 is much better. So what we now do is the space in between is making it shrink and doesn't make it look cute. So what we do is we're going to sit down the layer and the roll, come to layout, and we're going to expand it a little bit. You could see some option. You have two choices. You can come here and drag. You can drag it like this and have this, or you can simply just come here and just give it an even padding, right? You just tap any of this and you've got an even padding. Yes. So if we refresh, we have this. So this is amazing. So another thing again you can adjust is the line height, because I think our line height here, I think the line height is fine. Don't need to touch it. The line height is fine. It's cool. So the next thing is the body text. So how do you do body text? Like I told you, duplicating is one of the easiest ways to make things fast. Yeah. So the first thing is you right click and you duplicate. So why did I duplicate it? Because I still need the what did they call it? I still need the advanced text because this block is an advanced text. It gives me option to change what type of text I want here. So remember when we are setting text sizes, when we are saying H1, H2. So if I reduce this, sorry, why it is not reducing is because of I have given it a default size. So take for example, now I did not give it a default size. You see it reduced back. And if I say I want it to be H1, this is my H2, H3. You see it's reducing the time, but I don't want it to be like that. So, yeah, so now I'm going to reduce this to a paragraph. And it's because of we used a text for it. We're going to clean this. And this has turned into a paragraph. This thing. So this particular size, we used what size here? This was size 20. We come here and then put size 20. So this is it. And the color was not pure white. It was pure white. This we make use of this. Then we're going to just come here to copy and paste. So now if you notice, if you save and you refresh here, if you notice, you may be having this guy longer than this. You don't have to, there's no cause for panic. You can fix that. I think the spacing, the line height in this thing is much. Let me reduce it. So if you want to reduce the line height, I mean is the spacing between, if you have a spacing between the first text and the second line of the text. Okay, so the first text between the space between this, the first line and the second line of the text, that's the line height. So we need to change it. Let me just start with okay. So you could see what I did, and it's looking more presenting. Note, as we are designing it, we should not forget for mobile, right? So whatever we design for web, we are going to design it for mobile. So now you look at it and it's looking much presentable. So The next thing is, okay, now we're having an overflow of sites. What can we do? No need to panic because of we choose the global settings where that this side to this side is big and we cannot alter it. But if we alter it, it's going to affect this guy, right? So what do you do? So now you select the text, and like I said, for each text, it has three options. For everything you select, it has three options: layout, style, advanced. So now we're going to go to the text block. So yeah. So the next thing we're going to do is when we select this, we are going to come to advanced, and there's what we call padding. So we're going to adjust the padding between the left and the right. So that is how we're going to control the text. So at least this is not clean in our eyes. It's not clean. We are designers. So the first thing we need to do is we're going to work on the left padding and right. So you can choose to use this. You can choose to use this because yeah, let's use XL. The left padding and the right padding. So then we're going to use the right padding. I think we use XL. Yeah. Then we click on save. So if you come here and you refresh, voila, you have that. So another thing again I'm noticing is this guy and this guy, they are looking like almost the same size. While we have in our design that there's a distinct difference between the main header, this hierarchy. So it's looking like they're competing with our eyes. So be careful of that. So what we're going to do, we're going to reduce the text. So I think this text is large enough. So let's use 18 or 14 to be precise. I think 14 is going to. Let's save and see. Okay, 14 is not that bad, right? 14 is not that bad, but let's give 16. Okay, 16 times. Okay, let's give 16. Okay, yes, 16 is better. So with 16 now we have much more space to accommodate. So with 16 we have this space. So we're going to tap here and we're going to give it more space. So let's choose, let me choose X, 3X. And you can actually see the number if you click on this, but I just want to just use this. That's 3X. Okay, three times large. That's what it means. So we are going to click here, and voila, we have this. So another thing again that you might notice is the space between this guy and this guy. Here, it's kind of looking a little bit far. So what are we going to do about that? So you come to the top one. So there's a space, there's what we call padding and margin. So margin, I can use margin to create a space, and I can use padding to create a space, but they're actually different things, right? So take for example, now let me show you what this does. So if I click on bottom padding, if you notice, there's a space between this. You see that it's giving it space. So let me reset, nothing is there. Then if you check on margin, margin is different. Margin gives the actual real space. It's not like there is like you're pushing someone very far from you, and this one like you push someone. I don't know if you guys watch The Incredibles where there is stretching, where she could stretch. So now there's a difference between this stretch. So if stretchy stretches, she can stretch, but her hand is still long and she still touches you, right? That is padding. I'm looking for the simplest way to explain it. So that is padding, but margin won't touch you. Margin would give you a space, like there will be air in between both of you without touching you. So padding gives you this clear spacing you get. So now this, if you keep it here, you could see that there is enough space in between them. But if I click on one, I can give that smooth, sweet space that we are craving for, right? So you can do it like that. And when you do it like that, you can give it much space, and you can also turn it, you can use this so that you can have an accurate, you can see that it's 8 that is here. If you want the numbers of your head, so you can increase it small to 10, so you can mathematically do the site. So that's lovely. We have this. If we save it, we come here, refresh. We have that init thing. It's there. We're getting there. So now the next big boy, these guys, the buttons. So first of all, I'm going to export them separately. So export, because we're going to need them. Export them as PNG without backgrounds. And we're going to go to, design file. Yes, website. Put them there. So that is how you export. So because of the classic, I didn't export everything at once. So you can see how you export everything. So the next thing is we've brought them in. So how do we add them? Note, there is a button. There is a button. There's button, but we are not using a button and it has to be clickable, right? So how do we do this? So we're not using, but if you were to use a normal button, all you just have to do is come here and search advanced button because we use advanced button. Okay, this is advanced button. Remember, it's a drag and drop builder, and you can drag it and drop it at the bottom here. And you have your button, normal. But we're not using the button this time around. We're using images as button. So how do we go get over the shenanigan? So now, there are ways to attack this. So I'm going to do mine and I'll check what Farida did because I know she achieved it, but I did not know what she did, right? So there's what you can do. Do you know you can put a section in a section in a section? So I don't want to blow your brains, but you can put a section inside a section. So if you notice, this is a section. We are in a section. You can add a section inside here. And let me show you what I am trying to do. So let's watch. First, I drag a section. I put it here. Because there's one thing you need to understand. These two guys are separate entities and they have to align, right? So how do we go about it? So now this is a section. I'm putting a section here and I would create a layout. So now why am I creating a layout? Is because on a norms, right? You can actually, let me check something first before I go with this format. This is one format. I want to check something. Let me delete this first. Let me come here. Let me see if I can drag the layout. Oh, good. This is okay. Forget about that side. There are two ways to read actually. One way is to take that section here, and let me give you two ways to read, but this way is better, so you don't have too many stacking options. So way one to do what I want to do is you come here, you bring in your section, then you can add your layout and add a section. You see why it was complicated? So that is why I didn't want to follow it. So you can directly add a layout inside here. You would see why I am doing this. So I come here, I just take in my layer, I bring my layer inside directly. Then I create my layer to have two equal sections. So now, what do I need to do? I have two options, right? I can choose to have an image here, or I can choose to make sure this whole place is a, what did you call it? It's a section itself. So, but I choose images. So let me come here and I would add a image, search image. You can choose advanced image or normal image. Let's use advanced image. Then you add your image. So the image that we are first of all bringing in is the WordPress button. So let's bring the two at once. So we bring in the Google. Anyone who wants to bring in first. So you could see what this guy did. It brought in this guy inside here and it is perfect. Right? Another reason why I brought this is it has an option to give you link URL. Okay, the difference between image and advanced image is, let me show you the difference. So if I bring in image, why I choose the advanced is because it has much functionality. And I click on upload. Okay, sorry. Let me just upload from library and select this. So now if I tap on the both of them, this one gives me advanced styling. There's more to it, right? There are more things to it. But this guy, I am limited with things like round. I can barely do things. Trust me, when you want to start editing it, you now know that there is limitation. So it's not bad. If you want a very simple image, just go ahead with this guy. But if you want more settings, just go with the advanced image. So we are going to cancel this. We're deleting this because we don't need it. So now I will position this guy to the middle. So I'm going to center align it. So you see it's centralized. And okay, yeah, I think that's it. I'm coming. Yeah, there's something that would be a problem at the end of the day. So now I would do it and I'll ask you guys what's the solution. So now this is this, and I can duplicate it. I'll duplicate it, and this side, these guys go, but I don't need this guy. So, oh no, sorry, I deleted everything. So I don't need this section, this last section. So I'll come here and put it. So I still have my two sections. So now the question, if I click on save, or let me just automatically change this one so that I can click on replace, choose from media library, I choose Apple Store. Yeah. So now the question you'll be asking in your head is, okay, wait, sir, these guys are far apart from each other. How are we going to go about it? It's not hard, it's just positioning, right? So you take this guy and say, bros, align to the right, then you come here, bros, align to the left. And there is peace in the bottom kingdom, right? So easy peasy lemon squeeze. So yes, so this is how you achieve this, and you can do more. Take for example now, the space in between. That's what we call the space in between the column. You can see that as I reduced it, it's reduced. You can choose to use figures to still bring it close, depending on how close you want it. But I think this does the job. Small. And let's move it this way to refresh. Voila. Simple. So I didn't know how far it has, but this is one way to go about it. So now there's a problem again. There's a space at the top, right? So what do we do? If we come here, we know that we are using there's what we call we are using a role. So and this is aligned up. I need to check everything to make sure. Right. So now on the role, if you select the role, there's a space at the top. There's a space at the bottom, there's a space at the top. We don't need it. So we're going to remove it. So if I remove it and if you check the space at the bottom, there's no space again. So if I save it and I come here and refresh, you see that drastic change. Voila. Simple. So I think we are almost there. We are getting there, right? Guys, we're almost there now. So the next guy is this guy. So remember what I told you guys about okay, I think it was this design. Yes, okay. So now remember how we got, you can check the other class to know how we got this guy in the box, right? So and another thing again you need to notice is to make your life, to make things easy for you, you can do the design here before taking it to Figma. So you can choose to ask yourself, okay, at what height you want this thing to display. You can choose this height to show so much information, or you can choose this height. So whatever height you choose to go with, choose it. So now, what I did was I did this thing as a mask. I created a mask. If you want to know how we did the mask, check the last video we did. So I'm going to adjust this mask to this angle because I need something like this. So at this angle, and this is okay for me. So I don't need to start hiding it under here. I know those shenanigans. So instead of me causing more problem for myself, I do it here before taking it to the side. It's not like you cannot hide it at the back of the next stuff. That is extra, sorry. That is extra, voila. So let's go here. So I've done this. All I just need to do is export. So if you know how to design, you might be able to bypass so many things. So I just click on export PNG. And another thing again is good to export in a quality or the size that is not too big, because if the size is too big, it's going to load slow. So this is another thing you have to learn when building for site. Make sure your image is as, so for an image that is this big, I can even take it to 0.5 because I need it to be very small in size, right? So I export it And it's going to, let me even check how many sizes it is. Okay, this is 3 KB, beautiful. This is 3 KB. This is, yeah, oh, this is beautiful. Yes, these guys are not that big. So I save it. Then what we need to do again is, remember, if you come here, you can see how this thing is being stacked together. So this is how you can even read someone's design. Like, okay, how did this guy do this thing? You can come here and like, oh, he had 3 sections. In this section, he had this, that's the header, the body, and he had a role inside this section in order to achieve 2 things. So this how to read someone's design, right? So now I want to bring in a image section. So the last thing for this page is an image section. So how do we go about that? So we would come here. This place is big enough for the image to enter, right? So all we just have to do is come here and just click on advanced image. Where is it? Sorry, sometimes when I'm stressed, I tend to not find things good. So, okay, yes, I've seen it. Then you can scroll down. Okay, let me don't carry it yet. Scroll down very well and put it at the bottom, not at the bottom of these guys, but at the bottom of everything. Then we select image. We don't have it here, so we have to upload it. Then we upload it. Then we start positioning. So we have to position it to the centralize it to the middle, and to the center, and we can increase the width. Sorry. Then image size, Kool. Okay. Okay. I am seeing the problem. You were not working before. Why are you not working now? That's weird. Okay. So I think there is an issue here, and there are 2 ways to fix this, right? Normally, I can increase this, increase the image, which I'm going to try to do, and there's going to be a second way for us to fix this. So normally, you can give your images several sizes, or you can give it fixed ratio. So we need something more like what again? Okay, all these ones will do it. They're going to give us sizes. But, okay, yes, this guy did it. We choose this landscape and we increased it, but it's blocked. That's the problem I usually have with this. So one way to go about this is we can do something. This particular, if you notice, we can separate these guys from the image. Don't worry, let me don't get you confused. So what I mean is this particular layer would be in 2. Don't worry, I will show you what I mean now. Because the problem we're having is the image is supposed to come after this, but it is not entering the space that we have for it. Let me give it another try again. Let me use the normal image. Maybe to give me some options that this other one doesn't have. There's something I'm trying to achieve. Okay, let me just put it here for now. So if you put something where it's not supposed to be, take for example, now you put an item. Let me bring in the image. Let me even check if this image is not naturally blurred first before because another thing again, the image on its own can be blurred without us knowing. So let me check. Let me zoom in. Okay, okay. So the fault is not from us. The image naturally, okay, the image naturally, if you zoom in, it becomes blurred. So we don't need to scatter anything. So that's why you have to check from both sides, whether it's the fault is from the side or from the image. So what we are going to do is uh, we're going to expand it to be very big in respective of K. So we need it to be very big so that at what range the person zooms it into, it's not going to affect it. Okay, so we zoom it at it, let it be this big. Then we are going to still export it at this size. Then replace it. Then we're going to come back and open it and zoom it in. Yes, even without doing so much, we can. Yes, it's beautiful. So let's go back. So, oh, but let me check. This one that we've made it so big. Okay, the size is not big. It's using 312 KB. That is fair enough. That's very fair enough. So now we delete this, permanently delete this so that we don't get ourselves confused. And I'm going to rename because WordPress is to misbehave when you upload the same file. So let me just put this at group 1. This will misbehave sometimes. So let me just bring it in as a new stuff. So that you see why data is going to be your friend. You see, without us doing so much, immediately I brought it in, it took the size. So now you ask yourself, oh, I have done a mistake of making this one down and this one at the top. So it's very easy. You can change the position by just pressing down, up, up, up. Anything here can be up, can be down, easy. That is why I use the WordPress default builder and cadence because it's my life. Easy peasy lemon squeeze. So, yeah, so now we are noticing that there is a spacing between the bottom and the top. Okay, so we made use of this. So I'm going to use the advanced image instead of the normal image. Sorry, this is gallery. Why is advanced image hiding? Okay, so we're going to use the advanced image. So you see the reason why I use advanced image, it gives me more option. So I can increase the space. Remember I told you about stretchy in the Incredibles. So stretchy, I'm telling this section, this row to leave me alone, pushing it far from me. So I'm stretching it. Then I give it space. Then I come here and refresh. You see what I told you about load time. So if your image is not that big, it's going to give us effective load time. So let's come to this guy and see whether we have that. This is what we want. Yeah, it's similar to what we want. I think it's even much better. So we have what we want here. So the person has here, has this, and voila, we've done with this section. So before I move to the other section, do we have any question? The next thing is we're going to do this particular section here. So yeah, so this particular section, let's do it. So this is easy peasy, nothing too much. So how do you do it? You can just come here and so at this point, we will just tap here. So at the bottom, we don't have, because of the way this second section came in, there is no space between the top, this bottom. So we are going to come here and put 0 at the bottom, right? So there's so if you click the empty space here, this button comes in. But if you don't click it, you will not see it. So if you click an empty space, you will see the button. And yeah, I think we still need 3 sections, right? We need 3 sections, but not too deep like that. So we'll need 3 sections, and the section will be spread across. Yeah, so we need 3 sections. And this one would have, let's just give it, I like using numbers, so I can just give it 50 or 80. Let's give it 80. 80 is one of the best sections. So you need to know your numbers. So 18 is the space between the top and the bottom. Then the first line of action, then remember for each stuff, we're going to do it full width and we're going to do this. So if you are duplicating, you don't have to do this again. So we didn't duplicate this because this one had so many things. Why didn't I duplicate? Wait, we can duplicate it. No, let's do it from scratch. Let me build it from scratch. Please. So first, like I told you, everything has its settings from here. So the next thing is, okay, before we move, I want us to do mobile and app at the same time. So we know that we are clearing each stage at the same time. So if I right click and I right click on my browser and I click on inspect, I need to see how this thing will appear on my mobile phone. So on mobile, this is what it's looking like. It's chaotic, bro. So let's fix this. So before we move to this section, let's fix the mobile for this. So remember I told you this guy here does the job of pushing it to tablets. For tablets, this is what it is, but many persons don't really use tablets like that, but well, you can adjust it. So now, what this guy, we did some setting paddings for the mobile, so it's affecting this. So whatever you do for the tablet actually affects the mobile. So we're going to just readjust this and just put it at, you can put it at 0. Sorry, you can put it at 0, yes, and put this one at 0. So you can see that this guy is looking better. On tab, this guy is looking better, but on mobile, he's not looking better. I'll show you why. If I switch this to mobile, on mobile, what do we have here? Do we have this as a good guy? I think yes, this guy is good. I think this size is nice on mobile. Yeah, I think this size is fair. Size is fair on mobile. Then you can change the size depending on what you can choose SR, but since this is SR and the majority of the phones uses this, so even if you choose another style, there's no much difference. So oh, because not using XR, because it's responsive, right? I don't even know what it is. What was I using? Uh, okay, it was using XR at 70%. So this is it. This is how it's going to look on mobile, but we have some chaotic experience here. So now, remember, mobile settings, if you check these things, mobile settings are different from web settings. So we can alter the settings and it will not affect what happens to the web, will not affect the mobile. But sometimes there's a time that some things cannot be adjusted. You have to do a different thing for mobile and different thing for web. That is some sacrifice you have to make. But I think for this situation, we can do that. So for mobile, we will choose this style, but we are going to align them to the center. Yes, so there are two, and we have this. So the spacing between them, that's, don't worry, this one is the spacing. You may not need this, but this is the spacing between the top and the bottom. So we'll first of all update, because this one will not give us real view of what it will look like, except we review here. So this is what it's giving us. So now this guy, we're going to position him to the middle. Remember, we aligned it. So this is the only problem we might start to have. Okay, yes, it has the option to change, but let me see if it affects align to the center. Then this guy, let me see, align to the center on mobile. I want to check if it will affect the let's see, if we do it like this, it does well. The job is at this moment, the job is done. But let us check if it didn't affect. You see, it affected the web. So now, how do we solve this? So one way to do it is we may actually not do it from the picture side. Let me check. Let me go back to desktop. And we might duplicate this, right? This particular layer. Let me duplicate it because this is for teaching purposes. So I'm going to duplicate this and I'll turn one off for mobile, turn one on for web. I'll show you what I mean by that. So first, I will put them back to where they were, right? So this one's left, save, and I refresh. So this is good for web, but it's not good for mobile. So what do we do? So this particular place, I will duplicate it. I'll duplicate it so that I don't get confused. But I first of all come here. So now if you come to advanced, you can there's what we call visibility settings. So I'm trying to unveil everything one after the other so you don't get too many information in your head. So visibility setting meaning I can hide these things on different, and you can have more visibility settings if you have login and sign in users. So now this particular one, I want to use it for desktop. So I'm going to hide it on, I think it was okay on the on the tablet, but was not okay on the mobile. But we're going to hide it only on the tablet and hide it on mobile. So, sorry, only mobile because tablet was looking fine. So we will save it, and normally if we refresh, okay, so normally as we've refreshed it, we're having two. Why? Because we've not hid this from the desktop. But if I click on this and click on inspect, if you notice, there's only one that is showing because I hid this from the mobile. So now I'm going to come here and I'm going to hide this from desktop and I'm going to hide it from tablet. So don't forget what you hide those, but you not make mistake. So if I refresh, normally it won't show, but if I refresh this, you see that the one for desktop is on the desktop and the one for what do they call it? Mobile is with mobile. So that is one way to go about things. So now the one with mobile, let's focus on it because that is where we have our problem. And we'll just simply switch to the mobile view. And we'll just simply come here, centralize. Sorry. Tap on it. Centralize. Hope I'm not touching. Wait, let me go back. Wait a minute. Okay, let me go back so that I don't touch what I'm not supposed to touch. Okay, this guy, centralize. This guy, align center. Good. So now, another thing again that is very important for us to do is we need to make sure there is no, okay, we've already done it. So now the spacing in between the role. So this is the role. The spacing between this and this. We made it very small. If I do it like this, you could see. So for the web, because of we're using columns, if I space it, because we're not using column now, it will not have any effects, right? So this is the role, and you have to do. So if I save this and refresh, and if I click on this and inspect, you see that this is voila. So another thing again you can change, and so we can change the text. So don't worry, text won't affect anything. So the text by default is 60. I can put mobile to 50. So I think the mobile was looking a little bit spiky. Voila, we can have this. So you can have this too here. So normally you can actually have the landscape of mobile, right? But I still feel this is still better. So this is, you can still have it side by side if you want. You can still have it side by side if you want. Let me show you. If you feel like, okay, this is not cool, you can still have it side by side. Let me show you. So, okay, let me use still this mobile. Let me show you that you can still have it side by side. If I click on a full role, and I click on this, right? And I click on save, and I click on this. You can see that I can still have that position on mobile. So you can now depend and choose on yourself. Do you want that or you want this? So if I have that, I would have to come here, go to desktop. Okay, desktop disappears on desktop. So okay, no, it doesn't disappear. Sorry. So I'll come here and do the same. So if you do it that way, you don't have to. You don't have to. Okay, let me go back. Let me go back. Sorry, a little bit. Okay, okay. Let me go back. I think this is how far, right? Oh no, so it means 1, 2, 4. Okay. So let me start it here. I don't know how back it went. Let me check. Jeez, it went way back. Okay, so this guy went way back. You have to be careful when you are taking your back button. Let me check how far this he went way back. So remember we hit this, then be careful at which how you take something back, and we hit this one on this one. So what we did was oh, the visibility settings, I did it on the sorry. I did the visibility. Oh, it's progress. And turn off this. The visibility settings is supposed to be on the role and not the section. So I hope we are not confused. Don't worry, whatever I've done before is the correct thing. I'm just because of I went back using this, there was some mistakes that happened. So I'm going to still turn this off. Then centralize it. Centralize it. So I'm just doing everything we've done before, just in case. Then let me refresh. So this is we still have what we have here. And let me refresh. Okay, we still have what we have here. So now, just in case you found out that, okay, you want to use this one alone, you can still come here. If you want to just use this without having this one, you can just come here and choose for anything tablets, we have to make it equal, mobile equal. So if I do this, then this guy, I would make it visible to everyone because we don't need this one again since we can achieve it. Same purpose. So I'll just you don't need to delete it because there might be reason. Maybe users interact with this more than that one. So you can just turn it off from everywhere. So this particular second one is not showing anything. So if I refresh, this is showing here, but mobile may not have anything. Yes. Why? Is because this one, I'll have to go back to the role. Remember, it's the role that we are changing the visibility and not the section. We come down here and I'll turn it off. Now, if I refresh, you can see this is what we have. So both web and both mobile have this. So we are getting there. So we are done with this on a group stage level. I say group stage, a section level. We are done with the section. And it took quite a while on this. So let's move on to the next one. So you can either delete this or stick it here for, testing sake. So the next thing is we have this, and we're going to change the background. Remember, we are changing it on the role. This thing. So we come to style. Sorry, this tablet. So you remember we have background, we have overlay. I'll show you what is overlay. Then we have border settings, and we have text color. You don't need this. This is more important, but sometimes for some things. So we're actually using this color. That's how to change the full color of everything, the background. This is what overlay does. Overlay is just like adding like an overlay, right? It's just a simple thing. So remember, I just overlay the image. So this is what it does. So this, can I use an overlay? But we're going to use overlay for bringing that object in. So what object am I talking about? What object am I talking about? This guy here, this particular cycle stuff. So this is it here. I grouped it. So I'm going to shoot. Oh, I'm supposed to duplicate. Let me zoom out and let me alternate. So because of my design, my dashboard is dark. If I change my dashboard to white, you can see it. Where is it? Maybe that is it. Okay. I thought I just exported and put that in just okay, let me take it out again. Then let me check if it's locked. It's not locked. Okay, this is it. I wait here. Sorry. Okay, I know where it is. Here. Then let me change this to white. Okay, this is it. So they're no more hiding from me. Is it? So now we're going to export it. There's a reason why you can export it like this. So you can export it like this or sync, but this is one of the best way to effectively do it. Let's export it like this and see if it's going to give us the exact reaction like before. Okay, let's just okay. And I'm going to change this. I'm going to change backline. That's the color. Then I'm going to remember overlay this guy. So I'm going to come to overlay because it's an image overlay, not a color overlay. So I'm going to select it. Then this is it here. To select it. Then I'm going to bring it in. So you can see what it does. So the only problem I have is it's showing everything. So we can try different stuff. Okay, this is contain. Okay, also. Okay. So what we're going to do is this is centralized. We don't need to touch anything. So it's not overwhelming. This is what we have. Then we just have to increase it. So we can use full. We don't want full. Let me try medium. Let's try full. Okay. I think what we might have to do is we might have to extend it very well on very well. Let me click on settings. Let me just my edit is wrong, so that's okay. Okay, sorry, and don't touch the bar. Okay, yes, let's use widths. Let's touch the widths. So if I increase it to 300, that's so much. 200. Okay, yes. So if let's do 150. 150. I think 150 gave us what we want. 150 gave us what we wanted. So we are using this as 150. So we can see that this is what we used. So let me do it again because I know that you guys may have gotten this wrong. So what I did was I've done a color overlay. Sorry, I did a color background as color settings. I created a row. We already know how to do that. Then what I did was I came to style. I came to overlay. I brought in an image. We already know how to do this. So now, because of it's actually picking my former settings, let me cancel the setting. And this is what it was before. You can do this in the design side by making sure in the design each side cuts across the corner. But if you didn't have that time and you made a mistake like the way we did, you don't need there's no cause for alarm, right? So all you just need to do is instead of having it cover everything, you can just come to the setting. What we need to alter is the width. That's the width is the space between the side and not the height. So we're going to use, we used 100. It did a good job, but we need a much better job at 150. So at 150 is even the exact stuff that's needed. So we'll click on save and let's see if this actually work on our site. So we're going to refresh and it actually did its job. So this is actually cool. And this is exactly what we wanted. So the next thing is we don't need to do too much. We can copy and paste because we need this guy. Just copy. Let's stress yourself. I think this is on a white. It's white too. Let's check our design to be sure. Yes, this is white. So we'll just come here and what I usually used to do is I'll just come to text. This guy is not showing here. Let me check the paragraph. So I'll just go and click paragraph. This is how you paste. Click paragraph. Then all I just need to do is I paste. So this one already has all the settings I need instead of starting from scratch. And if you notice, this guy stretches to the dimension that we want, but we don't want it this big. So I'm going to clean this and leave it on the default. So this is the default settings that we are using H2. So for those of you that are in SEO and everything, H2 is always one of the most preferred text sizes. So Then the next thing is we're having this bunch of guys here. So I don't know if I want to be lazy right now. So let me just export them. Sorry, let me don't disrupt my design. Let me just export them somewhere here. And I want to ungroup them. Ungroup. So now there are ways to do this, guys, right? So there's a way to go around it. Okay, let me see on group. I think you know group all. Okay, good. Actually, so now I'm going to export these guys. Exports. You can leave them. I think there's no how small. They are very small. So we're going to shrink them. Then we're going to say here. They'll come. So now there are many ways to this, right? We can bring in a there are two ways. We can bring in another, what do we call it, role, and the role will have four of it. Or we can bring in a gallery, right? But I think we will have more, you have to bring in things that you have more control over. So I think a row will be here, but let's see what gallery can do, right? We should not just, you know, push the idea because it may not work. So I'm going to bring in a gallery, advanced gallery. Then I'll put it under here. Then I'm going to select my images. Okay. So it's good to group your stuff so that you don't find things. For then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see if gallery will do the job for us. So we select this. So this is what gallery does, and we can say we can do some adjustments here. We can say we want it to be 1 column, or we can choose to be 4, 5 column. You see what I just did, and the guts that has a space between them. Just see what I did. So, and remember, this guy has a set. Remember why it's so close is there is a 10 by 10 spacing there. So you could see that. So we give it more spacing. Then we can give it much push. Okay. So okay. So you can see depending on how much you want it. So I think on the problem I have with this thing here is when we now go to mobile, we may have an issue. That is sometimes when you think web, think mobile at the same time, we may have an issue. The gutter may not be the problem, but this guy doesn't have mobile settings. So on tab, if you come to tablets, this is what we are going to have. And if you come to mobile, this is what we are going to have. So we may not have so much control. Our mobile, it's only just show 3 and keep shrinking the images. So that's why we may not go with this, right? So we would go with this guy. But it's going to be more of a I mean, yes. Hang on, totally. Okay, yes, there's a problem. The more you shrink the page, the more this thing shrinks. So we will not use this. Let's use the role. Let's bring the role. Let's bring the big guns. So we're bringing this guy in. So the big guns, I will choose 4 guys. So no, sorry, this guy is 5. So you can increase it to 5. So easy peasy lemon squeezy. What we just need to do is bring in our advanced image. That's why it's good to make sure everything is the same size. Sometimes they are not always here, so you just come here, advanced image, select it. Comes to this, then let's select one. This, you see. Then what you can do is you can kind of duplicate this into 5 places. 1. Okay, sorry. You select it. What I duplicated was I didn't duplicate it from the section side. I duplicated it as an image itself, so you can have more than one image starting side. So, but you have to duplicate it from the section area. So sorry, I wanted to delete. So you can see what I did is 1, 2. Now that why I'm duplicating it is because I already have what I want. It's 1, 2, and 2, 4. Or instead of duplicating, there's another way to go about that. So okay, it's because of there's nothing here. So yeah, let me go by duplicating. If there was something on those things, I could easily copy and paste, but there's nothing on it. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Fine. Voila. Then we come to the almighty this thing and delete these other guys. So easy way to delete them is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So easy way to delete them is I just select this. Select. So we have this guy. So what I just need to do is replace image. Yeah. This guy. So this guy. So you have full control over. Sorry. This guy. And when you are doing this, before you even ship them to you, make sure they are all the same sizes, right? So that you don't have to, because this Notion guy is already looking like it's bigger. So, and if you have a fixed size, you can actually even do the particular ratio, right? So you have this, and let's see how it is. Okay. Okay, so this is how it is. So one side we have issues from the design angle. None of them like they were not properly you know. So I think the best way is to align them. If we align them at the top, some are taller than some. So just align it to the middle. So to give it that clean and balanced look that we are looking for. Exactly. So this is what we have here. And I think we are good to go. But remember our big guy mobile side. We're good to go, but let's see what mobile looks like. So we come here and switch it first to tablets and see how tablet looks like. So on tablets, this is how it looks like. So what we're going to do is, so you see why I love this. So you see the grid, you can choose grid of 3 or grid of 2. So for tablets, I prefer grid of 2. For mobile, I prefer grid of, let's see, 13. Yes. So you see how sweet lay and rule is. So the next thing is this section. So this is not hard anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build this section and this section. So you guys, okay, I've not taught you guys how to do accordion. Don't worry. Okay, I'm going to do this section, and this is where we're going to close for today. And tomorrow we're going to complete the rest, and I think we'll be rounding off for the class tomorrow. So you can even go home and practice to where I stopped today. So the next section is this section here. So let me zoom in so you can see. So we have this section, and let's see how we got to this. So now this section is tricky. We have one section that has something like this, and we have another section that has something like this. So one way for me to attack that is I'm going to do it in this way. First, I'm going to bring a column, one, then a row, then I'm going to make that row one column. So now in this column, I'm going to do my normal settings from here, make it full width and this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make here, I'm going to add another row. You'll see why I did this. So because of we're having one long section, this particular section, let me show you, this particular section here has more than one stuff. So what I'm doing is I did one rule that is going to accommodate everything because this has a one setting. So everybody is inside here. So that's what I did. So I did one rule, and everybody that's going to come in will start coming in. So I'm going to have this, then I'll do my normal 3 stuff here. So then this, I'm going to make it, remember we use 80 on the rule. We use 80 as our divider. So at the top, 80 to be consistent with your top and bottom margin. So we use 80 and we use 80. And we made it black. Okay, so this is it. So the next thing is we can just come and simply copy this guy. Okay, no, we need to make this thing more shrinker. I just remembered why. So if we come here to the, make sure we are already on this. Sometimes I have to know you are on this. If you click here, you might click here and see that. So just come here and make sure it doesn't click any further. Then you know that you're in your row area. So now we need to make sure that this particular role that we created inside here is tight, because I just noticed that no, it's not much right. No. So I'm gonna have this. I'm gonna copy it because that is it. I'm going to put paragraph here. I'm gonna paste it. So then I'm gonna copy the text from here. Top feature. Paste. Then I'm going to duplicate because we already have this. Change it to paragraph by default and copy text. You see, when you do your design, once you know how to do everything, it becomes very easy. So this text, remember the text color is different. If you select it, this color, we're having this color. So remember consistency, features. So we can choose to, I think if we increase the padding, it will not be a problem. Yeah. So we can choose this padding. And if we see that this one is still giving us issues, it's not aligned well, remember your left hand, right? This thing. So you can just increase this with XL. And this guy, so perfect. We have it perfect. So you can optimize everything later on, right? So have what we inside here. So you can later shrink this thing because this thing looking too big. It's looking too big in my eye. Okay, so I don't want to battle with this, but I'll come back to that. So yes, for this, the next thing that we're going to do is, since we are having this, we're going to duplicate. So we're going to come here and we're going to duplicate this. So when we duplicate this, we have these 2 sections, right? So what you need, we don't need this, just delete this. Delete this. So now we have 3. So what we need, what we are trying to achieve is we only have 2, right? This side and this side. So we just need 2. This, so we have 2 here. So this guy here. So we did that to that, and we don't need to go full width. There's a reason why I did that. So this one is going to be centralized inside. So now the first thing is body text. You can just copy this one, add this, bring paragraph, then paste. And this one's coming from this angle. We can just copy this. You see, just copy things. If you paste, just I pasted it wrongly. Sorry. Duplicates. Select all, paste. This, okay, I was actually right. And sometimes you forget that you do things and reset. So we have this, sorry. Then we bring in our text. So first text is this. It's close. Second text. This and this. Paste. So you have this. Then let me just put an image here. Full image. If not exported the image, just export it now. So it's good to actually size this thing up. But I think this is 180 by 125 500 by 500, so it should export well. So but it's good to properly size your work very well. So have that. Let's just save it. And you bring it in. Please tell me I took it with the bottom. And I feel that I didn't from the bottom. So the group spots. So I'm not photo the bottom. Just so this. Come back here. Come to your upload file. Sorry guys, so this is where this is a real work. So if you are now doing WordPress, you can view more of the clients. So you can see the stress. So you can have this here. Then you can choose to position this to this, or you can push it to the center, depending on what you want to do. You can save this and you can look at it on how it looks like on this page. So you can see this is how it looks like, but we can adjust things. So the first thing we need to note is that this one has a deeper color and has a curve at the side. So how do we go about that? So first I need to find, yes, let me unlock it. I need to first of all get the color. I don't know if we add this color to our global color. I'm gonna check. So now, because of this guy here, we have we're going to choose, because of, if you check, we have this section, right? This section is like the way we have, let me come here, let me show you. So we have section 1, and we have, not section, we have a row that has a section, and we have this row too. So this row, we're going to change the color. So I like using overview so that you can see it here. We're going to change the color. I don't think we have that color. Is this it? No, this one. I'm going to change the color here. So let me cancel it so you can see what I'm saying. I press save, and if we refresh here, you can see now that there's a difference between this one here and this one here. So that is how we achieved it. So the next thing is, if you select it again, I like selecting it from here so you don't make a mistake. We can make sure that there is a good space between the top left and bottom padding, like the way we have it here, that there is a good sense of positioning between the bottom left and down padding. So how do we achieve that? We select the area. So remember that there is a top padding and this. So we have to make sure everything is together. Then you can just adjust it manually like this, and you have it. So you can come here, refresh, and check stuff. I think we have an even padding. So at the top, we can adjust the padding at the top and say the top would have a little bit much more space, XXL, and the bottom two can have XXL, that's extra large. And you can come here and we have that, I think it's smooth. So that curve, the curve that we used here, that's the edge curve. So this is how to know it looks bigger. What looks bigger? So, so as I'm doing the curve, you say it looks bigger. What looks bigger? So you could see the curve. Actually, the curve is 15. Then on here, and we have to make the curve 15. How do we make the curve 15? So where do we find curves? So if you come here again and select this, right? You can, if you come to your style, you find your curves, all the curves, you want to cover into find styles, and you come down to border settings. So now this is your radius, this is what we call border radius. So now, if all the border radius, I think we use 15. Let's say if 15 for Figma is the same thing for WordPress as a WordPress for this design. So we curved it 15. See the curve at this edge. So let's check. Yeah, and it's curved all right. So this is what we have here. So, and you could notice, yes, sometimes what you would have is going to be a little bit different. So we can actually shrink that to make sure the position between this side and this side is not too much. So remember this. So we come here and the right side, we need to pump the right side to export. Now pump the right side and the left side to, what did I choose? Export right, left. 4 times large. Then remember this guy. Let me not do everything at the same time. So let's refresh. Okay, yes, we now have an even space. So if you look at our design, this guy was in center. So we're going to position him in center too. So looking at this side, it's cooking is going on. So we're cooking. So remember how to adjust this. So we select the text and we come to here and the left hand side. Sorry, the right hand side. We shrink it a little bit. So you position it in a way that is not too much. And we come here. This is fine. This is better. Then you ask yourself, okay, how do I position it to make sure this is in the middle and not in? So if you come to the role gives you that option to position things in the middle. So you come here and you could see this up. Sorry, not this one. You see this option and you choose center. You see it automatically goes down. Yeah. So in the English. That's correct. So now this guy, we don't need to do much again. So you could see this guy. We just copy it because we have it already. We just copy it and we just come here and add a paragraph so that we can paste it, because if we don't have a paragraph, we can't paste. And we just use media and text. When you say media and text, explain more better. Oh, let me get so I'll get what you're saying. So, yeah, so I was reading from the chat section. So okay, you may not even need to do that, right? So you can just come here, duplicate, select all and paste. So you have this. So now what you can do is you can position this to the left. And this is actually right. It's still correct, but we have, let's see whether we have it correct here. So you notice that there's a space in between these guys. So it's still correct in a way, but there is some, so we have to push in space. Let's check the space is not the issue. So there's a space here. So for this particular guy, so if you select, you know that this is the role. There's a particular space in between. So you can choose to adjust it this way. So you could see that if you have a layout, you can just choose to adjust it this way. Sorry, no, over adjust the size on those shrink so much. Let's see if that is it. So we give more. So we have that. I think if I shrink it much, it would reduce the size of this. Let me check. Okay, yes, it does that. So I'll shrink it this. Let me see. Um, if this guy has any space between that side and that side. Okay, so if you have this here, refresh it. Let me give it the spacing between both of them is 16. So I reduce it as a column. And let me just reduce it to 2 and see what it was. Okay, so I think this is, if not better, try it. Okay, that is fair enough. Another way you can still bring this guy closer is through with margin. So you can push it, sorry, you can push it left or right, depending on what you want to do. You can have a minus. So take, for example, now I can have minus 10. See what I did there? Minus 10 allowed it to go beyond where it's supposed to go. So if it's not giving you what you want, you can use margin to actually do that. So it was not giving me what I want. So I use margin to give it minus 10. So it goes beyond its position. So you can still increase it to 11, 12, to whatever position you want that's suitable for grid. I think at this point, this particular position is suitable for me. And I'm going to check my top padding. There's any padding, but why I'm saying top padding is okay. I think the problem is here, the distance. There is a bottom. Let me see if it affects it. There's a bottom distance. If the bottom distance didn't affect, let me show you why. This particular guy is the cost. So I'll remove it from this. You could see. And it just put 1. And you can see what it does. So you can see that that space has been adjusted. I'm going to give it more space. Okay. Then refresh. So I think this space is fair enough. If it's not too, you can always check the space between this and this to actually measure it very well. So if you want to. So this is how you got this. And when you've done one, let's check for the mobile and see if it's tablets. The tablet is always going to give us problem. So just come to this text. You know, we have extra stuff here. Just reset or just put it at none and it does its job. And if you come to this guy too, remember this guy too is affected. So we just none. No. So we are going to check mobile because mobile is our main focus. But as a movie, perfect. Okay, yes. The spacings we gave it was too much. So remember this spacing, the right and left spacing we gave it was too much. So let's just give it none first. We're going to give it spacing. Let's just give it 1. That's it, right and left. So we're just going to add one more space because there's definitely space. One more space. And the top, I think let's give it, I think it's going to manage with 2. 2. Okay. Then 4. So those guys will report to each other. So they will report to each other. So I think this top 2, the top we should at least use it a little bit for mobile. You see, as you're building for web, also puts mobile integration. So as you can see, we have this. And remember, you can touch your padding here for mobile. If it's not enough, you can give it your own minus, like 118. Save. If it's not saving, you can notice this. arranging the mobile view. So the next thing is, don't worry, I'm going to soon round up. So the next thing is to check if everything is positioned well on the sides and everything. So from the top, we're having a large, that means the bottom. We're also going to have, sorry, the bottom is going to have large. So it's going to be the same. So when we refresh, then refresh, see it in the space. Okay, so the next stage is you can duplicate if you want to duplicate it. So at the top of this here, remember that I think this particular guy, if we give it a bottom, yes, the bottom was 80. So what you can do is, let's take it back to the desktop size. So what you can do is this particular one, you can come here and you can duplicate. So you duplicate it. When you duplicate it, you have the same thing, but the difference is that there's no space between the top and bottom. So you come here and just give it spacing at the top. So instead of using padding, you're going to use margin because it's the space between two of the so if you use margin, you'd see that there is a space. But in that space is fine. We're going to check and see if that is what it is. That's what so spaces. Very, very much. Okay, so imagine we use because I was looking at this color, it was not actually coming. I want to test something. Okay, I want to test something, but let's see. I know this guy is green, so you could see very well what we did. But I think that color is not bringing out the site very well. So let's see it very well. Or we could even use white. So very well. We could even use white if we want to. So if we have white. Yeah, I think white is not that bad. And I think white. So that black is fine. After doing it, it's not sitting well. Yeah. So okay, so we can have that. And if you check for the mobile view, check this and see how it is. If you check this and check this, so all you just have to do is edit and let me add. So if you want to add any new thing, it may not show, but if you click an empty space, it will show. So if you click on button, it's not like you can't do much with button, right? You can click on button and we can choose. Let me just write Play Store. Play Store. Then you can choose the option. We're going to come to button later, but I just want to show you that button can do so much. So you can choose option, icon and this thing. So you can select the icon. The only problem I have is this icon is limited, but you can still like as Play Store. You can use this. This is easy. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that it depends on what you want to use. So you can use this. Then let me check if they have Apple. What's Apple logo? What they have to use? Okay. Apple. Yeah, okay. Sure. So you can use the Apple logo and actually use it as your button, and you can change the position. So you can use this. And one thing I like about advanced is what do they call it? You can also add another button to it, right? So you can duplicate, and you have two buttons here that does the same functionality. So if you want to do it this way, you can do it this way. What I'm just doing is, in case someone gave you a UI design and you are supposed to do some deliverables, you cannot escape it. You have to do based on the UI design. So that is why we are trying to achieve what the UI is doing. So you can still achieve this. So is there any other question? And you should see the way I did this in less than how many seconds we did it. But the thing is that we are trying to achieve what is on the design, right? So yeah. I believe you're all seeing my screen. So there was something I did not mention last time, which was with currently I made mention of Elementor, and yes, WordPress default builder has a right, and the name of the default builder is Gutenberg, right? So you might have been hearing Elementor. Yeah, Shay, I saw your assignments. Yeah. So I would review most of it I've submitted. I'll review your assignments. If you need feedback, I'll let you know. So I usually review people's assignments in the class, but for you, I also um, give you direct feedback. So Gutenberg is the name of WordPress default builder, right? So and Elementor is Elementor's default builder. So in case so that you guys don't call it WordPress builder, it's actually called Gutenberg. So when you see Gutenberg, you will not be confused or like what the hell is this? So yeah, so we've gone past all this. This was supposed to be today's work, but we've gone past this. So yeah, so I'm so happy we've been able to do so much and we've been able to do some certain things and it's been looking cool so far. Yeah. So what you need to do on your own part is make sure you are working on your font size, spacing, and everything. You can have different design, right? You can go to WordPress, as a WordPress. You can go to Behance and even see landing pages and try to bring those landing pages to life. That is one way to even practice WordPress and say, okay, you can beat your chest and say, there is no design I cannot bring to life with WordPress. And it's a good thing. So there are many startups coming up and you can make money from them. So I don't know if I refresh this. I think if I refresh this, okay, yes, we don't have access. So anytime you've been logged out for WordPress for a particular 24 hours or so, it gives you this reload stuff. Yeah, so I'm going to log in again. And I think if I log in and refresh this, yes, come back. So yesterday I was trying to tell you guys that you can use a button instead of using this if it's giving you issues, but still you still have to know how to use this because this just gives the idea of click the button straight to Apple Store and everything. The essence we choose this is so that you'll be able to click on it, right? So the question is, okay, how do you even click on it? So you clicking on it has many options. You can click on it from the selection, that's the section area. You know, we have row and we have section. So for each of them, we had section. I think section has URL. Yes, so section has URL. If you don't click on it from the section URL, you can click it from the image URL. So this is the URL mean www. Take for example now, let's say you go to Play Store. So any app you feel, sorry, any app you feel like it is the app. Let's take for example now this so I'm just going to look for one app. I just copy the link, then you can just copy and paste it here, right? And when you paste it here, you can save. What you can do is you can choose to open link in another tab. This is what it does. Open link in another tab, meaning if somebody comes to the website, let me refresh, and clicks on it, you see it took me to another tab, meaning this page did not load, so that the person would still be on the same page. Sometimes in marketing, it's always good so that the person don't leave the original page is coming from, right? So and all those many things. So you can choose to don't turn it on, don't turn it on. Most URLs have that. So if you're using a real button, right? Say you're using this button, and this button has its own style. So this button, one thing I like about buttons is buttons can adapt to your theme button. You know, when we're working with customizer, there was a theme settings, right? So we have this one by default. We have the outline if you want to outline it, and you can change the color in the style. Like for every item I said again, you can edit the style. So, but we can choose the theme's color and the theme size. So anything you set in the theme, that is exactly what you're going to have here. So, and with buttons, there's what we call full button, there's what we call fixed and everything. So take for example, now this button was not in existence. I can choose that this button is full, meaning to cover the space at which it exists, right? So these are little things you just need to know about buttons, right? Nothing of a biggie. So then you have styles. So this is where you're going to style the stuff from color. Remember then you know what is hover. We have two types of in buttons. We have the primary color and we have the hover color. So based on our design, remember when we were doing our components, we had normal button and we had hover button. So hover button is when I hover around it, it changes. So if I don't like the hover color, I can come here. Sometimes because of it is taking the, the global color, it doesn't, you won't see it here. So you can choose to say, I don't like the color it hovers with, I can choose this. So anytime I hover, it hovers with this. And I can choose that, okay, this is going to be dark. So if I hover, you could see this. So it has that's easy as that, right? So these are little things that you can do. Then remember border. Border is simply, let me show you what border is. Anytime you see border, take for example now this shape. Okay, and I can use border here. I can use border. Let me use border here. So anywhere you see border, what border means is border means like stroke outside. So I can have it that, let me use red so you could see what I mean by border. And if I click on one, just increase it, you could see on this side, you could see the border. So this is what border means. And radius is the size, the angle at which uh, the sides of the shape or yeah, for the shape. So if you increase the radius, the more you increase, the more it changes. So this is what these guys are, just in case you needed them. Yeah. So that being said, I think what we are supposed to do next is we are supposed to be working with this. So this is not hard. We've done something like this already. So what we can do is we can duplicate this guy because they have the same thing. I can come here, duplicate, and as I've duplicated it, I can just use this arrow up and down arrow and drag it down. So it came to the very bottom, right? So why there is space, I think, I don't know whose space is this. Okay, the space is coming from this one. So remember 80 is our space. So this one already has a space. So the only difference between this and what we have here is, okay, so if no one is typing, let's go ahead. So what you can do here is when you click here, you notice that there are three. So we don't need three. First thing we have to do is we have to remove one. So now we have two equal sizes. So and the next thing we have to do is that's all basically. So we have to delete this because these ones are not what we need. We don't need these guys. Then all we just need to do is copy this because we need this. Just copy it because it's the same thing. Then click this and paste. Then this, copy this. What I did was I use enter. I just entered. I clicked on enter to go create the paragraph or something. That's what I call it. And I'll copy this. I'll copy this. Select it and copy. And I will paste. I think this one has changed its color because it's not supposed to be that color. Then I change it to white. Yeah. So I now put in what I'm supposed to put in. So copy this. Sorry. Copy this. You see, that's why it's good to design first. So when you design first, it's easy to move ahead. Okay, so copy this contents, we paste, then we keep space, that's shift and enter, then paste. You see? So this is not hard. I think we have to delete this line height exactly. The line height was given its own. Which should the line height, I just noticed it just now, just in case. Yeah, sometimes some things doesn't look like the way it's supposed to be. I think it was copying it from because we copied it from the header. That's why. So doesn't have the line. So I think yes. Now looking like a real thing. Very weird to my eyes. So and as you go as a designer, you could spot if things are looking weird, right? I'm going to change this guy, but remember I just use this based on settings. You can always change him. So you can see, person can click. This guy, I'm really happy with this the way this is. So I click on Apple Store or the Store. I still prefer it. So okay. Okay, yes, I need to copy them. Sorry, copy it. Sometimes if an item is already selected, say for example now you select this particular, select this particular item, you can control V and you notice that space because I originally copied it and I selected the item. If you want to understand what I did there is, like I said again before, always be careful when you do Control Z or that's undo because that over undo. So what I did was I came and selected this. So this is the button. Instead of selecting this, I selected the whole button stuff. Then all I just did is paste. Remember that I have already copied it from here, right? So just paste there. Same thing here. I'll just come here and add, just add some space, paste. So, voila, that's it. So let's finish this before I bring in any new thing. So the next thing we have to do is we have to place the image. We're already familiar with image placing. So what we need to do is add advanced image. Then we're going to select the image that we want. I don't think we've exported that image yet. So let's export it. Sorry. Okay, let me pin this. I have to pin this first. Now select this. And when I select this, I'm going to click on export, export as PNG as usual. Then when we export as PNG, websites, call it. Then we're gonna come here, click it. So websites, it's exported separately. Don't forget to group. Sorry, I didn't group them. So I have to export it in. Yeah, just export like this. Then you come to your file. Then you come to here, and this is what we are looking for here. Okay, so this is it. So if you notice, this guy looks like he's not balanced. So remember, what we have to do is just come here to the alignment and make sure you're on the rule that contains everything and come here and align it. So we're going to align it. So if you save and refresh, so we have it here. So you see how nice it's actually. This is fucking nice. Sorry, sorry. It's actually very, very nice. So yeah, and you could even introduce if you were able to do it, and even introduce it with this style, right? So depending on what you want to do with it. So we are done with this section, done with this section. The next thing we need to do is we need to work on this section. So now this section has I think yes, two sections, still the same section, right? So what we have to do is we can duplicate. So right, so you see that you don't need to stress yourself again from the beginning. The only difference is now you just start changing things. When you start, it's just an issue of continuing what you are doing. So yeah. So you can click on this. That's the style. We're going to come to style. And we're going to change the color to this. And this is very nice. That color. So yeah, so what do we have here? We have our what do they call it? Form, and we have normal text here. So and this we call this accordion. I'll show you how to do it. So you do this normal. We already used to this. Then we copy this text. We already use our text. Remember the color of this text is different. So this is the color of the text. So always be very vigilant. Then these guys, we don't need them. So we're gonna remove this. Just so remember, we can apply. Okay, yes, before I move to that guy, remember we are doing mobile editing. So we can do mobile editing for this. So let's check. I think this guy shouldn't have anything mobile issue. You will see on the desktop, it's doing fine. On the mobile, yeah. So on the mobile, you can choose to keep this in the middle. And I think it's fine by me. I don't think there's anything we need to do here specifically. So yeah. So then there's another way for you to add images, right? So let's go back to desktop. Sometimes you might not choose to add the images on an image. Let me show you what I mean. Let me show I'm not confused with any image. So if I delete this, instead of me adding the image to an image placeholder, I can use the image as a background here. Let me show you what that means. So if I click on this place here, I can come here and that sometimes you need it for some certain overlay and adding so many things. You take for example, okay, let me show you where that can be possible. So first, let me do it so you understand what I'm saying. You can add an image here. And when you add an image, you can just add a spacer. That's what we call a spacer. Spacer. There are so many things in this stuff. The spacer, there's divider, you have to divide content, and then for spacer, you can have a spacer that spaces this thing to a very large extent for you. Sorry, I think that was a spacer. It's just a spacer. There is how far the image can go. Okay, so this is it. Then there's a reason why I'm doing this. If you come to mobile, you can now adjust the spacer so it doesn't look too weird. So yeah, I think that. So you can use this to also use it as your background. The reason why I'm using this, you see what I'm saying is there are sometimes you want to write a text on top of okay, so remember that the spacer, I think the spacer is not working for both sides, but um let me first of all remove, it's not working for mobile, so you know what to do. Duplicate, make one visible on desktop and make one not visible. So you know all the stress. So let me show you what I mean by that. So take for example, now you want a text over this. So you can come here, say you wanted to do it. Okay, let's not do it here. Let's do it here, right? Since sorry, sorry for my little bit of the best part to do it. So I have this as a text and I hit this. Then let me go to the background. Let me use something that is not this, something that is like a normal picture. Let me go to the images, put something that's a little bit larger. They say we are talking about, they say we're talking about this here. So we're talking about okay, why it's taking time is because of the image is very large. So remember, don't upload large images when you're using to work. Yeah. Uh, that's That's just doing his thing. Uh, okay. I almost got scared. I thought that what I'm uploading is too big. The image is too large. Let me look for something much more simpler. Yes. No, this guy is large. I uploaded this is too big. Yes. Let me use a simpler one. Okay, yes, this guy is. Okay. Okay. Now the girl has landed. So we put in the girl and yeah. So we can have this text here and we have this our text. Let's just copy it. And we can paste it. So if you notice, the more I put it, I can now bring my spacer, right? I can bring my spacer or depending on what I want to do. So I can either increase the width of my stuff or just use the spacer to give it more spacing. So I can just come here and search add spacer. So you will see what I'm trying to achieve, because there sometimes we need it. So I added spacer at the bottom. I'll duplicate it and I'll drag it up. You can see that I added spacer at the side. So don't worry about the email, the text coming up at the side. So you can have this, the normal padding. Sorry, I did not this is to link all of them, group them. So you see what I just did there. Then okay, so then you can now use your style to now give it dark. Yeah. You guys saw, you are seeing what I'm trying to achieve, right? So you can achieve this with, putting an image behind. So this is not in our design, but I just thought that, okay, you might need it. So you can reduce the size if you don't want so much. And you could see that you have more spacing at the top, and you have your this thing here. So this is how you can, and you can even use gradients instead of using this thing. You can use gradients where you have this dark. Just come down and look for. Let me just change this to green so that I know what is where. So let me change it. So you see, as I'm rotating it, so the dark side, I need the green, the white side. This you can use normal matte, so normal matte of 90 degree and everything. So you can have that. So the green, I want to make it transparent. So I can make it transparent. Then I can also make this so you could see the level at which you can still use with WordPress. Then the dark side, I make it much darker. So then I drag this guy down. Sorry, and back. So sometimes it doesn't work perfect. If you have the time, just make sure you do your gradient on Figma and bring it in to have perfect effect. So because this guy sometimes misbehave. So yeah, so you get to understand what I'm trying to say. So you have this different way of designing something. So you can make your gradient more visible so that the text will be much more darker at this area and readable. Then here you can have an empty space. So you can have this. So let me take this guy back. Let me just fix this section. Bring advanced image, select it, bring in here. So yes, we've checkmate this for mobile, and I think we are good to go on mobile. So we are good to go on mobile. Let's right click. And we are good to go on mobile. So yep. Okay. So the next thing is this guy. So it's not hard to create a form. So but before creating the form, if you notice, this background was a little bit having a separate color. I don't think this color, we would have to change this because this color is actually, you can change it on your own. Actually entering this, so not really enjoying it. So well, how do we get a form? Because of you are using Cadence, so this is the reason why I use Cadence. Cadence gives you much functionality. You can simply come here and search form, because most builder don't give you forms, and these guys have advanced form. I'm not going to go into detail. You just start with basic form. Advanced form gives you optionalities to have next, and so many other things, but just start with basic form. So normal form, you click on form, and normal basic form would have, I think, name, email, and body. And you could see it here, name, email, and body. Each theme, each plugin give you different ways of adding form, but for what do they call this platform? Cadence. Cadence gives you, this is Cadence form. So Cadence form has settings, like remember, everything has three things. So the general, the style, and the advanced. So anything you want to set, you can set. So I'll be showing you some little magic trick here. So First, if you notice, the names are not showing very, very well. So I think I think that's called field that's the label. Yes, that's label. So we're going to come to style and look for the label, and we're going to give our label white. So if you see the font, so it's good to know the name of things, right? So that is our style has our submit style. This is this bad guy here. We have a field, that's anything inside this field, and we have a label, anything in our label. So with Pro version, you have more functionalities. So the next thing is you can edit whatever thing you put here. So if you want something to be in your text field, you can say this is text. If you want it to be accept. So you have different functionality. If you want it to be a phone number, meaning why they put this in as phone number is, some persons, you tell them in a form, submit your name or submit your phone number. And that phone number area, they'll be typing nonsense. They'll be typing either their name. So now, if you click on phone number, the person would not be able to type any alphabetical thing. The person would only be able to type uh, phone number. So if you click on email, take for example now this section we have as email. If you click on, it's already set as email. So you can even set it that you can set it in a way that, okay, it has to be criteria, it has to be an email. So that's why you select that email. So whenever this person is going to fact check it as email, you get. So, and you can autofill. When you're autofilling things, it has the option to autofill and put stops. So now there's another thing I really loved about Cadence. So take for example now, if I click on okay, so if I go to that, let me run you down through everything. There's what we call required, meaning the person cannot submit this form without you know filling its the information. So there's the label name and there's a placeholder. This thing here is a placeholder. So take for example now, you have name and you can put a placeholder as your name. So you can see what it does there. So you can have every one of these have a placeholder. Then input default, you can put this like this is the default, and when someone types on it, you put it there. Then help text. So in case there's an issue, there's an help text like either your sometimes you can put any word. Let me just put FAQ. You can say help is maybe you told them to fill something, and you just tell them that please make sure your name is properly spelled in capital letter. So if you need a particular thing, so you can add this. Then autofill, I've already explained it. Error message, you can set a general error message. So it automatically it has an error message, but you can change it and say when someone did not fill it to tell you, oh, this name is required, something like that. Then this column width is very important. Let me show you why. If you set it at 50, it shortens it. So imagine you have a form field where you have the option of name and surname. So if you duplicate because I duplicated this, it had the ability to take what this other guy had. So that's why. So you can duplicate a form field. So you can see name setting twice. But if I choose it to be 100, it goes down straight up. If I choose it to be 30 something percent, you could see maybe the form field you are thinking of numbers, just say number one, number two, number three, shape get. And it takes the same shape with mobile apps as well. So we're going to put this back at 50. So I hope we all understand the forms. It's very simple. So this one we can have it as it's always good. Nigerians, I like having a form that has name, first name, surname, because if you tell them their full name, so for them just put John. What the hell is your name, John? Your full name. So try as much as possible to use this because in UI UX, it's actually an argument whereby is it good to put full name or surname? It's an argument for another day. So you can change it to your surname. Surname is better as you have surname. Then you can choose this to yeah. So and you can put this as first name. I like first name, second name, no many BBB grammar. So you can put this as a first name. So have this and here. So we have this. So form is not hard. Then they submit, you can submit or send. English is very important. UX writing, send message. So now you are not done with this form because there are some other things you need to do. So now when you click on the form again, yeah, so this is if you have any other thing to add. So let me just close this guy. So now they ask you, okay, after the person fills the form, what action do you want the person to do? So one of my top three things I click is if you wanted that when immediately the person fills the form, it doesn't stay in that page. Like the way you guys fill the form for the class, when you filled it, it took you to a thank you page for like a thank you, then join our WhatsApp group. So you can put redirect. Don't worry, I'll show you where it enters. Then if you want to go to your, a third-party mailing system, you put it there. Then there is an autoresponder. You can select autoresponder because it's a premium version. Autoresponder means if someone submits the form, there's an automatic email that is being sent to them. Then data entry. Oh, data entry is a pro version too. Data entry is you have the form. Oh, wow, that's bad. Oh. Data entry mean when someone fill the form, you get to see a form information you get on your WordPress dashboard. But whenever anybody fill your form, you will see it in your email by default. So when I clicked on redirect, um, you redirect to the page. Just put it here. If it's home, if it's privacy policy, you can see your pages, right? You can push it to Damilola or Farida page, whoever you want to put. Please. The reason why this is here is for marketing purposes, landing pages and thank you page. Imagine someone bought an ebook from you and that ebook was, say, for example, now how to find your first love, and you submitted the form and it took you to a thank you page. Thank you for buying how to find your first love, but you can find a second love and even more. Download. You see, it's a marketing, it keeps upselling, upselling. And if that person fill that form again, that particular form can take him to another place. So it's for marketing purposes. So I'm just actually just expressing what a form can do for you. And they use it for lots of stuff. So that is form. You can choose to put a background to it. When I mean put a background to it, that it was in a box, right? So if you want to be in a box, and there's another thing again that you noticed here. Here, a send button cut across everything. So I'm going to adjust that. So first of all, we have to create a box. And to create a box, we do it at the section level. At the section level, we come here. And I think maybe this thing is not working for premium or something. Because that thing is supposed to work. So what you need to do is you link everything together and just make sure every size is equal. Then remember, I think we need to change this thing to green. Let me just use green. Oh, if I use green, I can't use that button. Okay, let me use a lighter green. Lighter green. Right. Okay, let me just use this green for just green's sake. So if we use this green, then another thing we noticed again is you can even have an hover effect in case someone hover around it. You can have it that the background is green, but when someone hovers around it, it shows you black. So you can see hover effect. So there's so much you can do. Then you can even put an image as a background if you don't want it to have a color. You can put this here. Let's use this here again. So you see, you can have her there. Then on the hover, you can just make it so that nothing hovers around there. So in case you want to just don't go and over design because over designing is a problem too. So make your design as simple as possible. So you can have these, then you can just use color overlay to make it much better. So you can have got it too much. So this let me turn on the color overlay. You can use it to some places. It's actually cool. A background that is not noisy would be good for that particular place. So now this style, we've done this guy, giving it, so you can, if you need to give it, I think it had nudges. That's, yes, that nudges at the edge. And what was it? We used 20. I think we have to, this, since we've been using it here, we have to, I think we used, let me get what we used here. That's border is 15. So on here, select it and we come to style and we come to border. So I have to shut this down so you don't get confused. But sometimes time to put in. Someone said time to leave. But the truth is, you can build a complete website without coding. It's just that coding gives you an advantage to do some things. Like when it comes to code in my agency, that is when you are building something very hectic. If WordPress can do it, you don't bother ourselves using coding. And another reason again why, thank God, Aisha to mention it. Another reason why we go for WordPress is at the end of the day, if you build a site for a client with coding, the clients may not be able to manage the site. That is another problem. So that's why we go with WordPress, because at the end of the day, you can hand over the client the site and the client can edit it himself. Just do a video. So with coding, it's extra stress, except the client has that much budget to pay for maintenance and the rest. So yeah, the benefit of using WordPress or maybe Webflow in the future. So welcome, Aisha. So you can put here and put 15 as radius. So you could see that we have that our lovely curves. I love curves. That's, yes, to design curves. So yeah, you can put this, and I think we can, our normal adjustments having rights. I think this could benefit from that. Yeah, could benefit from that. And remember to turn it off in mobile site. So now the remaining thing that we need to do here is yes, accordion. So let me show you what that is. So if I'm not pronouncing it right, so it's called accordion. So you can add it. So it gives you different templates, but I think we are going to go with the first one. I just select this as a template. So let me save. So you see how it looks like. Let me save it. And let me open it in this place so you can see what we are doing. You can see that the form is sitting well. Yes, we didn't do something for the form. This is not good. Bad works. Because you guys are supposed to call me to my end. So the button, come to submit, and sometimes the settings changes. So this button settings is different from the button settings in the other stuff. So yeah. So we have small, medium. Let me see. Okay, small, medium, then the one that comes from the site. So we're not using small, we're using medium. So you can see it's arranging. Then we can choose full. Full meaning it's cut across. So it's because of we are using this. Let me change it. Remember button colors. We can come. Text color is white, and we have black. No biggie. Then what else again? If you hover around it, we need an hover. So if you hover around it, we can give it a light green, and you give it, so that light green has a use. So that's it. There's nothing so much, nothing to. So we have this simple as A, B, C. So there is some other things. If you come down, you can adjust the size of text, make it medium, depending on what you want, or you can just simply come here and add it yourself. So you have control over what you're doing. So see, spend your life making it. So there are more settings. So you don't need to stress yourself, right? So at the end of the day, you come and test your form is working. Okay. So not like with really my forms are not working. So yes, back to accordion. So now this is accordion. Accordion has global setting, and each tile has its own setting. So if you click on, let me show you what I mean by. So if you click on the accordion, it has its global setting. And if you click on a particular tile, it has its own setting. But I always prefer doing anything on the global. So it has an option that anytime someone sees it, it means, okay, should this start with all panels collapse? I'll show you what this means. I think I've refreshed. Let me close this thing. So now it's trying to say if you notice, this is open, but let me put things inside so that you would understand better. So now the first thing that we need to do is we need to style it. And let me close this. Let me close it. I like them being closed. So first of all, close everything. Then this is it has to. So now first you can change this, and I think this is where I have issues with. So this guy is limited to what you can have here. So I think most of the times I just use this because this would cleaner than the rest, right? So then you can have it on the right hand side or the left hand side, depending. But majority of these things are on the left hand. Sorry, on the right hand side. So and you can choose not to show icon, but geez, you have to show. It's very important. Then trigger. Let's see, I can change this to red too. Okay. Okay, trigger when you click on it. So that's the icon. Just when you click on when you trigger it, what would the color of the icon show? That's what this guy need here. So by default, I think it's okay. There's something to just leave alone by default. So now panel, this is the panel color. Sometimes if you one cool thing with WordPress is if you are finding issues on okay how to find things and where to if you want to know where things are, you can start with color like okay, what is doing what? You can just come here and say you can just turn this into green. I'll be like, oh, it turned to green, so that's what it is. You can like okay. So now this is using a darker shade. I think we'll use a darker shade. I didn't pick the color, so let's use this shade of dark. And this is fine. Then you can save the color to global color, but let's just use this one for now. Then we have white by default. Then when someone hovers around it, because there's a hovering setting, if someone hovers around it, what's the color preference? So when someone hovers around it, I like having it green. Sorry, green. So if you hover around it, it gives you green. And the color would be white. So if you hover around it, green, white. So just still the brand color. Active. When it's active, this is what it means. If it's active, I prefer it being still like that. I prefer this color for active. So I'm not touching anything active color. You already know what those things mean. So okay. Now the next thing is panel borders. So you can put borders to your design. You already know what border does. You can just put this and say you want to give it borders, but we don't need that. Radius, the curves at the edges. We don't need that. Then we can go to what do they call it? So sometimes just close everything. If you are confused and overwhelmed, close everything so that you could understand and see everything easy. So panel title fonts. I don't need to change the fonts. If you want to, you can change it. And the styling, if you want to, that's inner content. So this is the inner content. Inner content is in case someone clicks on it. So let me copy and paste the content so you can see what I mean. So take, for example, now this is how to fish. I'm sorry. What are we building? How to save money with Remoter. How to save with I think this is our brand name, right? Then when someone clicks, the same, there's a block to write the name. So if we click on just advanced text, then we change advanced text to paragraph, then we paste the text. So now this is where you now come to, remember we're in this and we come to content. So by default, the text would be white. So if you come down here, the text is white. So always try to do the texting everywhere, like globally. When I mean global, like global settings here. So you check and see if you need anything. So they say a background, if you want to change it, inner container styling. Yes, the background you can retain this color, but I can't. Let me check what color that is. That's tied to. Because this is not. You see the reason why you use global colors Because if you want to repeat a particular color over time, you would have issues. So I'll come to content and I'll just color so everything. So I could know that there is a. So now there's one other thing that if you notice there's no space. You might ask yourself, how do we go about that? You can go to advanced settings. There are still more. Remember, I said anytime you go to a new place, always close this thing down so you can see everything. So you can see title sizing if you want to adjust it from here. Inner content padding, you can see it. So now the space between them is where you adjust it. So you can see that space, lovely jumping space. So and in the title, if you want to adjust this to top, you can see how you're increasing the people. We don't need it so much. So this is perfect for now. Sorry, I don't know what it was before. But let's look at this. So we have that. Yeah, I think this is lovely. We have this. Then let me just duplicate this and delete the other one. We can duplicate two. So duplicate this, and we can delete a single one. We don't want it. Duplicate it. So you can have this as a, as just sample, just in case you want to give it to the client and tell the client this is an example of how you would see. So now let's see this in real life. We'll refresh, and so now because of this setting is turned on, that if you come here and you see that panels close when another opens. What does this mean is when I open one, another one closes. We need that one normally. But by default, anytime you refresh this browser, one panel opens. Well, if your users are not newbies, you can leave it open. But by default, majority of persons leave it closed, meaning I can click on close, like all panel will close. So even if I refresh this, let this update. Even if I refresh this, you see that everything is closed and we have that. And if you want, I think the spacing here is looking ridiculous, right? So we can have a good spacing. How do you space that to come to your role? And we can have the spacing on the column larger, right? And you can even set it like okay, you want spacing. So this was what I was trying to achieve here, but I don't know. Sometimes this thing behaves on its own. So let's do it. I think we have this. Yeah. So this is it. Lovely, jubbly looking pretty. So this is all for our landing page. We've put across everything that we wanted to do and we had them. So you can make it more cuter. You see, sometimes it's going to be looking nice in the design, but when you now start coming to the real thing, some things now start changing. So you moderate it and make sure it fits your perspective, right? And fits what you are doing. So now there's a question that what if I click here? This is supposed to take me to about us because this section is an about us. Let me name it properly. About, so we know that it's about us. About us. About us. We love creatives. And this guy here, who is he? Where is he? Here is our contact us. Here's our contact. So I'm just naming this for naming purposes. So here can use contacts. Contact and execute. So now you ask yourself, okay, this guy, but then WordPress has its own mind. Well, expect it's P. So you now ask yourself, okay, now that we are doing a one-page website, how the hell do I navigate this? So now this one too would have to go to non-feature. So now I want to show you another magic. So what you come to do is, let me show you how the magic starts. Now you come to name your stuff. Take for example, now you know we have 3 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rows. So you see the magic that will happen at the end of the day. So now this role here, this is feature role. I'm going to name it feature. And where do I name it feature? So that anytime I click on feature, it's going to give me what I want. So I would come here and I will come to advanced. And you come to advanced here. And I'm going to name these features. Name it something very simple that you don't forget. Please name it features. Then you would say, as you name this guy feature, you see that it is telling you this particular role is called features. You can do it if you want to, but everything is used for tagging to tag a particular feature, or to tag a particular column. So you come down here. I think the next person we need to tag is this guy. Yes, this guy. Do the same thing. Go to advanced, and it's simple. Just you could use about. Let's use 2 words. So the more words you use, the more accurate you have to become. About space. You see that as you give space, it did dash. So about us, you save, you get Y. No worry, you'll see the magic I'm trying to. Then last one, come down, go to advanced, and we have here contact us. Contact. You don't need to put contact us, just put contact. That's fine. Then we say, so now, where is the magic? So we come to customizer. Remember this customizer guy. And remember when we were doing our menus, if you come to settings. So now just watch this because this guy used to misbehave very well. So just in case it misbehaves to you, if you click on select menu, it goes here. I didn't usually send in. I don't know why WordPress hasn't fixed this, but this is not where I want to go to. So I have to go back a little bit, and this is actually where I'm coming to my menus. So I'll come down here and you see this. So now, if you check in, you see that this thing is a custom link, right? So now, what do you do? First, let's go to About Us. If I come to About Us, I copy About Us, and sorry, you have to copy plus this slash. Then I come here, slash, then I'll put hash. Then I'm going to put about us. So you can come and copy, you just come here to this place and copy that stuff. You can copy it or write it out if you are very, you know what to do. So come here, paste this, right? So same thing you're going to do for this guy. So just copy this link and a hash, copy it, then come to this guy, paste it. And this one was top features. I think we wrote features. Features, the spell is correct. So you see it's going dark because they are links. So the next thing is contact us. Paste it and we put contact. Right? So I'm going to publish and I'm going to set this. I'm going to go back and I'm going to go to my navigation, primary navigation. I'm going to click on primary navigation. Then I'm going to go to design. There's a reason there's something that's happened. So active color, it is picking an active color. So by active, this is it. So I need it to be this. Then on hover, because of it's a link, that's why it's misbehaving. So it will only just do its job like that. Home button. Okay, we had home button right from time. So initial color, let me say initial color first. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. Because that is how this one is created for now. So let me see, is there anything for us to change? No, code cancel. So this guy now, you have this. So what you can do is where the magic comes in. If we now press about us, so that magic, right? It takes us straight to about us. If we press contact us, it takes us straight to contact us. This is a one-page website. You press feature, it takes us straight to feature. Am I a magician? No. So that is how you tag pages. So imagine because this page and these are sections, right? And people would not, these are not pages that has their own full page and everything. So this is how you tag a section. You can even have a section inside About Us. So how do you tag it? Take, for example, in About Us, there are people, we have stakeholders or founders. You can have about us slash stakeholders. And when you click it, it will take you straight up to that section where the stakeholders is. So that's one way to tag, and that's how we tag this stuff and take you straight to where you want to do whatever you want to do. Right? So that is some little stuff. So let me see if there's anything that I didn't touch that is very, very important. We talked about visibility, custom CSS. You guys are the programmers, you don't need it. There's something I want to check. They didn't give it to you guys. On the paid one, there is animation. So there are no animations here. I'm trying to find it. On the paid features, you can animate your stuff. I'm not seeing it here. That means style. You see. Nah. They didn't give you guys the option to animate. No animate. Advanced things. Okay, so yeah, so at the end of the day, you have this, and you can present this to the owner of the site, and you can have this. So everything is working the way it's supposed to work. So get started to, you can actually link this one to wherever you want it. So if you want it to go to get started to this, and you don't only just link it to a particular role, you can push it to this particular section as well. So yeah, if this was someone, let me check if this is somebody before. This is somebody. And okay, this was the one I created as for them. So please, nobody should go and delete someone's work or beg. So remember again, you can copy your page. When you're done, copy your stuff like I showed you the other day. Let me show you again. So in case you have questions, please put it in before I'm done talking. Thank you. So like I said, at the end of the day, when you are done, you can just select everything. Sorry, right click, not right click, tap on this and copy. You can save them anywhere. And when you open any WordPress site that has cadence on it and paste, trust me, everything you are having will come here again. No jokes. Everything. Okay, let me use my site as an example. Let me log in. I'm logged into my own site. Let me show you that works like magic. So this is my own site, and you see I have tons of plugins. So, and there are plugins for live chats, or what we call chat button. And that's, I think you've seen all those live chats, all this pop up. I use talk2.com. It's not hard to configure. So, and you see that I don't have much. Maybe this is going to be a bonus. I just saw this animated. I will see if let me see what I can do for you guys. Animate is another way for you to put animations on your site for free. Yes, to animate your site for free. I'm going to show you guys how that works. Thank God I saw it. That's going to be a bonus for you. So yeah, so what I wanted to show you guys was, let me open this another tab. Then let me open a new page. So this is a different site. This is a different site from this site. So now I have copied the code and I want to open a new page. So that's why I'm telling you that this thing works. So and you can sell this code. This is a business. I don't have a business. I'll sell the code. So you see here, if I paste it, it will automatically paste, and it will take the color of and the theme of my website, because I use a red theme. If you check, see the way it came out, it took the color of my theme and everything. So you are now the one to manually adjust it. The design, obviously this green won't go well. Go back to your Figma file, but this thing has saved you time and everything. You could see, change this to what this is magic, right? Just come here, change a few things, and voila, they're done. right? So this is very, 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 very powerful. Yeah. So that's why it's good to use global settings on your stuff. So I'm going to just go back and leave something. Just let me definitely save. Let me select drafts. Okay, I don't think it's saved. So just that. So now let's go to, let me cancel this. Let me go back to that animate it and let me show you what animate it does. So animate it, we're going to copy it and install the plugin. Let me see if I can still remember this thing because it's been a while I used it because I stopped using it because of the pro version of Cadence has functionality. So, but these guys have crazy animations you can apply. So settings, you go to settings, okay, just a few settings. It will ask you enable on the animation, enable on mobile, yes. Enable on tablets, just submit. Yeah. So now when you refresh, my problem now is not even the animation. My problem now is going to get this animation codes. Pro. So let me first of all refresh. Let me check if I could see. Let me go back to plugin. And let me go back to, let me check the producers. I check the producers. Yes, it is still them. Okay, it is still them, but it's their generator. So if you come here and you want, there are different kinds of functionalities. So there is generator and let me animate spin. Let me just bounce. Okay, 5 seconds. Okay, this is just the code. Remember, it's animate. All these guys on their ads. Sorry, a few seconds. I'm going to show you here. It's not animated. Animate on scroll. Animate on scroll. On over. It's supposed. I think it's supposed to. Let's start. Let me see. Okay, yes. These guys, I don't even know what's wrong with them. Their ads are too much. Whatever you do, it affects this thing here, right? So if you click on it, let me put it on infinity so that it keeps doing it. So let me animate it. Okay, let me don't use data. Let me use bounds. Yeah, just guys. This whole thing is making it the ads is making it very difficult to access. Okay, so there are different so you could see the way those things came in. So that's how you can do it. But let me generate ones because oh okay. So you saw the way the things spin. Let me just use bounds or slide. Yes, slide in pause. No delay. Okay, because I use delay. These guys are making this thing very hard. There's no way I can duplicate this page into two. But let me just use something on scroll. Let me just generate this and copy it. Then I'll come to my file, to my design file. Let's just use this. Let's just use this. So I think you can animate any additional CSS to any, even if it's your role, your block, any block, and add it to it. Once you come here and you apply it. Sorry, not don't copy that. That's not supposed to generate something. Yes, this particular code. This will copy. I just my copy and paste this. So let's refresh. You guys saw what that thing just did. Let me refresh it. You can see it bounced immediately. It entered. So that is one way you can animate. I don't know why they are putting ads. Let me see if I can. Okay, that's one way to go about it. I can't delete this. Okay, so that's one way to go about the ads. You can, if you have a larger screen, you can do it and animate it and keep testing. You can come here and keep testing, using it to test instead of using it to test in the browser. So for this, and if we put it in infinity, this thing, if I put it in infinity, meaning it's you can have a button that tells persons that okay, I want you to tap me. That's bad UX for or evil UX, but it's a thing. It's just mean like um, yes, that sometimes you put copy and paste something and it would not give you the save option or update option. You just have to just edit something a little bit and you can do that. So if we refresh, you're supposed to be you're supposed to be in a loop and make infinity. I think let me check with copy. Yes, let me check. Go to advance. Okay, the infinity did not add. Okay, I just added. Let's see. It is bad as it is, but you can slow down the speed. You can do some other things, and you can, the speed, the duration, and everything. You can slow it down a little bit, so it's not going to be too fast. So this is animation. If you don't know how to animate something, you can even do this one, slide in. You can choose a slide in option. So you come here and say, okay, slide up, right? Yes, because you saw the way that thing did that stuff right now. So I don't know why it's misbehaving. Slide up. Where's my slide up? Yes, slide up. Yep. So it generates copy. No, we're not doing infinity for this. No, please. Generates copy. I'm going to copy the because this thing is not copying. And I can just come to this guy here, this particular guy. Just come to advanced, come to a different CSS, paste, save. Then if I let me stop this, it's getting my so infinity. Let me show I don't know if that's much happened. So let me refresh. You see, it didn't come smoothly, but one thing you get. So you can keep testing till you get what you want. So I think that's a bonus for you guys and can animate your site with that functionality that's little plugin. So this is where I draw the curtain for the class. If you have any question, you can get in touch with me. And if you have not done your assignments, you can do it, do everything like do your landing page, do everything and submit. And if you're having problems, you can let me know and